Good morning and a really warm welcome to the RSGB 2024 convention here at Kents Hill near Milton Keynes. It's lovely to welcome you at home as well to this event. We've got lots planned for you both today and tomorrow. We'll be bringing you some of the best talks and from the convention here, as well as some interviews and meeting some of the people here and the special interest groups and things like that. Let's have a look at our programme now and see what's coming up. So we're starting around 9:15 with the future of amateur radio licensing and education. 10:30, YOTA and schools inspiring the next generation. At 11:30, Parks on the Air, or POTA. At 1:30, Spanning the Globe, the story of the beginning of global radio communications. At 2:30, DMR demystified. At 4:45, construction or destruction. And then at 4:45, Have I Got Modes for You, a panel debate with live voting. Now, there'll also be lots of other things coming out. I would just say as well, this is our planned schedule, but this is a live event. We have lots of people, finding their seats now and getting a coffee and stuff like that here. So these times might vary a little bit. As well as that, before this actual programme, before the first event there, the Future of Amateur Radio Licensing and Education, the keynote, will be having an introduction and welcome from the RSGB General Manager and Convention Chair. But also over the weekend, we will be going over to a special event station that we've got set up here called GB3HQ. It's run by the Camhams and it's in a sort of an outside broadcast vehicle just outside the convention centre here. And we'll be going over to them to see who they're working, and of course it gives you a chance to work as well. We'll be putting on the screen the frequency they're working and who they're working at the time. So be sure to make contact that way if you can. That's what we're going to do now. We're going to go over there and then of course we'll come back here just before we have the welcome by Steve Thomas shortly. But let's now go over to GB3HQ.
Yeah, Echo India 6, Juliet Tango Bravo, you're 5-9.
Fantastic stuff, Rob. You're 20 over into the centre of Ireland, the QSL.
Yeah, QSL on that, thanks very much for the call. Big pile up today. This is Gold Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. GB3HQ, CQ.
Lima Alpha 2, Papa India Alpha.
Lima Alpha 2, Papa India Alpha. Good morning, you're 5-9.
QSL Golda 59, you're also 5 and 9 in the mountains of southern Norway. The name is Peter, QSL.
Yeah, good morning, Peter. The name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, and this is GB3HQ, the special event station for the RSGB convention. Over.
QSL, very, very pleased to contact you there. Well, lots of people waiting. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. Thank you so much for the nice QSL 73s and enjoy the event. Bye-bye.
Yeah, 73, thanks very much for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec CQ. The Papa Alpha 3 station, go ahead. Papa Alpha 3, Golf Lima Kilowatt stroke QRP, you're 5 and 8, 58 here at the Golf, the special event station for the RSGB convention, over. Okay, Dave, thanks very much for the call. Yeah, good signal for only 5 watts. That's working very, very well. Just goes to show that the band has recovered following the Aurora. From GB3HQ, over. Yeah, 73, good luck with all the QRP. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec CQ. CQ40, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec CQ. CQ40, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec CQ.
Golf Mike Bravo.
Echo India 6, Golf Mike Bravo. Good morning to you, you're 5 and 9.
Good morning to you. I'm located midway between the cities of Galway and Limerick, about 20 kilometres from the Atlantic Ocean. You are also flying around here on this wet morning in the west of Ireland. The name here is Pat Papa from Tango. EI6 Golf Mike Bravo.
EI6 GMB, this is GB3HQ. Okay, Pat, name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, and obviously we're at the RSGB convention here at Milton Keynes, over.
About the call time. Yes, I'm putting out somewhere here, 40 watts here into a FTX bed and you'll apply signal 59 plus here in the west of Ireland. Hope you have a great day there and a good crowd and let's get to make lots of radio contact as well.
Yeah, okay, Pat, thanks very much for the call. And yeah, using a Ellicraft K3, KPA 500 running about 450 towards 500 watts. And into a dipole, so nothing fancy on the aerial front, but just about 500 watts to play with. This is GB3HQ, over.
Roger that, very good. Sounds great anyway, and assume the business here in the west of Ireland. Yeah, I'm 40 watts on the FTVX10, and I'm using an SGB 230 antenna coupler into a pretty modest around the garden kind of. And it's not very high, it's about 30 metres wire. Really good, Rob. Let's look with your radio today, and we've got the Irish right out here. GB3HQ from Echo India 6, Golf Mike Bravo.
Yep, Echo India 6, Golf Mike Bravo. Well, it's certainly doing the business for you as well. So thanks very much for the call, 73. This is GB3HQ.
Mike 7, Echo Uniform Papa.
Mike 7, Echo Uniform Papa. Good morning, you're 5-9.
Good morning to you all. So you are 5-9 up into Hebden Bridge in West Yorkshire this morning. Great to get contact with the RSGB HQ finally. First contact in the log for me, over.
Yeah, this is the special event station for the convention. Not to be confused with the RSGB National Radio Centre station, which is GB3RS, and we're only here once a year. This is GB3 HQ, over.
Roger. Yep, I've got you the log and you're coming up on the Station Master software. Great audio from you this morning. Working conditions here, FTDX10, 25 watts, YOTA M90 mic, and an NZ half wave, 40, 20, 15 and 10 with a 49 to 1, and it's about 11 metres off the ground. GB3HQ M7UP.
M7UP, this is GB3HQ. Well, we're using the Aircraft K3, KPA 500 amp with about 500 watts, and a dipole up about, I suppose, up about 10 metres, somewhere around that. This is GB3HQ. Name this way is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, own call sign M0ZPU. Over.
M0ZPU, and the name Rob confirmed. QSL, the name here is Matt Mike Alpha Tango, and you are in the log. Thank you very much. Over.
Yeah, thanks very much for the call, Matt, and have a good day. Good DX and all of that. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Roger, 73, thank you.
CQ40, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, the special event station for the RSGB convention, calling CQ. Station ending Oscar. Yeah, the Golf Zero station, go ahead. Golf Zero, Echo Oscar Bravo, I think it is, your 5-7 in the clear. Lots and lots of QRM this way, over.
Hello, welcome to the RSGB live stream from our convention in 2024. Coming to you live from Kents Hill Conference Centre near Milton Keynes. We're running just slightly behind, mainly because there's lots of people arriving and we're getting them through the coffee and getting down, seated down, ready for the introduction. So, but we're about maybe 10 minutes or so behind, but we'll come and see you shortly. We're now going to go back, of course, to GB3HQ, that special event station. Great opportunity to work the special event coming from here. Only comes up once a year, so do work that, and I'll see you very soon. Thanks.
Yeah, the Golf Zero station, unfortunately the noise floor is lifted to nearly S9 here, so it's very, very difficult to copy you. This is a GB3HQ. Yeah, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. We're going to QSY to a clearer frequency, hopefully. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. We're going to QSY to 157, or decimal 157. Is this frequency in use, please? This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Special event station for the RSGB convention. Calling CQ. Yeah, the Mexico Zero station, go ahead.
Yep, Mexico Zero, Charlie Santiago Foxtrot, over.
Mexico Zero, Charlie Santiago Foxtrot. We've got you at S9, signal 9, readability is 5. You are 5-9, lovely signal, over.
Okay, thanks for that. You're 5-9 plus 20. 5-9 plus 20 at the my station. QDH is near the Angel of the North Monument. We're 1 mile south of that in the town of Beattie. And the handle inside is Alan. Alpha Lima Lima Alpha November, over.
You okay, Alan? Nice to work with you this morning. This is GB3HQ. My name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, own call sign M0ZPU. We're operating from the RSGB convention here in Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, obviously, Rob, good business. Working conditions inside radio's an old radio, Fox Tango 990 from Yasu. Just running that barefoot, probably about 80 to 100 watts into a folded dipole up in the attic, over.
Well, it's certainly working well for you, Alan. We're using a like Elecraft K3 this way, KPA 500 linear with about 500 watts into a dipole up at about 10 metres outside of the front door of the convention, over.
Well, certainly working for you there, Rob. Put out a tracking signal. It doesn't drop below +20 when I've been listening to you.
Yep, thanks very much for that. And yeah, we had to move up onto 157 because on 155 there was just a horrendous noise floor issue. There's some, I'd say probably something electrical or something was fired up and it was causing us loads of grief. So we just weren't able to hear people that we could previously hear from GB3HQ.
I'll be a pile up or two. Thanks for the contact, Rob. Nice to speak to you, and good luck on the station, and good luck with the DX if there's any out there.
Yep, thanks for the call, Alan. 7-3, good luck, good DX and all that stuff, and work you again, I'm sure. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. CQ. Golf 0 station, go ahead.
Yeah, Golf 0, Juliet, Delta, Kilo, over.
0 JDK, you're 59+.
Hotel, you're also 59+. Name is Alan. Location north of Nottingham, over.
Yeah, okay, Alan, all copied. It looks like we've got quite a pile-up building here. This is GB3HQ. My name is Rob. We're obviously the special event station for the RSGB convention, over. Yeah, it's been trying to rain, but I just looked outside the door and there's nothing going on out there at the moment really to speak of, so it can stay like that as far as I'm concerned. This is GB3HQ, over.
Yeah, 7-3, over.
7-3, GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, special event station for the RSGB convention. CQ.
Golf 7, Mike India Mike.
Golf 7, Mike India Mike. This has to be done every year. It is the law. Hello, Terry. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Rob. I thought I'd just call in and say hello. If you see Mr. Terry Chipperfield, G3BSC, just let him know I called in. It's a good strong signal down here in Kent this morning, and nice to hear you. Well, it looks like we're going to have a fine day, Rob. You've got quite a lot of people calling in, so I'll keep it short. G7 Mike India Mike, over.
Yeah, okay, Terry. Yeah, I've seen the other Terry already. He's about doing stuff and obviously enjoying the lectures. This is GB3HQ, and thanks very much for the call.
Germany 4. Sorry, X-ray Quebec. 0, Papa, November, Papa.
Okay, November, Papa.
Very good morning, Rob. You're 5 and 9 plus, 5 and 9 plus, and I'm 10 miles east of Belfast. The name is Bob, Bravo Oscar Bravo. Roger, roger.
Yeah, good morning, Bob. GI0PNP. This is GB3HQ. My name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, which you probably already got. Yeah, good 5-9 from you.
Hello, warm welcome again to the RSGB Convention 2024 coming to you from Milton Keynes. We've got a packed programme for you today. Have a look at this. All of this is coming to you today, plus lots of interviews and people that we meet through the day and some videos and everything else to come. But we're now going to go over live to Lecture Room 1, where we've got the official welcome to the convention with Steve Thomas, M1ACB, the convention chair and RSGB general manager.
And I think we are there, Rob, yes?
3, 2, 1, and we are live.
Good morning. Welcome to the RSGB 2024 convention. We put the right glasses on. We are joined online by people from around the world, but we have hundreds of people here in Kents Hill. Now we've got them in through the door. We're at the Kents Hill Conference Centre in Milton Keynes, close to the RSGB offices in Bedford, and even closer to the RSGB National Radio Centre at Bletchley Park, which I think some of you visited yesterday, and I'm sure most of you have visited over time. The online audience will see just a small subset of the talks that you're all going to see here, perhaps to get them started in amateur radio or get them started in a new aspect of amateur radio. And hopefully they'll be tempted to join us here in the future, so they don't see anywhere near the breadth of talks that you all do here in person. Of course, to the online audience, it probably looks like there's about 2 or 3, at least one of us here in the room. So I'd really like to welcome everybody online and yourselves, and I thought that perhaps the best way to do that might be for you to all introduce yourselves to everybody on the live stream, all right? Yeah, I know, not one at a time, let's not do that. But we're all contesters, radio amateurs, DXs, everything like that. So of course there's a pile-up opportunity here, isn't there? All right? So at the appropriate moment, and you'll all know when it is, I want you to create a pile-up, call out your call sign, let everybody online know how many people we got in the room, all right? And we'll have the tail enders, we'll have all sorts. I know it, I know we will. So the appropriate moment is coming, all right? CQ convention, this is M1ACB, QRZ. All right, okay, enough. And those are the tail enders, aren't they? You knew they were coming anyway. Right, thank you very much. Hopefully that gives the live stream audience a bit of an idea of just how many people are here. And I thank you all for being here, and I thank everybody for joining us online as well. Before I get started, before we get started today, I just wanted to show you something. I've missed that. Wait a minute. Oh, go back. See, I've missed that. That's me. I wanted to show you an advert that somebody showed me the other day, and this is from 40 years ago for the convention. All right, and I just wanted to show you the mix of things that are there. And actually, we're doing most of those now. We're still doing most of those. And even here, you know, we were trying to encourage newcomers here, amateur radio for beginners. So we're still trying to do that. What I want to do, actually, I want to read you, there was a write-up in the magazine. This is from Shortwave magazine. There was a write-up as well. I just want to read you to just prove that nothing has changed, really. The catering facilities were vastly improved with 2 snack areas and a decent restaurant. The bar facilities were noticeably well used, and there were no reports received of the beer running out. All right? That was from 40 years ago. I hope we can achieve the same thing this year. Some things, though, have changed, and this is our programme now for the 2 days. We'll be live streaming from this room, but we've added in visiting the National Radio Centre on Friday, which has been very popular. Friday evening buffet last night, very good. Saturday evening gala dinner this evening as well. So we've added quite a lot of social activities to the convention. That's the point there. We've also added the AMSAC UK colloquium. They join us from a few years ago. We see great interaction, you know, a wider variety of talks because they join us. We've added practical activities. We've got programming workshops running Saturday and Sunday. Special interest groups come as well now. We have run clinics and forums, and of course we record the videos and we live stream a small proportion of them. So the convention has moved on somewhat from what it was 40 years ago, but we are still welcoming those who are just getting started and those of us that perhaps got started many years ago. That's still what we try and achieve with the convention. And I think that's about it. I really hope you have a great convention. My team, you'll see us all in the RSGB shirts, will be all around the convention. Ask us for help, that's what we're here for. please do not forget to go and pick up your badges if we fast-tracked you through. Now I'd like to introduce the RSGB President, John McCullagh, MBE, GI4BWM, who will open the RSGB 2024 convention. Thanks, John.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I was at that convention in '84, I remember it very well. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, yep. That's the place. Good morning, everyone. It's my great honour to give you a very warm welcome to the Convention 24. It's great to see so many of you here. I hope you're looking forward to the programme that we have over the next 2 days. This weekend is a culmination of a number of events that have been happening over this past time. First of all, starting with the Hamfest at New York at the end of September, where we had a very successful couple of days, meeting old friends and new, and of course, pleasingly signing up some new members to keep the society strong. We had a dedicated team of volunteers manning our new RSG village area. I hope you found that, those who were there found that useful. And of course, our bookstall was there doing its usual roaring business, and thanks to the team who were manning that. Last weekend, we had one long-awaited, long-planned contact event, which wasn't really publicised very much. We weren't able to do that because of the security implications. When the International Space Station contact took place at Brooklands Museum, where I was privileged to be in the welcoming party for HRH, the Duchess of Edinburgh, I could do no better than to quote from the Royal Family Facebook page, which said that this was an out-of-the-world day when the Duchess of Edinburgh joined 100 Girl Guiding members for a live Q&A with astronaut Rhys Williams aboard the International Space Station. The Duchess was actually quite surprised and very happy to be able to talk to Sunita, especially because she's one of the ones who's been abandoned in the space station. She was supposed to go up for 10 days and she's there until February. So she was very excited actually to talk to that particular astronaut. This special radio contact celebrated girls in STEM and gave Girl Guides the chance to ask Sunita about things about about space in general, but what was happening up there, what they had to do. All sorts of questions, including what space smells like, which apparently is unique. There you are. We love to see everyone's faces light up as the astronaut Sunita spoke whenever the space station came over the horizon and 145.8 lit up, and everyone, the girls were absolutely amazed to hear it. The RSGB was delighted to work with ARIS to organise the event. And following the contact, they then introduced HRH to Kieran Morgan, the RSGB ARIS lead, and his team of workers who are always there supporting. I was then able to introduce HRH to Dr. Stuart Bryant, the board chair, and Alan Messenger, the special events coordinator, special projects coordinator, who had conceived the ISS contact itself way back 2 or 3 years ago, but with all sorts of things, including I think COVID in the middle of it, it didn't happen until now. But we're very glad it did happen. All the girls had a really exciting time. They tried lots of STEM activities, including snail Morse keys, working with BBC microbits, sending your name on Morse, and a demonstration of a CubeSat simulator. A lot of them are quite interested to see what a CubeSat actually looked like, and we had the simulator there to show them. I was also incredibly pleased to present Millie, M7MIY, with her certificate, check and badge as the winner of the RSGB's British Science Week Time Challenge competition. From the many favourable comments received, the whole event was a great success. One of the Girl Guide leaders actually told me she had great difficulty getting the girls away. At the start they said, we don't want to be involved in a boys' event. This is a boys' event. This is a tacky thing. And at the end, they couldn't believe how interesting it was. And she said she actually had to physically almost drag them away from some of the experiments. We had a great band, another great band of volunteers helping us there, and I thank them and all the RSGB staff who went well beyond the call of duty to actually get this event up and running. And now to this weekend. Tremendous amount of work and planning again in getting the convention together, and I would like to pay tribute to all who have been involved in the organisation. Special thanks to all the HQ staff again, under the guidance of our convention chair, Steve, who's taken it on again this year for putting together a comprehensive programme. The pressures on everyone have been greater than usual because of the events that we've already talked about. And we're grateful that Keith Hotchkiss, G0 FEA, agreed to continue in his role as lecture coordinator. He took it on last year, and we're very, very pleased to have him back. Brave man to take it on for a second time. Thank you, Keith. Particular word of appreciation to our tech teams from Cam Hams and Norfolk Amateur Radio Club. As always, you put a great deal of work into it, and a lot of late nights and all the rest of it, getting things together. And of course, thanks to our sponsors, Martin Lynch and Sons, for their ongoing support to the convention over the years, which is appreciated. It's rewarding after all the effort to see such a large crowd in attendance. And again, I apologise for the difficulties getting in, but we've got you here, and it's great to have you here. I hope that you will enjoy the programme that Steve outlined to you earlier, and there is something for everyone if you look through it. And as he was saying, make sure and look at the either scan the QR codes or put in /rsgb.org Saturday or Sunday, and you'll see the whole programme there. Thank you to all our speakers for so readily agreeing to take part, and in all the work that you've done in preparing your presentations. As you can imagine, the convention team had a difficult juggling time getting things in the right order so it can be live streamed and trying to make sure there's no clashes. It's difficult, but I think they made it. And now I come to our keynote speaker, Rafal Lukawiecki. Sorry, Rafal, if that didn't sound right. EI6LA. And hello, Rafal did an SOL stint as a teenager in 1980s Poland. He only got his license in 2021 in Ireland. His reawakened enthusiasm for amateur radio and his professional qualifications and educational experience were quickly put to use, having helped the IRTS win their latest bid for a new harmonised radio examination certificate, well known as HAREC. Rafal led the project to modernise the Irish licence teaching curriculum, helped update the exam syllabus, edited and co-wrote the 400-page fourth edition of the IRTS study. He started this National Shortwave Listeners Club, an organisation that's trained over 360 students, and 140 of them got their HAREC licence in Ireland in the last 3 years. Rafal's also part of the IARU Region 1 working group tasked with modernising the ethics and operating procedures guide. I know that quite a few people involved in that. And he also regularly participates in an international amateur radio EMF oversight group, something of quite note at the moment. Rafal's an avid RTTY, CW and SSB contester. I know temporarily off air he's still ranking third in Ireland's workhouse standings. Professionally, Rafal has worked in IT all his life, having studied Imperial College London in the 90s, and as a data scientist he focuses on making advanced analytics, machine learning and artificial intelligence easy and useful for his clients. Rafal is also known for his work in business intelligence, data protection with cryptography, enterprise architecture and IT solutions delivery. He has been a major popular speaker at IT conferences since 1998, and he has had the honour of sharing keynote platforms with Bill Gates and Neil Armstrong. I know this chosen topic today on the future of amateur radio licensing education will be of great interest to all. And now, without further ado, I declare the convention open and would invite Rafal to take the floor. Thank you, Rafal.
There you go. That's the move I was talking about. Thank you all. Good morning. You came back.
Testing, testing. Thank you.
Done your solder. Yeah.
Right, let's give people time to get to their room with their really interesting sessions, whilst you'll have to wait here, I'm afraid. Making mental notes.
Don't worry, we briefed in people will be changing rooms at this time.
Ah, very nice. Right, I'm ready when you are. So once again, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, John, for this great introduction. I shall not add anything to it because you've already heard way too much about me rather than the subject. But yes, it is quite true that I live in Ireland now, as you can recognize from my call sign, and I also have some history from the UK, because before I went to Ireland 22 years ago, I used to live in London. I have lived here for 13 years, enjoyed my time as a student, and I do miss actually UK a little bit. It's nice to come back. There's always a little bit of nostalgia revisiting the old places. Now, things are slightly different here, and in most interesting ways. You know, the train system is fantastic. I came yesterday from Bath. It's like, it's a bit like the queue outside this morning. It's some well-managed chaos. The only thing you can be sure about the English train system is that trains are designed to leave on time. Now, they don't necessarily need to arrive on time, but that doesn't matter. Because if you thrust yourself into the system and you just have a little bit of trust, you somehow manage to arrive at the destination. Yesterday, when I came from Bath, trains were running 2 hours late. I arrived half an hour early. It's amazing. It's a British innovation that I think in Ireland we still have to figure out how to do it. We have just one train that goes all around the country and you never know when it comes. But anyway, the point of my presentation is about some innovations that happened not necessarily here or in Ireland, but which happened in all of our countries, but that I mean countries that share a similar licensing scheme for examinations. In this presentation, I want to give you a little bit of background as to what we have done and what has happened in other countries without too much detail, because it would be a little bit boring, but just enough to give you an idea of an opportunity. To get to that opportunity, I need to say a few words about the challenges. Those challenges, I am sure you understand and identify with, so I won't spend too much time on it. But the one thing I really don't have for you, and I'm very sorry about it, is the answer how to solve it. So in case you think that I'm going to deliver some grand solution at the end, no. I have some ideas that I believe would be best used to start a conversation, to have a discussion between members of illustrious radio societies such as your society, such as RSGB and many others, and hopefully in a constructive way to come up with a solution. I think we can do it. So let me give you just a little bit of background. The background starts with HAREC. HAREC, or Harmonized Amateur Radio Examination Certificate, you know, it's a little bit like designing a bathroom. You know, think about bathrooms. Bathrooms are important, and another great British invention, you know, a sink. It's well engineered. You go to, I miss it, you know, we don't have that in Ireland, but you go to a sink, there is a tap, you open it, hot boiling water comes out. You know, it hurts. But a British engineer thought about that. There is another tap next to it with freezing water, so you can put your hand underneath and problem solved, and it works. You know, we don't have that in Ireland. It doesn't work like that. You have one tap, you know, so boring, you know, no drama, no drama. But somehow, at the end of the day, you emerge cleansed. You emerged ready for the day. You are able to engage with the society and your profession. The bathroom works, despite those engineering differences. Now, you could say that's because I didn't pass the exam in the UK. I don't know how to use the British bathroom, and probably have a point, that's true. But you know, after a little bit of trial and error, I do emerge cleansed from a British bathroom, despite, you know, this thing that you've got. Now, British showers, that's another story. I'm not going to bore you with that, but, you know, a long sinusoid that reminds you of QSB. Okay, you get the point. So HAREC is like bathroom design. Essentially, there are 40 countries which are part of the CEPT group of countries, including UK and Ireland, and 7 others, Japan, New Zealand, for example, who participate in this agreement that allows a holder of that certificate to get a full residential license in any of those countries. Now, this is a little bit confusing. People very often think about HAREC in terms of their ability to operate in another country. That is a different thing. It's very similar in the way it is identified, because that thing that lets you operate in another country by prefixing usually your call sign with whatever you are supposed to do in the other country is CPT TR 61-01, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 61-02, closely related standard that says that if you pass the UK full license exam here, you get a piece of, well, no longer a paper, it's a PDF now, which is called the HAREC, the Harmonized Amateur Radio Examination Certificate. And on foot of that, you can go to any of those 47 countries and say, please give me your full license, provided that you are going to be resident over there. So you need to have an address or something like that. So this is a pretty big thing. It means that somebody who gets a HAREC in Ireland can come here and say, hello, Ofcom, on foot of this PDF, I want a full British license, and they will get it. So they both emerge with a full license, yet the process and how they get to it is not always exactly the same. So in Ireland, we went through a very interesting process only a few years ago. So I went through the old license 3 years ago. I know you went through your licenses before radio was invented. I realized that, but that's just trust me on that one. Those 3 years were very busy, and John already gave some justice to it. Well, as soon as I have passed my license, the Irish regulator, Comreg, it's like our Ofcom, said, well, we're going to change it, probably because of me. And as a result, they said, well, we want to ask all participants to tender for a contract, and we want some changes, and maybe you want to modernize it a little bit. Well, the Irish Radio Transmitters Society participated, no surprise, because they've been doing this for a while, and won that contract, and I was indeed part of the team that wrote the winning submission, and I learned an awful lot about it. What I learned at that time is that you have an opportunity to make a change from time to time, but not all the time. As amateur radio is evolving, the change when it comes to the licensing regime and education is not following at the same pace. So having literally been just licensed, I kind of sat on it and said, everyone, we have an opportunity. This is the moment when we can move things a little bit forward. And that's exactly what we've done. We've taken that opportunity when change was inevitable to change probably a little bit more than the regulator initially thought we were going to do, but it seems to have worked out. To make that successful, we also had to develop a new teaching curriculum. And this is a project which would have been impossible without the help of great many radio amateurs and societies around the world. And if I could ask Peter over here, Peter was by far the person who told me that I knew nothing about how radio works and made sure that this is really veritable. And when you read it, this you can more or less rely on. This 400-page book is what Irish amateurs study in order to get their license. Now, in UK, you have a 3-step system. We don't have that in Ireland. In Ireland, if you want to have a license, you have to go to the full license straight ahead, which means studying for HAREC. Without the help of Peter, without the help of Ian, who taught me everything I really now know about antennas and transmission lines, and many other things, and John, who's hiding somewhere over there. Hello, John. Without them, this book wouldn't happen. And thank you very much for your input and for feedback on that. And you can get the free PDF, so you don't even need to buy it from us. I think we are trying not to make money on this because unlike with RSGB, IRTS is always poor by design. So anyway, that's another story. Okay, so that's a little bit of background where we come from. Let me tell you about licensing and examinations. There are many differences in both. In the UK, you get a license as a person. Technically, in Ireland, you don't. In Ireland, the license is to a station, but in practice, to get it, there must always be a person, with very few exceptions, which not even contest stations, even they need to have a person. So in practice, it is personal. But that's not the case elsewhere. in Germany, Switzerland, and in Luxembourg, you actually get 2 licenses. You license the operator separately from the station, which requires 2 sets of tests and different education and slightly different thinking about what happens, which kind of makes sense because the call sign is really something that we treat. We are very possessive about our call signs. They are very, very much us. The station, you know, who cares? You'll get a better station anyway. Sweden, they don't do actually licensing in the sense of that word at all. There is no radio license in Sweden. You get an operator's certificate. And that means that not only the legislation, but the attitude to it is different. And yet, they are all part of HAREC. I hope you are getting the gist here. That, you know, it's like that design of bathrooms, very different bathrooms, yet it all somehow works. The exams are massively different. Now, the British system, 3 tiers, you all know, so I'm not going to tell you about it, but in France, there are 40 questions with a 75% pass mark. In Netherlands, you go to a driving license testing center. Sorry, RSGB, there's an opportunity for you in the future. Okay, 50 questions, 76 pass mark, and, well, so what would you like today? A driving license or a radio license? Just, you know, pick a ticket. In Norway, they had to improve. People were really complaining because it was 35 questions and it was really easy in 2022. So they made it a little harder. It's now 50 questions and an 80% pass mark. But it's not that hard. In Poland, there are only 20 questions. Poles, I'm Polish. We like to be always a little different. But don't complain about it because we'll take the plumbers away. So that 20 questions, and there are 3 choices. Not 4, there are 3 choices, which makes it easier. That's a problem. Don't worry, it's divided into 5 parts, and you cannot make more than 2 errors per part, which actually makes it a very interesting exam. Except all the questions are also public, so everybody memorizes them. They didn't give you the answers, though. They only say what the questions are. Obviously, somebody published the answers, too. Now, the differences between Ireland and UK are very interesting. There are some differences. The balance and the weighting of topics is different. I would argue that what makes one easier makes the other harder. In UK, you tend to be a little bit stricter, for instance, on electronics, but you give people all the formulas, the sheets, basically, you know, the Wikipedia, maybe without ChatGPT, but I heard that's coming in the future. Probably not. But there are also similarities. We both end up with a HAREC, and both exams comply with TR 61-02. So what's my point? My point is that there is not just wiggle room here, but there is a massive opportunity to learn from those differences and take that next step, like we took in Ireland when the opportunity arose because of Comreg's invitation to tender. So, what's the challenge that we should address? I have a quiz for you. There are 3 questions. The answer to each question is a year, just a date. When did radios, and by that I mean commercially produced amateur radios, amateur use radios, start using DSP, digital signal processing, for signal demodulation? In other words, the time when, you know, heterodyne and all of that stuff kind of started passing into oblivion. Second question, how long has DSP been used to modulate CW? You know, what we teach as part of HAREC is that, you know, there is a key, then there is some, you know, maybe a condenser, maybe there's some resistor, you know, there's always a resistor, right? And then there is a buffer, right? So you don't drive this, and then there's, you know, that. No. When did CW start being generated entirely using digital signal processing? Forget about what we teach. And the best question, when was the last all-analog radio made that you could commercially buy? Now, I'm not talking here about the ones you build, and I have full respect for that, but the ones you buy. All right, let's check if you know. DSP does signal demodulation since 1995. Those were the first 3 radios that literally break through. DSP modulates CW since 1995 with Kenwood, TS870 being the first one. But the last point is the one that almost hurts to see. The last all-analog radio that was made in 1999. That was the ICOM 781. Now, arguably, some people will argue with me that IC718, which is still in production, is all analog, but the filters are digital. So, how important are filters? Of course, that's a good question. What's my point? I'm starting to stir the pot, right? You get the feeling. Where is he going to go with it? Is he going to kill my favorite subject or not? No, I don't know the answers. I just want you to think about what we are teaching, what we are examining, and the so-called reality. Amateur radio, newly licensed people in UK go through a tiered system. So what I'm going to say right now perhaps doesn't apply to you. In other words, that's why you have somebody from Ireland stirring the pot, because you can blame the Irish. And since I'm not the Irish and I see there is an Irish contingent over there checking what I say, blame the Polish. Just remember, the plumbers. So, the newly licensed in Ireland really don't build anymore. I mean, there may be an odd one out, but they just buy. And then you say, oh yeah, but they repair. No, they can't repair that thing because most of it is opaque code. I'm a software engineer, so I should know. Opaque code that nobody understands, that runs on some chip, and there are, just some resistors to make you feel good. And what do those resistors do? Usually let you use the radio on bands you are not supposed to use it, so at least there is some good use for those resistors, but, other than that, everything else happens in that blooming little computer, and I don't like computers. That's normal. When you work in something you usually don't like after a while. What about those who want to repair it? Have you tried repairing those? Yeah, you can do the resistor thing, but anything more than that is becoming harder. The level of integration. And besides, if you are going to do that, you have to learn much more. We need RF engineers, and they need to learn stuff that we don't teach anymore, and that we definitely don't examine them on. On the other hand, the world is changing. There is so much more stress on regulation, on safety. People can buy powerful equipment. 1.5 kilowatt amplifier on Alibaba, that's what was that, 50 euros nowadays? Who cares about licensing? It's actually advertised for 3 kilowatts. It's amazing. It doesn't kill everybody each time you turn it on, but that's, perhaps the licensing works and there is a little bit of care in the process. EMF, safety and understanding of it. You went through a massive revolution over here, and you understand that this subject is not only not going to go away, but it has to become a friend of ours. So thinking about that, okay, this is the I'm really stirring the pot slide, okay? You probably will not like me here, so it's a little bit, all right. Yes, everybody needs to learn some universal basics, impedance matching, Ohm's law. We're not going to argue about that. UK is quite intense on teaching electronic theory, but remember, you get the cheat sheets in the exam, so is it a test of intelligence or is it a test of, okay, I'm stirring the pot, so I'll shut up. Let's talk about the French, because we can do that. Apologies for anybody watching it online from France, but in France, they really appreciate the color coding of resistors, which you have to know to get your license. What about people who are colorblind? Oh, okay. Maybe they get a special paper. Why do we still teach block diagrams of antique designs? Because Harek tells you have to. If you open Harek, Annex 6, which is page 21, I think, of this 24-page document, you have to teach block diagrams of that CW thing that has not been in general production since 1999. Now, you could say, because it's good to know it. Yes, but so are differential equations. Can you explain to me why nobody can explain how an antenna works? If I ask all of you here how an antenna works, or even as simpler, how does current travel through a conductor, I will have 200 different answers and will have a great time. But something's funny. you smell the pot is now really starting to boil, right? It's not stinking yet, but it's kind of, you're not sure which way it smells. So now I'm going to make it a little bit unpleasant. Are you familiar with GMDSS long-range certificate marine radio examinations? Oh, well, good. It's a kind of an important certificate to get if you do this thing on the seas, on waters. In Ireland, it applies even to rivers, which I never understood why maritime mobile in Ireland is on a river, but anyway, that's a different story. Since 1999, they have de-emphasized some aspects of electronics and refocused on operating procedures. Funnily enough, that's the year when the last fully analog radios were made. I'm just saying, you know, blame the Irish, not the Pole. So what have we tried to do in Ireland? No, we couldn't solve this problem because HAREC is a set of golden handcuffs. It is a set of golden handcuffs because on one side it gives you a lot of wiggle room because it's thankfully so high level and so non-descriptive that it's actually not that difficult to comply with it. But at the same time, it does limit you as to what you have to teach, like ancient block diagrams of things that maybe somebody will make from time to time, but not sure how important they are to passing the exam. So without going into detail, this is our redesigned exam. And 60 questions in 2 parts. You have to pass each part with a 60% pass mark. Can you spot what's interesting? What we've done here is what the regulator wanted. The regulator wanted us to talk about safety, interference, immunity, both on the technical side as well as on the operational side. Operating procedures and non-interference is the biggest part of that section, while safety is the biggest part of the technical section. But we still do teach people very much Ohm's law, impedance, and those block diagrams. Don't worry. Section A5 still asks them for ancient designs, so we haven't really solved the problem in a way, because we can't. We have some restrictions on us. But we have rebalanced it. We have changed it. We used the opportunity. What we have found out is that it has worked. What we have found out is that the technical part is still the part where people fail the exam. No surprise. Some people will always struggle with Ohm's law, and perhaps that's the way it is supposed to be. But what we have really found interesting whilst teaching it, the level of interest in propagation, modern design, SDR. Oh, are you telling me that analog and digital are both theoretically and practically absolutely equivalent? And why? And what does Fourier have to do with it? Well, there's an awful lot of interesting conversation that started as a result of those changes. EMF safety. We thought it would be a boring subject killer. No! People who are getting into it like to be able to knowledgeably talk about what they do with their neighbors. In fact, our regulator asked us to make sure that as part of our education, we prepare amateurs to have grown-up educated discussions with those who surround them, which perhaps is something that's more needed now in the 21st century than ever before. But what really surprised us is how much interest there was on the operational side. All people want to be good operators. They want to learn how to be socially responsible as an amateur. And funnily enough, how not to interfere. Non-interference is easy if you know how to do it. It's harder if you have to learn by making mistakes. Essentially, what we have found is that technology and theory still remains the primary interest of amateur radio. No surprise, and obviously it needs to be. We need those RF engineers after all. However, what we have definitely found that it has to be modern and relevant. Okay, I switched off the fire under that pot. I think you got my point on that. But the one thing that we really were surprised in the most positive way about is just how much the newcomers crave good operating practices. And it's not easy to learn them because operational guidance is, to put it mildly, somewhat dated. Now, you've heard that you will be able to blame me for the update to this document. when it is agreed upon by 136 countries. I don't know what it will look like, but at this point, as a team, we are trying to modernize it and remove where it is dated whilst maintaining what was so good about it. But the real issue is that we don't have references. You know, telling people to read a radio operator's manual from the 19th century from His Majesty the King to tell you how to operate a de-expedition doesn't really work very well. You know, have you tried those manuals? They're great. They are very well written. And I'd like to have those post office manuals in a modern form today, but we just don't have them. We have focused so much on other aspects of radio that we have almost forgotten to tell people in a way where most of us can agree how to be a good operator. So what do? They learn online. They go on YouTube and they learn how to do the pile-up. Now, actually, the morning's pile-up here was pretty good, but what you see online is questionable, to put it politely. And I'm just going to leave it at that, and I just realized it says YouTube over here. Of course, does not apply to RSGB-sponsored material on YouTube. Thank you. But the hard reality is, and I don't want to make you feel sad, but the hard reality is that there is a little bit too much disappointing behavior on air. And we see people who are trying to be helpful, and helpfulness usually turns the wrong way. Almost any time somebody says, you know, up, you, whatever, and here comes, you know, a sequence of words that cannot be live streamed, you can expect that it's not going to work. It's just going to heat up that situation, and people are going to be at their necks, and nobody's having a good time. Arguments on the ground. Neighborly relations about antennas in living spaces that are getting more and more compressed. How are we going to solve it for the future generation? Would you say that our regulators are getting just a little bit anxious about the problem because they are getting too many complaints about somebody doing something to someone on air? Oh, they don't want to deal with it. They have other problems to deal with, like you know, Elon Musk trying to take away the satellites or whatever else. You know, so we need to give them a little bit of space when it comes to dealing with our problems. Learning from mistakes is how we used to do it. And learning from mistakes is good, but it is discouraging, and it definitely leads to conflict and DQRM. There is not a moment of doubt in my head that one of the worst things you can do when you experience DQRM is to tell somebody on air at that very moment how to do it properly. Without identifying yourself, preferably. Yes, and maybe spice it up a little bit. Now, those poor habits are hard to eliminate, and the newcomers to hobby look at that and say, oh, so that's how you make contacts. And that stays for another 10 years. My mother was a teacher. Her mother was a teacher. We come from a family of teachers. I believe in good education. It works. It does work. But it's slow. It's not going to help any of you in this room, with the exception of a few people who don't have gray hair. Education is a long-term proposition. You are laying down something now to change 10 years from now. So maybe those of you at the beginning of your retirement, you will benefit from it as you are a little bit, you know, closer towards when your annuity is paying more than you thought it would. Maybe that's the moment in time when education will pay back. But for most of you and me, education will be uphill work that will not give us the results now, but that will make amateur radio better in the future. And I strongly believe that to do that, you have to be a good teacher. Teaching is a skill, but it becomes much easier with a good curriculum, which requires fair amount of team effort, which has to be somehow motivated, and when you have a clear goal. The first point is easy to solve. Most of you here in this room this morning are interested in future of amateur radio and education. That's why you decided to stay in this room. Thank you very much. I don't feel too embarrassed now. But the point is that you all can contribute to changing it in a constructive and positive way. That's the easy part. The difficult parts are parts 2 and 3. How to motivate people to want to learn all of that, and what is it that we are actually trying to do? Well, it's very easy, actually. There has to be a carrot. A carrot is Harek. Harek is a carrot. HAREC is such an illustrious goal to get. You know, it's like a universal license for 47 countries around the world. It used to be 48, but they started attacking us. So 47 countries in the world. It's very motivating. What's my point? If we could make HAREC focus more on what we actually need, we would force those youngsters to learn what will make amateur radio better in 10 years. Oh, well, that's a rather obvious point. You're now feeling, why did you pay all this money to hear something so obvious from this man over here who obviously doesn't have anything new to say? Well, what I have hopefully to say is that we first have to have clarity as to what it is that we want people to learn. And we do not have a goal. To paraphrase a famous politician, we don't have a plan. We have a concept of a plan. Oh, okay. A concept of a plan is not going to get us anywhere. Good ideas are a wonderful thing, but we need something more than just good ideas. And that is the shared opportunity that I want to make you optimistic about. With regulatory support, and I know for a fact that regulators want to support us in that, HAREC could be modernized. However, to do that, we need to find those thoughtful, balanced ideas to go beyond oh, it used to be good 20 years ago. Well, now, you know, what was 20 years ago will never come back, even though some famous politicians think it will, but it won't. You know, you cannot make things the way they were because everything is moving forward. You know, 1999, those radios are gone. You can't buy them. Maybe on eBay, I don't know. Let me leave you with a thought. Thanks to a good friend of mine, Jerry, EI6 Bravo Tango. It's not about making exams harder or easier. No. Leave them at whatever level of hardness you want. Let's help future operators actually know more about amateur radio with the exactly same amount of work that we require them to put in now. We don't want them to work any harder or less. We just want to make them be better at it. And I think that is possible. And I cannot wait to have a conversation with those of you who would like to perhaps join hands and let's start this project. Let's modernize HAREC, and your retirement will be even better 10 years down the line. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, what an inspirational start to our convention by Rafal. For many, the convention actually starts on a Friday before the formal presentations and events of the weekend. Last night, we brought together members of the EMF team to share how the work they've been doing has not only helped RSGB members, but also the wider amateur community. Here's RSGB General Manager and Convention Chair Steve Thomas, M1ACB.
Hello, I'm at the RSGB 2024 convention, and I'm joined by the RSGB EMF team, and I'm sure they'd like to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Steve. I'm John Rogers, Mike Zero, Juliet Alpha Victor. I'm the chair of the EMC committee, and when the EMF started, I was taking the responsibility to form a team to actually respond. And since then, I've focused on measurement and calculations.
I'm Ian White, GM3SEK. I think a number of people know me as an explainer of things about amateur radio. Yeah. The reason I volunteered for this was because part of my professional background was as a chartered professional in radiation protection.
My name's Peter Zollman, G4DSE, and I tend to focus on international coordination with a number of other people interested in this area, and I tend to do quite a lot of the modelling behind everything that we're doing here.
Right, thank you. I mean, I know that you've collectively as a team have contributed so much to amateur radio by your focus on EMF, and really if we can tell the people who are watching something about that, I think it would be really interesting. So if we can start from Ofcom announced changes to a consultation about changes to all radio licenses in 2020, I think it was, when they said that all licenses were going to include EMF calculations or conformance, I think. What was the word you used, John?
Compliance. Compliance,
that's the word. I knew I was going to forget that. So Ofcom said that all licenses should include EMF compliance. And I think we all knew that that was going to be a challenge to some radio amateurs. But you pulled together the team, John, to actually focus on that. So how do you go about doing that? And what was the drivers behind it?
Well, I think my main driver was to try and make sure that no amateur could not be able to demonstrate compliance, and therefore we needed a very simple mechanism that would enable that to happen, and that was the calculator app, which we did with the help of Ollie Sturm, and we're very grateful for all that work.
Now, I know from the RSGB office that we were having calls from people who could see this coming, and people were thinking of actually stopping amateur radio because they thought they didn't know enough to take these calculations. So I saw it from that side of the fence, and I think a lot of people watching, maybe have been in that, have had that feeling over the time. So the things that you've contributed have been enormous. But so you created tools and things, but you had to understand or get a common understanding, I think, first. Is that true?
Yeah, we did, and I think that when we were trying to form the team, we looked to the expertise of Ian and Peter very much. Yep. But what we wanted to do was to come up with a simple mechanism that people could use who didn't understand EMF, which is electromagnetic fields, or it's the radiation, it's the way our speech gets from one side to the other. But the EMF in particular is looking at the field strength and how that might cause problems.
So it's the safety element included in that, isn't it?
There is an element of safety, but what we did was when we formed the team, then we each focused on different areas.
Okay.
So I focused initially on trying to come up with a simple mechanism for doing a basic calculation. Yeah. We brought in Ian because of his expertise and his great ability to communicate with people. And the kingpin of us for a lot of the work was Peter.
Okay.
Peter had the modelling expertise and the background.
Yep. Okay. So is there something you can tell us about the measurement part, and then we'll pass it on and across the team? How do we build this picture up of what the team actually did?
All of this was complicated by the COVID pandemic happening at the same time, and we did get some relaxation in response times. Everyone did as a result, and there were 2 levels of consultation which carried on into the next year.
And that was the Ofcom consultation?
That was the Ofcom consultation, and I think the first thing I did was say, okay, what can I do? Well, okay, first of all, what is EMF? And I wrote a little application note about that, and then as time went on and we began to develop the tools and put them out into use, I started to get invitations to give talks on Zoom to clubs, and that I think had borne fruit as well, because that's really the only way that we can reach people at all levels. The big driver for me, quite honestly, was the same as for John, that it wasn't just because I put time into teaching these people, but I just hate to see people walk away from amateur radio because they believe that there is something that they can't cope with, when in fact they can.
No, that's very definitely the message we were hearing.
That just gets me going.
So And so, Peter, what was your contribution into the team then? What was your driving force for?
Well, I think we need to go back to a little bit more about where I've come from. Having got licensed before I took my O-levels, it was that stage, so I've been licensed since I was about 16 or 17. I got my degree, and I then went into Rafal, and then I joined this small company that has now become Vodafone. I was actually one of the first employees there, employee number 7. And I was involved with doing drive-round survey, so doing measurements of RF fields, doing coverage work, doing propagation prediction, working out how strong signals are based upon the parameters. And so that is very good background.
That's quite some experience for this, isn't it?
And then basically for the last 13 years while I was with Vodafone, I was actually in charge of EMF for Vodafone Group and also for the GSM Association, involved with all the radio operators around the world.
Excellent.
So that gave me a whole lot of insight working with the World Health Organization, with the regulators, with the UK government in doing research, and also in sorting out compliance in the standardisation work.
Okay.
So I've basically done standards in IEC, and I now work in the IEEE.
So I'm hearing world-class experience here that's come together into a team that really wants to help people understand it. Is that a fair measure?
It certainly is, and one of the things has been a little bit of good old-fashioned competition. And that really
between the members of the team?
Of course. Well, I wouldn't say it's competition, John.
But it really has driven us on. And the big thing, I think, is that whenever somebody does something and we circulate it round, there's always support and a determination to improve whatever we've done.
Well, again, from the outside in the RSGB office, we had people calling us saying, how do I use this tool? How do I do this? Can you add other antennas and other models? There was all that sort of stuff. But it was great to see people move past that barrier of I'm never going to understand this to actually I've got some tools to do that. So that all of that understanding has made an enormous contribution. But I think you worked very closely with Ofcom, didn't you? And I think the ARRL as well, because there was similar challenges.
I think what I'd like to say there is that if you approach a regulator, or in fact anybody, in a challenging way, the chances are they're going to put up a barrier. So the first thing you've got to do is build trust and respect. And so therefore, by being able to say, we understand what you're trying to do, and we can demonstrate that we understand what we're doing, now let's listen to each other and try and find a solution that helps everybody. And by doing that, we can also, by the way, we can actually make it easier so that when you ask the radio amateurs, they'll give you an answer in a way that you can deal with easily.
Absolutely.
And so you sell the idea of making the right changes by giving it in the point of view of the person that's trying to be influenced.
Absolutely.
We also understood that Ofcom was working under some constraints that even they were not able to change. And one of them was that it was going to be one licensing regime picking up sort of everybody, including the lifeboats and mountain rescue and whoever else, with no exceptions to the rules.
And I'm guessing the mobile operators as well.
Yes, indeed. But no exceptions for anybody. And that gave us a particular challenge to try and develop ways in which foundation licensees, who almost by definition 3 or 4 days ago might have known nothing about radio even, to help them to comply in the same way.
And I think it's probably fair to say that radio amateurs also have a very unpredictable operating environment, don't they? Right? But almost because of our desire to experiment, they could have anything out there, right? And that's got to be a challenge when discussing that with
One of the things that I found an exciting challenge for me was that if you think about it, the radio service, let's call it that, operates from about 136 kilohertz to somewhere over 200 gigahertz. That's a frequency range of 2 million times. No other service operates over that frequency range, possibly maybe the military and some research. And they expect people to be able to come up with a compliance regime, to be able to test compliance when there's no standards there and there's no control over where it's going to be operated. That's quite a technical challenge, and I really relish it, and I'm still relishing it now.
So how did you approach working with Ofcom and coming to a common understanding where they could appreciate that amateurs do crazy things, but they've got the regulations? That's what you're trying to bring together here, isn't it, really?
Well, I think we did it in three different areas, really. We did it in the standards area, we did it in the understanding and the communication area, and we did it in some of the measurements. But one of the big breakthroughs to me in the early negotiations we had with them was when we proved everybody wrong who said you will never get Ofcom to agree to a power level. And we did a lot of work with them, and we explained that if they could accept 10 watts average and 100 watts peak as a simple thing, then about half of the new amateurs, or half of the total amateurs, would get compliance for the way they normally operate.
And that breaking it down into easy steps helps the amateurs understand it as well, doesn't it? And it brings the parties together. But were you doing some of these experiments with Ofcom engineers as well? Was there some
later on, when we'd actually got it there, we actually wanted to go out and measure fields to sort of reinforce the simple models that we'd come up with and the very detailed models that Peter came up with. And to do that, we had to go and do some measurements. Now, fortunately, the EMC team had worked with some of the engineers at Baldock before, and we were able. So we had mutual respect to start off with, and we were able to go out and do the measurements and come up with a common method of actually undertaking the measurements, which then allowed us to have a really firm foundation for the work we were doing.
So those measurements and those tools we've had on the RSGB website since, and they've sort of grown and evolved and turned into a web tool, and all of those things. But it's been made available to all radio amateurs, not just RSGB members. I mean, of course, the EMC committee offers services to RSGB members as well, but this was important enough to make it available to all UK or all radio amateurs.
It's a health and safety matter. That's it.
It's above all, isn't it? Really?
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a result of that, then, with the Ofcom consultation, then you were able to provide some tools, some input to them, work with them, and those EMF licence changes became reality as a result of that consultation. But then if we bring it sort of into earlier this year, well, actually the year before, but the Ofcom consultation on the more wide-ranging licence changes, EMF now is mentioned within that licence, and actually I think it was an enabler to amateurs having higher power levels, because now it's not just dictated by the amount of power, it's dictated by the safety as well, which is allowed, if you're a primary, full licence holder in primary bands, up to 1 kilowatt, if it's within safe limits. So the work that you've done has enabled those changes, not just for the first licence change, but since then, and changes that all radio amateurs have come to appreciate, I think.
I think that's going to become routine from now on, that whatever Ofcom allow us will be subject to EMF compliance. And I was just delighted to hear the news that it actually produced a benefit for us as well as work.
Yes, it very definitely did. I was in those conversations with Ofcom, and for the last licence changes, and it was a major part of it and an enabler for that power increase. What sort of work are you doing now in the EMF area? What's currently on the books?
One of the things that I'm enjoying doing is trying to bring the subject, broaden it out a little bit. So we've recently done a communication on how to communicate with your neighbours, for example.
Yep.
And people may not have any difficulty with their neighbours. Hopefully, they will never will. But you know, if you've got a neighbour that says you've got this, you know, antenna up there, it's radiating, it's causing RF. What do I do about it? Should I be worried? You need to have a way to have a dialogue with your neighbour.
Yep.
And so therefore, in terms of issue management, we've actually preempted that situation, and we've now got a communication that was developed with our colleagues in the US. We've got the UK version, they have a slightly US slanted version, but it's essentially saying the same sort of message. That, I think, is quite useful as well.
So it's a way of proving that you're operating within safe limits.
It's not only proving that you are, but it's a case of being able to feel comfortable on how you can discuss it with your neighbour and put them at ease. And if you can put your neighbour at ease, that helps good relations.
Oh, very definitely.
Now, in terms of additional things that we're looking to do, currently the present PAECs, pre-assessed equipment configurations, which incidentally was a major win that we had with Ofcom, because it enables us to have a certain leeway to go beyond the simple calculator, but communicate it in a way that can be helpful to all. Those have got limitations. We had to start somewhere. So we're looking to extend the frequency range and the scope of each of these pieces of advice. That, I think, is one of the key things.
Okay. Now, here at the convention, there's a couple of things that you're doing. One, you're presenting a talk about sort of an update on EMC and EMF issues. And then in this very room where we are, you're having a clinic, I think we were calling it, where the people at the convention can actually come and talk to you, bring their problems, and you know, discuss a bit more and get into a bit more detail of I've got this crazy antenna, you know, how do I calculate the EMF with it? So are you looking forward to actually seeing those people, because you've been helping a lot of these people, and some of them are going to come and talk to you. It's good to meet your audience, isn't it, occasionally?
It is. That's tremendously good. This will be the second clinic that we're having, and one of the most satisfying things is to, well, people talk about empowerment, but one of the most important things about demonstrating EMF compliance is to convince people that when it comes to what is happening in their own back garden, the circumstances there, they are literally the world expert. They don't have to be dictated. They can start thinking for themselves, and then their face is clear. It's a wonderful thing to watch, and then they walk out.
It is just another part of the experiment, isn't it? The amateur radio, you know, we're all licensed to experiment. It's part of that. Okay. So the tools that you've produced and the guidance that you've got is all available on the RSGB website. I'm sure we'll put up the direct link to that. And you're talking to everybody here at the convention, and I just think that we as the RSGB and all radio amateurs actually owe you an enormous debt of thanks for the work that you've done to bring EMF sort of to everybody's consciousness and understanding. And it's just wonderful. I really love this opportunity to actually get you to talk about it, because I see it from the office, you see it from what you do, and I think it's just great to be able to tell people what you've contributed.
I think another way of looking at it is that amateur radio is a very broad church. There's going to be those people that like to do television, do satellite, do contesting. Well, this is just another interest, and it's about how do antennas work very close in. What does that mean in terms of people that are close to those antennas? And indeed, that actually can give you some insights that might actually help you improve your station. Because if you happen to be radiating people or the ground, well, actually, you're not communicating with the VKs.
No, absolutely. Okay, anything else to add, John?
The talks we're giving in the clinic also includes EMC, and what we want to do there is to update people on some of the new threats, as I like to call them, to amateur radio, particularly around high power transmission, wind turbines, solar PV, and switch mode power supplies. And also, so that's during the talk, we'll just give an update, but also in the clinic we plan to demonstrate how you can actually locate and identify a source using tools that you've probably got in your shack already.
Excellent. Okay, thank you all. I think we've covered all the topics we thought we were going to. Thank you, have a great convention, and thanks everybody for watching.
Welcome back to the live stream studio here at the RSGB Convention 2024. That was recorded last night, as I mentioned earlier. That discussion, in fact, showed some of the work that helped support amateurs handle the increased power offered within this year's licence changes. Are you aware of all the changes? Are you making the most of them? Here's a short video to remind all UK amateurs of the changes already in place. Lots of changes, and most people agree, I think, there was something for everybody there. Let's have another look at our programme we've got for you lined up on the live stream studio. And you can see we've already had our keynote talk from Rafal, but very shortly we'll be looking at YOTA and schools, and there's the rest of the programme for today. Well, now we're going to go back to GB3HQ, which is the special event station we've got running here at the Convention 2024, and see who are working. And don't forget, if you do work the station and you get in the log, then we'll put your call sign at the bottom of the screen as well.
Look, find that by going to rsgb.org/convention to get the details. So there are 7-3 Linda, bye-bye.
Yes, bye-bye for now, we'll have them every day.
Golf 6 Quebec Alpha, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec is clear and is calling QRZ. Station with Delta, please. Was there Delta, over? Negative, so QRZ, this is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over.
Oscar, November 3, Whiskey Alpha Bravo.
Oh, a lovely booming signal coming in from Belgium. Oscar, November 3, Whiskey Alpha Bravo. Good morning, this is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, the special event station for the RSGB convention. The operator name here is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November. You're coming in 20 over 9, so how copy? Oscar November 3, Whiskey Alpha Bravo, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over.
QSL Simone, good morning to you and the rest of the team, I think. Thank you for the 591st. Your 591st yourself as well, Simone. I'm from northeast Belgium, very close to the Dutch border, and my name is Chris. Kilo Romeo India Sierra, QSL.
Yes, QSL, Chris. And yes, I know, got your location fine. Yes, you're coming in beautifully here into the convention, which is really nice. If you want to see anything or find more details on the convention, go to rsgb.org. and then /convention, and then you'll find more details about the convention, including the live stream, which is currently broadcasting the special event station. And I'll say good morning to everybody on the live stream. So there we are, Chris. I'll say 73. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Before you go, Simone, what's the WAB square, please?
Right, the WAB here is Sierra Papa 83. Sierra Papa 83. QSL?
QSL. There's a mobile station calling you as well, Simone. 737, lovely day.
Yeah, 73, Chris. Right, QSL, the mobile station, please. I've got Golf 3 Papa Oscar. Golf 3 Papa Oscar. I'm getting quite a bit of QRM, but perhaps I'll go again with it, please, over.
I believe it was Papa X-Ray Tango Mobile.
Right, let's try that. Papa X-Ray Tango Mobile, please, go ahead. No, I'm not getting it. You're not beating the... I've got S7, a noise floor here at Kents Hill, and you're not quite beating it. I can hear you, but I'm not resolving you very well, over. Golf 3 Papa X-Ray Echo Mobile, is it QSL?
Welcome back. We'll be returning to GB3HQ throughout the day, of course. We're now going to share with you our second live presentation of the day, and this is all about YOTA and schools, inspiring the next generation.
Welcome back to this morning's the RSGB convention, and it's entitled YOTA, or Youngsters on the Air, and Schools, subtitle Inspiring the Next Generation. And we have two speakers, a double act, one in the room and one up at the the remotest corner of Scotland. We have Chris Aitken, MM0WIC, who's a computing science teacher at Wick High School up in Caithness. And he is a multi-award winning teacher. He's always aimed to ensure that his students are not disadvantaged by their remote location. So they've been trekking in the Belizean rainforests and presenting online to the Vice President of Microsoft in the Seattle location from WIC. Chris has been running the WIC High School Radio Club since 2023. That's GM0WHS, if you hear them on the air, and providing students with a whole wide range of experiences in amateur radio. And 4 of his students have passed their foundation license and are now starting to lead the club up in WIC. So Chris will be one of our speakers. Our other speaker is Rhys, who I know fairly well. He was a student in Cambridge last year. Sadly, he's applied to Oxford for his PhD, but we still hope to see him coming back to Cambridge. He's been a radio amateur since 2021. And in fact, I invigilated his intermediate exam, I seem to recall a while back, with him in one room and his dad in the other, and they were competing to see who had the highest score. We'll find out later who that was. He was actually introduced to the hobby by his uncle, AE6VL in the States, and his dad is now M0WQE. Rhys has used ham radio as a means to improve his knowledge of electronics. He's interested in QRP and was a visitor to the 2022 Dayton Hamvention. He had a year abroad in the USA as part of his degree. He also has an American Amateur Extra Class license, and he's starting his PhD in aerospace engineering at Oxford. And I should say that fairly hot off the press, the news came that Rhys is now appointed as the school's university's youth champion, wrong way around, university's youth champion, and Chris Aitken is now appointed as the school's youth champion, and they've just started their roles. So good luck to them in that. So I think I'm passing over to you, Rhys, to start with. So welcome, and let's listen to Rhys and universities.
We're live. Thank you very much for that introduction. I am Rhys Williams, Mike 0 Whiskey Golf Yankee, or Alpha Juliet 6 X-Ray Delta. Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about YOTA and some things about amateur radio at university, my experiences, and some hopes that I have for the future of the hobby. So, just a little bit about me. Martin's given you the highlights, really. I'm just starting my DPhil in aerospace engineering in Oxford, having just come from the Cambridge University Wireless Society as well, where I was a member this past year. That was a really interesting and fun club to be a part of, really active and full of lots of youth engagement, well, which is really good. I got my foundation license in 2021 during the pandemic, and my dad and I have been doing the 2 licenses, so all 3 licenses altogether. During my year abroad in the USA, like Martin said, I got my amateur extra license as well, so I've been really quite active in the hobby since being a student at university. And this year, I was unfortunately the sole UK representative, but nonetheless a representative of the RSGB at the Youngsters on the Air camp in Prague, in the Czech Republic. Now, this is a yearly running camp, and this time we had 95 participants from over 25 different countries, all sorts of youngsters from various walks of life. And here is the course photo we took. You might just be able to see here the flag pointing out the back, and it just goes to show how many people were actually there. And we had lots and lots of youth amateurs here as well, mainly from Europe. But we had some representatives from African nations and from East Asia as well. So it was really great to see a diverse international community of youngsters. We had people at university, we had people who are in the workplace just after university, and we even have some people who are still in school. And it was really great to see the range of people we had there and to hear about their experiences. So some of you may have followed on from the blogs that I was sending back. They're online on the RSGB website if you fancy going to have a look at them. I think they're quite good, but then I'm biased, so I would say that. Here are a few things that we got up to. Pretty much a little bit of everything, and it was really great to see, and it was a really great experience to have to kind of increase the breadth of my knowledge in this hobby. So we did a bit of radio direction finding. Here's a picture of me looking slightly gormless, trying to find my way around as well. Quite a lot of operating, often till quite into the small hours in the morning. We had access to a remote station with the Czech Radio Club, and we had quite a large setup on site as well. Some of you may have even heard the OL24 YOTA call sign on the air. We had quite a few operators going around the clock, so it would be great to hear if any of you were able to hear us back here in the UK. And one thing which I put right in the middle of the slide here, which gained a lot of traction with the blogs, was the kit building. And this is something I'm going to talk about in a little bit as well, which has gained a lot of traction with youngsters in particular, because it's a really good way of getting that hands-on, practical side of the hobby, which Rafal was talking about this morning, which I think is a really good way to introduce youngsters into that as well. So another thing that's a really good part of the camp is each team gets to present on youth activities in their country. Here's a picture of me doing mine, and here's a picture of the Cyprus team giving theirs. And the purpose of this was essentially to hear about what is going on in various parts of the world. We had all these amateurs from various walks in life telling us what's going on in their country, what successes they have, what they want to work on, and it's a really nice forum to share all of that information together. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I've learned from some other teams, and with aims to implement that back here at home. So, after a quick bit of Googling, we've got 166 universities in the UK. So how many of these have an amateur radio club? More particularly, how many of these have an active amateur radio club? Maybe 100? Maybe 50? About 5? Well, you're not far off. It's 14, according to the University Corner, which I'll talk a little bit about as well on the RSGB website. 14 currently are active and up and running. Some of them are very successful, CUWS being one of these, with a lot of student engagement and many different activities as well. But only 14. There are quite a few out there which have amateurs who are keen to start up a club, but they're still looking for a way to do that. So that's partly what my role will be as the youth champion for universities, and that's something I'm aiming to do. But being an optimist, I like to think of it in this way, and this highly detailed graphic here, I tend to think of clubs in the UK as just taking a bit of an extended nap. We have a lot of dormant clubs. We have a lot of clubs where call signs exist, or where there is previous evidence of a club being in place, but there's just no members, or very few members, and people can't get the traction they need in order to set something up full-time, whether it be funding, whether it be student-based, whether it be something to do with prioritizing work over hobbies as well. So that's something I'm looking to kind of nurture in my role over the coming months. And so here's the big question. Where do we go from here? Well, one thing I learned at YOTA was some inspiration from the Japanese team. So Hagi, JJ1AHS, I had a really long chat with him, the team leader for the Japanese team at YOTA, is a member of the University of Tokyo Amateur Radio Club, JA1ZLO. Here are some pictures of the club there that they have. And in Japan, what he set up is the University Club On Air Month, quite similar to the YOTA month that we have here in Britain and we have all around Europe as well. And this is something that got me thinking, if we can get general kind of youngsters on the air, then why don't we take a specific portion of that and we say, right, let's get some university clubs on the air. We could have them contest, or it could just be friendly chats, something like that. Even if it just starts with a few students from various universities coming together for a barbecue one day or something like that. We can start small and we can build from there. So looking ahead then, here's a really nice picture of the Cambridge Society here. Lots of smiling faces. That's what we want to see, right? So I think it's really important that we reach out to these amateurs already at university, revival of these club call signs that have maybe fallen silent over the years as well, and more important, get talking to students. Get someone to get into a lecture at the start of Freshers Week, set up a stall or something like that. That's a part of the reason why we've had so much success with the Cambridge Club. And I think it's a part of the reason why the successful clubs that I've mentioned have been so successful, is we've got people who are actively engaging with new students and staff, and I think that's something we can really continue to develop. So, what can all of you do? Get talking to students, even if it's just a sense of, oh, my neighbour's son is quite into science. Have you ever tried amateur radio? Could you do this? Could you think about getting a foundation license, something like that? If you know people who work in universities or in schools, like I'm sure Chris will talk to you in great detail soon, get talking to people. That's how we spread the word. That's how I got into the hobby first of all. It was a phone call to my uncle saying, I'm starting an engineering degree. How on earth do I get into electronics? get your amateur radio license. That's the one thing that really set the spark for me, and I believe it can with many other people as well. You can become a STEM ambassador as well. This is run by the UK Research and Innovation. It's a volunteer role that will take you into schools, into universities, get talking to people, get people interested. It's just like we were hearing earlier with the Girl Guides and with Scouts and with all these other organisations as well. That's how we get people talking about it as well. And something for me really is please share your successes, even if it's just a sense of like, I spoke to someone and now he's off tinkering or something with a soldering iron. Please do share it. These little socials down here, they're not just part of the slide template. They're for you to go out and share. And that's what we want to hear from all of you. We want to hear your experiences. And if you have any ideas, please report back to us as well. And you can find out more. There's my new official shiny email address. Please do send me an email. I'd love to hear from all of you. It'd be excellent. And online as well, please do get in touch. I'd be absolutely thrilled to hear from you. If you want to see any more about me, there's also a link to my QRZ page. But for now, thank you all so much for being here, for listening to me. Thank you for having me speak. Thank you to all of you joining online. It's been wonderful to speak to you all. And I'd be happy to take any questions you have after we've heard from Chris. Thank you.
Okay, right. I hope you can all hear me okay. I'm looking rather strange here sitting in a big jacket, but I'm actually in the Cairngorms at the moment on a school trip. So I'm sitting in a bothy at the moment on a praying that a 4G connection is going to work okay, but it seems to be okay so far. Thank you to the RSGB for giving me the opportunity to share my journey into starting the amateur radio club in my school. I'm from YOTA High School, which they've already said is in the very, very far north of mainland Scotland. So as well as talking about setting up my club, I'm going to reflect a lot on what I've been seeing as making it a success. And just as the title says on my slides here, by making amateur radio visible in our school, it's really sparked a level of curiosity and interest that we hope to build upon, both in the school and as my role as youth champion for schools. I'd like to see that kind of rolled out and supporting other schools as well. So before I start talking about my club, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Chris Aitken. I was a pupil at YOTA High School, and I'm a teacher of computing science at the school from 2008 until now. And as mentioned when they first started, I've always kind of aspired to give my students opportunities, regardless of what is perceived as our remoteness. Done some amazing things like hiking through the Belizean rainforest. The introduction at the start says we talked to the Vice President of Microsoft over Skype, but no, it was actually in the boardroom in Seattle that we've given our presentation as well. So I like to give my students the kind of best of opportunities. And on reflection, I've done a lot of reflection really, but I really want to give students an experience that, and a lot of experiences that I feel that I missed out on in school. So that's always been my kind of driving force. In 2020, I gained my foundation license, supported by Hamish Duncan, who's Mike 0 Hotel Delta Whiskey, and the Caithness Amateur Radio Society. It was really at that point that I knew that I wanted to have a radio club in school. I wanted students to experience the joy, the curiosity, and the challenge that comes from pursuing the hobby. And in 2022, gained my full license, and 2023 started the school club, GM0WHS. But the person that you can see on the screen, the picture there, is the student who really gave me the nudge to get things going. So his name is Scott, MM0WIC. He was a fourth year student of mine at the time, and just with an absolutely insatiable curiosity. Quite often I'd share some of the projects that I was working on, whether that's my QFH antenna for weather satellites, or tuning a dipole. He was always curious, and he really embodies everything that I feel is great in getting young people engaged in the hobby. So a little bit about our club. In our school club, I like to give the students a kind of wide range of experiences, from DMR, HF, satellite, portable. We've kind of done most of it. And I always remember a little bit of advice from Les, GM0TKB. He always said that you need to find what aspects of the hobby excite you and pursue them. So I've tried to keep this going with my students and give them an opportunity to try as much as they can. I'll talk a little bit about it later, but my biggest challenge I face is time. Time is a big issue in getting things set up and taken down. What you can see here is some of the activities that we've undertaken. The bottom left is the most recent. This was set up a D-Star hotspot using a Raspberry Pi and a 705, and you can see that sitting right in the middle of my classroom. The impact that this had on the curiosity levels of all of my students could not be measured. It was incredible. Every class asked, "What was this thing at the front of the room?" And I actually ended up having to do a QSO at the start of every class to show them how it worked, and the faces were a picture. It was just incredible. So as you'll see the theme going through my presentation, which is making amateur radio visible in the school, has really, really helped it to grow in our school community. I think getting students practical on-air experience has been really crucial in getting them to build up their confidence. We took part in 2 outreach activities last year, or this year and last. The Caithness International Science Festival and YOTA Month, both were an incredible success. At the Science Festival, I had the students to build and tune a 10-meter dipole. And you can just see in the middle picture there, 2M0 Delta Oscar uniform. This is Harry. Harry was an amazing supporter of the club who quite recently passed away. So just take a second just to remember Harry, because he was always a supporter of the school club. During the festival, we invited the children to come up and get on the air and make a QSO, and they get their own certificate for doing so. It was a great success. But in terms of the biggest impact, in terms of confidence of our students, it was definitely the YOTA. Working in 2-hour slots, the students took calls all day long. You could see their confidence grow with every QSO that they made. And throughout the day, my own support kind of dwindled as they just took the pile-ups in their stride. We have some students here who found it really hard to talk, but by the end of it, they were just flying. So in terms of aspirations for the school club, I want every student who takes part to succeed and to gain their foundation license. To do this, we need to look at ways that we can reach more students. For me, I've done a lot of work in trying to reach more students. I think we can do a lot by promoting cross-curricular opportunities with other departments and moving the course away from what is extracurricular and lunchtimes towards a more integrated short course curriculum model. Build it into the curriculum. Give students opportunities where they maybe don't have time. Show them the amazing things about amateur radio by having it in class. We've already seen with the D-Star hotspot, pupils are curious and they're interested. We just need them to give them the opportunity. Students are quite difficult to put themselves forward for things like this. So I think exposing them as much as we can to amateur radio and encouraging them to set their foundation license in curriculum is the way to go. What you can see here are our 4 students who have passed their foundation license. We're really grateful to the RCF who funded the Baofeng handsets for loan for new operators. The idea is that we can really get our new operators on the air as cheaply and quickly as possible, and they really appreciated these handsets. They just love it. This week they've been using them a lot to listen to the educational contacts on the space station. So you can see kids walking around school with their Baofengs, and they're just over the moon delighted with it. So again, thank you to the RCF who did fund that for us. In terms of challenges, if you look on our Twitter feed, or X, I should say, it's full of all the great things that we're doing in WIC High School. But behind the scenes, there are a lot of challenges that need to be overcome. first up is we actually have no permanent setup in the school. We're in a new school building, so getting anything permanently fixed is a challenge. So this means on HF days, taking time to set up the end fed, setting up the radio, setting up the power supply, and getting it all kind of thrown out the window and flung up onto the football pitch. So I'm training my students to take on these kind of leadership roles as well, so they can do all this, but it does take time. And we also have the big problem of, I suppose it's a positive problem really, that we have a lot of lunchtime clubs in our school. So this means that our pool of students that could take part is already diluted. And given that we're primarily a lunchtime club, there's no way we can run the course theory alongside this. So we actually run the foundation license course as a series of live lessons online at night using Google Classroom. It's working really, really well. We do it in 8-9 week blocks with students, and we're now on our second cohort that are just about to sit their exam as well. So it seems to be going quite well, but it's always a struggle to find time that meets up for everybody. So just as Rhys said, we're talking to people here who can make a positive contribution to getting amateur radio out there for young people. I do think that kind of success breeds success, and I've said here that schools can't grow what they don't know. So from an educational perspective, I really want to share the positives and share the positives for the young person, but also the positives for the school in having amateur radio in your school. So really, for me, it's all about in my role as the youth champion, but also in my role as a school, is I want to share all the positive aspects that we've really seen in our school. So I do think that more schools will come on board once they see the success and they see the positive contributions that it does bring to the young person, whether that's just interpersonal skills, by being able to talk to operators on the air, or gaining their qualifications, which is an industry recognised award. So there's two ways that I'm going to look at doing this. The first is, a goal of mine is to get amateur radio in the Times Educational Supplement, the Test magazine. Really, that is a direct channel to schools to really share the successes. And also another interesting approach is there's a course called Apps for Good. WIC High School was an industry kind of leader with that for around 8 or 9 years, and it's a really good course because it brings industry experts in contact with schools, and the experts can come in and support schools in their app development journey, and that's a kind of model that I would love to see, where we bring in amateur radio clubs, operators, Keynote operators, and bring them into schools to help support schools to build up their amateur radio curriculum. So what can you do? I would really like to see clubs and operators befriend a teacher or befriend a school. And as Rhys says already, share your successes, reach out to groups in your area, school groups, head teachers, whatever, and really just be visible. I've seen really a lot from curiosity from our students, just from being visible. I remember quite recently we did an SO50 satellite contact on the school football pitch at lunchtime, and in the middle of the contact we looked around and there were 30 students all standing around watching us make our QSO over SO50. So being visible is really something that does kind of bring students in and makes them interested. And if there's anything I can do in my youth champion role to facilitate that connection between schools and clubs, please do get in touch, because I'd love to help make that connections and see amateur radio grow in schools. I've said befriend a teacher. I think that your key to getting into schools is engaging with teachers. encourage that teacher to get their foundation license, to start a club, and support them along the way. I do think that's another entry point that we can to get amateur radio into school. So, what now and what next for us? Well, when I look at the qualities I see develop in my students, I want young people all across the UK to have the same opportunity. I can see confidence build. I can see leadership skills. These 4 operators that have now passed their foundation are taking on leadership opportunities in the club, are supporting others and making QSOs, and you can see their confidence build from doing it. Communication, I think, is another skill that we kind of overlook a little bit. Students these days find it a bit more of a challenge to communicate. So by building this in, we can really see that quality develop, and resilience. You've got young people here who have maybe sat their first exam ever and found it really quite a challenge. There'll be challenges in understanding the curriculum, challenges in setting the exam. So it's really where I want to see other young people have the opportunity and hopefully see that qualities build up. So for us, for our school club at least, we're going to try and enhance kind of cross-curricular links with other departments. We've already seen success in events like we did a collecting time zones event using the D-Star hotspot. So we're now going to try John Hislop's idea of getting views on climate change across the world. That's going to be our next cross-curricular link. I'm also wanting to try and embed the foundation license in curriculum as a short course. That it's going to take a lot of persuasion because obviously the school timetable is quite a challenge. So that's going to be the focus is to get that really built into the curriculum. And most importantly, I want to share the success with other schools, because as we've seen, schools won't grow what they don't know, and if they don't know about the benefits of amateur radio, they won't take the opportunity to grow it. And as you can see in the picture here, at the top of the tree is just make amateur radio visible. The more they see, the more curiosity they will bring, and the more interest and the more engagement we will have. So thank you very much, everybody, for listening to my talk. And as I said, in my role as a youth champion for schools, if I can do anything at all to help you or your club make contact with the school, please do get in touch, because I'd be delighted to take that forward. If you're looking for a link between a school and your club, or if I can talk to a head teacher to extol the benefits of amateur radio, please do let me know, and I'm happy to support that. So I think we're on to questions now. So thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate it and hope to work with you all soon.
So, do we have any questions in the room? Raise your hand and one of us will come rushing over with a microphone.
Thank you. Quick question. Are you putting together sort of a pack that could be given into schools? Because although you've highlighted here a number of areas of where they could cut across the curriculum, for example, modern foreign languages, geography, physics, all that sort of thing, is there a pack being created that can actually, as a first port of call, this is what amateur radio offers the school? Because the school will be looking at what they're going to get out of it, not, if you know what I mean, to help them with their curriculum. Yeah,
it's a really good idea. It's not something that I've thought about at the moment, but I'll be delighted to kind of take that on board. So I mentioned the Apps for Good course that we've run before, and they did the same kind of idea, but they kind of tied it in to meeting the curriculum standards, which is maybe a step, the step after what you're saying. But yeah, I do think it's a good idea to look at where the cross-curricular opportunities are in education with amateur radio and where that overlap might be. So yeah, I'm gonna make a wee note of that, and that's something that I'm going to try and work on. It's probably slightly different in different areas if it's Scotland or England, but there should be some generalities in them all that that we could build something on that. So yeah, fantastic idea. Thank you very much for that. I'm happy to take that on board and work on that over the next few months. Yeah.
Hi, Chris. It's John here. Thanks for the mention. Could you explain?
Hi, John.
Could you explain more as to how clubs can get involved with schools next March for British Science Week?
Yeah. So yeah, we've and in the practical outreach group, the RSG practical outreach group, we've done a lot of work preparing online lessons and lesson packs for British Science Week. Am I allowed to say what the activities are, John?
Sorry, Chris, what was that?
Am I allowed to say what the activities are?
Well, certainly, yes. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so John has done a fantastic set of online lessons for British Science Week. This year, yeah, he's done a DMR activity. So keep an eye out for the lesson plans and whatnot that will be available. There is also funding available for clubs that want to take on activities in British Science Week. I believe it's up to £400 is available for clubs who want to run activities. So if you're looking to run an activity, for example, like John's DMR activity, have a look on the British Science Week website, and if you need equipment or anything like that to run the activity, that's available. So you just fill in the form online, and they'll get back to you at some point. I think it's in November or early December. But yeah, that's going to be available.
A question over here. Thank you. I was taken by what you both said about incorporating the exams or the activity in the curriculum. And I think UCAS the University Admissions team, do sometimes award UCAS points for things like horse riding or music that can actually boost the A-level score for students. And I wonder if there's any possibility of us talking to the likes of UCAS or the IET to actually make sure that if someone's got a foundation license or an advanced license, that couldn't actually count towards the UCAS total, which would give it some credibility in the school system, and also generally give it a bit more credibility. So I'd be interested to your thoughts on that. Have we spoken to the IET or UCAS about doing that sort of thing? Thank you.
So, well, as yet, no. It's not certainly not on my end, but I think that's an excellent idea, because you are right. For music exams, for example, you do get a certain allotment of UCAS points. The higher the grade, the more points you get as well. And I think that would be a great idea for encouraging that, especially people going on to do technical degrees or vocational qualifications as well. I think that's a really, really good idea, and I think it's a good place to start. So
you can get them for horse riding as well, so you certainly should get them for... you can get the points for horse riding, so why not for amateur radio?
That's a very good point.
Yeah, if I could just jump in on that as well. So the kind of gatekeeper to schools is obviously the head teacher in all schools, and they have to see the kind of tangible value in bringing in aspects to the curriculum that's probably already crowded as it is. But anything that we can do to kind of persuade them of the value, I think is a benefit. And yeah, fantastic idea about talking to UCAS and seeing if we can have that kind of point system. I do think it's a great idea, and that's just another tick in the box for a head teacher bringing it into a school. I'm glad this is going to be recorded, because I'm going to take loads of notes from it and certainly bring it forward in terms of my work for the next year.
I was just wondering if, as a member of the VHF contest committee, some of the slides you put up there are very, very interesting, and I'm just wondering if we could make a connection between us and the YOTA programme to try and get youngsters involved. I mean, you had four new operators there with Bowfangs. Quite easily they could put a log in each. I don't think we've ever had a log from WIC Club. So that would be a good idea to try and, you know, create some sort of talking between us, because at the end of the day, that from our point of view, we had a meeting the other last week. Obviously, a lot of the contest committee and the contest members are getting on a bit, to say the least. So this could be a way of trying to get more youngsters involved.
I think that's a really good idea. I think it'd be very good to get a dialogue going between that, because one thing I picked up from quite a lot of the youths who came to Prague was that they loved doing the contesting. They loved doing the pile-ups. I mean, we had many people staying up till gone 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning most of these nights, running the radios, running pile-ups from North America, running pile-ups from all around the world. So I think that's a really great idea, and I think I'd be happy to foster that dialogue between the committee and bringing that forward. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, if I can jump in as well. Yeah, you know, as you were saying there, Rhys, like the YOTA is not so much a contest, but the students really loved that whole being on the air for an extended period of time. And you could, you know, where a QSO has a bit of structure, they really appreciated that structure. And I think a contest is just another element that would really help build that confidence for them, where we have a really kind of tight structure and how each QSO progresses. I would love for my students to do a contest. For us, it's more of a challenge because it's kind of later at night, so it's difficult for us to get into the school building at that time of night. But you know, that's just a challenge that is there to be overcome. And we saw it with YOTA. Just having that extended level, extended QSOs really kind of built that confidence, and students find it hard to talk, just general talk on the radio. So the more structure we have, the more confidence increases, and I would definitely see a contest as being a real confidence booster for our kids.
It's Brian again. Just as a thought, if you wanted to do a contest later at night, and obviously you can't get access to the school building, certainly the licensed members of your contingent, what about remote operation into the radio from their home?
Yeah, I mean, there's always ways around things. We're lucky to have a club in Caithness. So if we could, we would love to get students out and at the club station for a contest. And that's something that I'd like to take forward. Obviously, when it comes to getting students out of school, there's kind of significant challenges with risk assessments and permission slips and everything else that comes with it. But that's not to say it can't be done. So yeah, keep an eye out, and we might have the GM0WHS contestation on the go quite soon.
Fine, Martin here, G0GMB. I've heard through some of our volunteers at the NRC that the ionosphere and propagation comes into some science curriculums. I don't know whether that runs across all the different academic exam boards or if it's just specific to one or two, but that would seem a really strong way of tying amateur radio into the school curriculum.
Yeah, so I've already done a little bit of work with the science department in our school locally. You know, by doing it locally, I think kind of within Scotland, it's the same curriculum. But that was the kind of driver for cross-curricular for me, was seeing how much overlap there is in our lower secondary curriculum with the foundation license. You know, I've just had a whole year group. My son is in second year high school, and he's just done his electronics topic in physics. So I saw the overlap between the two, and I just think we've got a whole year group of 150 kids here who could easily pass that aspect of the foundation license. So there's not very much else to bolt onto that before they've covered the curriculum, you know. And you know, they do quite a lot of work in terms of satellites, ionosphere, and as you said, so there is aspects of overlap that I do think we need to explore. I know I keep talking about my own school, but I think my experiences and my reflections is something that I would like to keep sharing and share with other schools, and they would hopefully see the same thing. So I'm working as a local working group in our school with the science and maths department to look at building up that cross-curricular links, and the science teacher with me is now tasked on looking at where the foundation overlaps with the physics department as well. So yeah, keep an eye out, and hopefully we'll have something that we can share soon, and we can look at all aspects of where the curriculum might cross over.
Yeah, hi. I'm Jack, M7OFM. Yeah, I've got a question about SEND schools about doing radio. Is that possible?
SEND. Sorry, I'm.
It's special education advice disability school.
Oh, okay. Well, if I can't see any hurdles with that, to be honest. I do think that if it's something that you want to pursue, are you in the school yourself, or do you
yes,
work
I
in the school?
am.
Okay, fantastic. Well, yeah, if it's something that you want personally to see built up in your school, start talking to the head teacher. Let them know that it's something that you want to take forward. You can certainly pass on the Wick High School our X feed is GM0WHS. I'd be more than happy to talk to your head teacher about how he or she could build it in. And from your side, all I would say is talk to the head teacher and talk to a club that could support you. Are you qualified yourself?
Yes.
Yes. Even better. You can run the club. There we go.
I have been trying to. Thank you. I have been trying to get onto the student council about this, but they wouldn't listen. They just said, "Oh, that's it's for old people, but it's for young people as well."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have a question from a lady over here.
If you've got the drive to do it, just do it. If funding is an issue, let me know, and I can point you in some directions of some funds. Certainly, I've never found funding to be an issue. If you're looking to get equipment, get set up, even a minimal setup like we see here with a D-Star or a DMR hotspot. You can set that up with a hotspot and a small handset, and you've got a club station. Really, what I would say is you've got the motivation. You do it. You talk to the head teacher, and you make it happen.
Okay. Hi, I'm Larry, M0ZGT. Interesting to hear you talk about how you manage or explore the link between the curriculum and amateur radio and getting it into schools. And I can quite see that that's a whole challenge. I'm coming at it in a slightly different way. A lot of schools now are taking youngsters out on residential experiences. They're using outdoor education centres. They're expanding their opportunities through those. And has anybody explored the link about putting amateur radio into those outdoor education centres? Because there you've got the opportunity to do radio type activities that are not confined to a timed curriculum. They're not starting at 9 in the morning and finishing at 3:30. You've often got really good locations for those sort of things to happen, and exploring putting it into the curriculum in that way rather than through the school base.
Yeah, I think the kind of gist we're seeing here is how there's so many opportunities for building an amateur radio, and outdoor education is just another one that we can kind of take forward. I would love to see it built into outdoor education. Duke of Edinburgh is another one that really we should be looking at. We've got the scouts through YOTA as well. So you can see here how really it offers itself into so many aspects of a student's educational journey that I do think that would be another element that we could that we should be promoting. And with outdoor education elements, you do require obviously a qualified operator to run it. But like most things, these challenges are easily overcome. I've taken all my radio gear here on this residential trip, and just around breakfast this morning, I was telling kids about the ISS contacts that happened last week, the educational contacts, and talking about the ionosphere during breakfast this morning. So they're all keen for a little demonstration at some point. So you can see here how there is that level of interest. It's up for us to then kind of foster that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'm afraid that's all we have time for. We have to get ready for the next session. So I would like to thank our two speakers this morning. Tangibly, Rhys has a coffee mug from Cambridge University Wireless Society, so you don't forget us when you're at Oxford. So thank you. And a little something is on its way, I think, up to you, Chris, if all the transport arrangements work, to get an HF linear up to you. So hopefully we'll have the WIC hopefully have the WIC High School with a bit more power on HF. So many thanks indeed to both of you. I'm sure everybody would like to join in the thanks. And as you're in the Highlands, 2 words of Gaelic, Tang Vor, Chris.
Nice to meet you all.
The RSGB Spectrum Forum look after the amateurs, represent really amateurs with the forum, with the spectrum, and all of the interests of all the different parts of the spectrum. I'm with someone now who's just joined this Spectrum Committee and representing the microwave group. Hello, Heather.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. So tell us what that's about for you. I know that you've been very active in the hobby for a long time, but you joined the Spectrum Committee, so you're going to help look after the microwave side of the...
Yeah, I've been on the committee of the microwave group for quite a long time. And they need representing in the spectrum. The RSGB Spectrum Forum is basically brings together all of the amateurs, different interest groups, basically to represent their groups on Spectrum Forum matters. So I don't know if you remember, recently we had the big trouble over the 1296, and there's been a lot of people having to represent their groups to say we want it, we want to keep it, and there have been some changes. It's all over the Galileo and that sort of thing, wanting to use our spectrum. So yes, there's quite a lot of interest now in taking over our amateur spectrum in the microwave regions, so I was asked to step in and start representing our group to try and do some good and have another voice for keeping our bits of spectrum and managing it as well. So as you probably know, the RSGB do band plans, which aren't legally binding, but they are, most people sign up to them. With all the new data modes and things coming in, there's always fluidity there about things changing. So that's really where we're trying to go, trying to manage that and keep it good and keep it easy to use and so on, in my case for the microwaves, but the Spectrum Forum of course covers everything from LF right up to the multi-gigahertz.
Yes, I actually made a mistake. I said Spectrum Committee, which isn't quite the same. You're Spectrum Forum.
Forum,
so you report, I guess, to the committee.
The Spectrum Forum reports to the committee, yes. So we're led by Murray. He's the interface into the RSGB Central, the committee, the management, and we all basically feed into him, and then if issues need to go to the higher up levels, then it goes through Murray. But yeah, we're basically the voice of all the users.
Which is important, isn't it? And it's not just RSGB members, of course, we should say, although this is part of the RSGB do the organising of this. It really represents all amateurs in the UK, doesn't it?
And that's very important, yes. The Ofcom, obviously, we're dealing with, and they want to see that we aren't just a little bit of RSGB, but we're everybody.
Yeah.
And hence, the microwave group, you don't have to be a member of RSGB to be a member of microwave group, but we represent anyone who is in our group, and all the other groups, BATC and whoever, they're all represented there as well. So
So tell us a bit more about microwaves then, because I think some people watching may be just normally working on HF or maybe a bit of VHF. But where does it start? Where does the microwave band start?
Well, we usually say from a gigahertz upwards. So 1296 is the first real band, and it's becoming more popular now to think of microwaves as being the things above 1296. But we still 1296 is still part of our group.
I mean, there felt a very real threat that we were going to lose that band, the 23 centimetres band, as I'd have called it, recently, but we managed to save part of it.
We've got most of it, yes. Yeah. Admittedly, we've lost a little bit, and we've got some reduced powers and things like that. It's and that keeping it was largely a matter of us arguing the case. And I think the ITU and Ofcom and so on, they're quite open to good arguments. I think there's a lot of people felt that it was ours, we should just keep it. But there were good arguments. We use it. There were a lot of people with good equipment, a lot of people doing contesting. It's a very popular band. So,
I was going to say, this is the key, isn't it? Use it. I mean, we're always hearing about bands we might lose, of course, if we don't use them. So the sort of thing that you do then, if we started that 1296, I mean, amateur television is something I know because I'm interested in TV, obviously, but there's lots of other things you can do as well at that. What's so special about that band? If we start there and then maybe work up.
Well, the great thing about microwaves in general is that there's big bandwidth. At 24 gig, the amateur allocation is the whole of the HF spectrum. So we've got 100 megahertz or something of bandwidth. So when you're running at 80 meters, you've only got a few kilohertz. But there's so much you can do at, say, 24, where you've got this huge amount of spectrum available. So you're right, at 1296, well, actually a bit above that, 1300, we've got a dedicated TV band where you can have certainly megahertz of bandwidth to do good quality, high-resolution TV. And that follows up through the other bands, so you can do at 122 gigahertz, for instance, even if you've only got 1 gigahertz of bandwidth, that's huge compared to most amateurs.
What sort of thing would you do that you can't, apart from television? What else could you do with that amount of bandwidth?
Well, TV's the obvious one, but there's a lot of satellite comms going on up there. Things like Oscar 100 with the wideband. People are doing wideband communications as well as TV. And you can only do that when you've got the bandwidth. So that's part of the appeal. There's a lot of digital stuff coming on. You can do multi-channel stuff, spread spectrum stuff, which you can do at 2 meters ish, but it works a lot better at the higher frequencies. And of course TV, which is I guess a big draw for a lot of people now into the microwaves, is that bandwidth.
Now, before coming to see us, I gathered this morning you've already given a talk to the AMSET colloquium, which is also meeting here. So what was that about? Was that
it was a beginner's introduction to amateur satellites. So I think a lot of people are frightened of working satellites. They think, you've got to have thousands of pounds and big dishes and everything. And basically, I have a wooden 2 meter and 70 cm antenna.
Really? Wooden? What the structure's wooden? You mean the frame?
The frame is wooden, and I've got coat hangers to make the elements.
Really?
And that and a handy, and you can work amateur satellites. And then your white stick on your roof or your collinear in your car. And you can do amateur satellites with it. And I was trying to basically say, you've already got the kit. Most people have a 2 meter receiver. Go out and work some satellites.
See, I think of those bands as being someone you really need directional antenna. And you just mentioned a collinear, which I would traditionally use for VHF and UHF. But you could do some useful stuff, can you, at those sort of frequencies?
Yeah, a lot of the amateur satellites, they're flying repeaters, basically. You go up to them on, say, 2 meters, come down on 70 sems. If you've got a 2-band collinear on your roof, you can work the amateur satellites. You don't need to do directional, you don't need to point out them. You can, and that makes it better, but to start out, and the other one I was talking about was picking up weather satellites. 2 meter collinear on the roof, the weather satellites are so close it works. A 25-pound little dongle radio, and you're away. You can get satellites on air. So,
well, and of course, this talk that you gave this morning is recorded, I believe. So
it was, yeah.
Everybody better watch it.
The AMSAT stream. I think, yeah, they're usually pretty quick. So,
yeah, watch that very shortly. Jolly good. Thanks for joining us. The other thing, of course, is that it's still fairly unusual in our hobby. We're in a very diverse population now, but you know, it's unusual to see ladies getting involved, certainly to this technical level, such as yourself. So, I mean, what do you have as inspiration for other ladies who might be watching this now to get into the hobby?
Well, I always say, just do it. That's got to be the key here. That a lot of people say, "Oh, it's too difficult, can't get." No, you can. You can get into this hobby. Yes, it is a lot male-dominated, but there's groups like Bilara. I think you're going to be talking to them today as well, and they provide a community. You know, there's things going on. But recently in our club in Telford, we've had 3 new women join the club recently, and they're enthusiastic. They're young. They've got uses for these things, I don't really subscribe to this. It's too hard to get into. It's just, it's there. Join the clubs. If you have a niche you want to be into, join the PATC or microwaves or whoever, and off you go.
Lovely.
Get on air.
Well, thank you very much for joining. Thanks for coming to talk about what you're doing with this, and thanks for being inspirational to other ladies in the hobby as well, and for all you're doing for the hobby as well. Thanks very much, Heather. We're now going to go back and look at GB3HQ before we come up for our next talk today.
Indeed. Lovely. Thanks so much for calling in, Mick. You're booming in. You're varying between 5.9 plus 5.9 plus 20 over, which is fabulous. But thanks very much and for calling in, and I'll bid you 7-3.
Yeah, thank you, Simone. Have a good day and enjoy the rest of the weekend. GB3HQ from 20WMP. 73. Bye-bye. Thanks for the contact.
Yeah, 73. And big hello to everybody on the live stream. This is GB3HQ. If you want to join me on frequency, just just come and join me on this frequency, and be lovely to have a chat with you. Anyway, QRZ, this is GB3HQ. Over.
2 Echo 0, India Juliet Tango.
2 Echo 0, India Juliet Tango from Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. The operator name this way is Simone. Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. Located at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes, which is active at the moment. And I think they've stopped. I think it's coffee break time, Anyway, how copy? 2E0IJT from GB3HQ. Over.
Yeah, good morning to you still. Yeah, the name here is Richard. Got you on a big strong 5 and 9 into myself into Stowbridge in the West Midlands, and it's almost cup of tea time here as well. Back to you.
Absolutely, Richard. Thanks very much for calling in. You're 20 over 9, believe it or not. Well, that's your peak anyway here on the convention station at Milton Keynes. So thanks very much for calling in. Go and pop the kettle on, eh?
Yeah, happy days. I'll say 73s, and thank you very much for the contact, and good luck in making plenty more.
Thanks very much. 73 to you. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Over. Mike 0 Charlie Quebec Kilo, wasn't it? M0 Charlie Quebec Kilo. 5-9 into the RSGB convention. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. How copy?
You're 5-9 plus 10 dB here. My name is John. My location is West Monckton, just outside of Thornton and Somerset. Over.
Yeah, roger that, John. Thank you very much for calling in. We're getting about the UK today, which is lovely. So I'll say 7-3 and catch you further down because there's plenty of other people still calling in. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers, 7-3.
QRZ, GB3HQ.
John, do you have any for Hotel Victor Kilo Radio?
Welcome back to the live stream studio here at the RSGB Convention 2024. We're now going on for our third talk of the day, which is Parks on the Air, POTA, with another lady presenter, April Jones, M7 APR.
Well, good morning and welcome back to the RSGB Convention, and welcome to our online viewers. This session is entitled Parks on the Air, or POTA. And I'm particularly looking forward to hearing about POTA because I was in Ireland last weekend and some people said they had operated from some islands off the coast. And when people who were looking at the spots online thought it was Ireland, nobody called. So I thought, well, we'll try and make it more interesting. We'll put the YOTA number on. And one or two people called, but not much happened. And they said, well, we put the POTA number on and we were overwhelmed. It had a huge pile-up. So let's hear more about this. And to tell us about it, we have April Jones, M7APR. April is one of England's country administrators for Parks on the Air, and she's been licensed since 2019, and is also a keen contester, which is probably going to help if she gets pile-ups all the time. And she looks after the day-to-day POTA needs for England. So over to you, April.
Thank you for having me. It's a bit weird. Hate speaking these kind of things. So I've come to talk about Parks on the Air, POTA. Does anyone do Parks on the Air here? Oh, it's brilliant then. I could scratch this and we'd still go have dinner early. So Parks on the Air. So a bit about me. My name's April. I've been licensed since 2019. I do a lot of portable operations, keen contester as well in the RSGB contests when my shift pattern allows me to. I'm one of England's POTA mapping administrators, so I look after England day to day. So I add parks, remove parks, do research about parks, listen to everyone's complaints, and basically day-to-day running of it, any queries people might have. Do that. Day job, I work at the prison service. I'm also ex-intelligence corps, so that's where my interest radios come from. So just a couple of course ideas there for England and Wales. So England's got 3 mapping reps at the moment. Wales got 2. Scotland's got a couple as well. So like I said, we just look after the day-to-day running of POTA for the UK, really. So what is Parks on the Air? So it's just a programme encouraging people to get out in your local park, doing portable. It's a really fast-growing programme. There's over 4,000 references around the world. England at the moment's probably got about 1,000 parks. And the thing is, it's really easy. It's really easy rules, which I'll go into in a little bit. If that decides to work or not, there you go. So who's POTA? So POTA started back in 2017 with the ARL POTA event. So it was a event to celebrate 100 years of national parks in the UK. After that, because of all the interest they got from in America, Canada, and into Europe, the group of people decided to sit down, form a little committee, made a non-for-profit organisation in the States, and POTA was born. Parks on the Air was born. So it's quickly grew. It's just a handful of national parks in the States. More and more people got involved, like, hey, I want to help out. It just grew from there. So in the States, there's a rep for each state. And it's just gone from there. So there's over 4,000 registered members of POTA from around the world. And that number just keeps going up every single day. So that's a bit about the UK. So numbers wrong, I haven't really changed that because Paul's been on a add-in binge recently, putting loads more parks into the system. So in the UK, we've probably got about 1,000 parks now, around 260, 300 in Wales, 190 in Scotland. The Scottish reps doing some great work at the moment, is just build on that massively. And just a bit there, activators feel like they're a DX. If you're activating a park for the very first time, people want to work that park, be the first one in your log for that to activate, well, to hunt the park. And it's just we're adding more and more parks every single day. I've added a couple this morning. I'm sure Paul's probably sat at home adding a few more as we speak. If that wants to work. Never wants to work this. So how do you join POTA? So you just go onto the Parks on the Air website. You just make an account. You can sign up for your Google account, your Amazon account if you want to, Facebook. POTA stores no passwords. They just go against the account you already have. And that's it. That's easy. Pop in your call sign. You can add other call signs into it if you're using like strict portable, or if you're going to Wales, you're using your MW, put your call sign, etc. You can just add those in on the same account, and it just all works together. So activate. So an activator is somebody who goes out to the park, sits in the local park, and gets the radio out, put your antenna up, and so on. So before they go and do that, or you go and do it, you can go onto the Parks on the Air website, which is just POTA.app. It's that easy. Select parks or map. Select my location. If you're on your phone or on your computer, you can find out what's around yourself. And each part's got a reference number. So most one I use all the time is GB0531, which is Barbary Castle, I think, just up the road for me. So you make a note of that reference number and take that with you to activate a park. So if you're interested in doing a bit of POTA while you're down here over the weekend, there's a few places you can go. The most famous one at the moment, Bletchley Park, is on the system, Kingswood and Emberton County Park just down the road. So if you go onto the Parks on the Air website, you can see what's around you. I hope to see some logs going in this weekend. It's quite bare around here, and more parks will be added soon. I'm sure somebody will catch me and I'll put some on the system today. So, like I said, what do you need to activate a park on the air? You need a radio license, of course. I'm sure we all have one. Any radio, any portable antennas, portable power or access to mains power, any logger that will export an XDF file, and just have fun. A lot of popular antennas, you know, people make their antennas, coils, like your, trying to think of the brand, can't think of it, it's mine gone blank. Your YOTA beams and stuff. So anything portable you get in a backpack or you can throw in the boot of your car. Personally, I bought a set of ham sticks and this goes on top of the mag mount on the car, which is just nice and easy. So activating a reference. So it's just 10 contacts, 10 QSOs. That's all you need to activate a reference. So it must take place in the same day. So from midnight to midnight. And you must be inside the park boundaries. So you can have a look at the park's website if they have one. You can have a look. There's various other websites and apps that can do that. You must use any simplex mode. You can do via satellite if you wish to try it yourself. No repeaters are allowed. There's no calling frequencies for POTA. It's just whatever it is within the band you're operating on. And there's no real exchange. A lot of people will be traditional about it. They'll call like CQ POTA, call it from GB, whatever the park reference is, and they will swap that park reference number with other people they're making contacts with. Some people don't announce it at all. Like myself, if I'm out contesting, I happen to be inside of a park. I don't call CQ POTA, I just stick to the contest and submit the log from that park. So basically you log like your date, time, band like everyone does on the apps or on paper. Always save it something useful. I'm terrible for this. I always just put my call sign in just a random series of letters and I've got to sit down afterwards and try and work out what I've done. But if you're quite nice and tidy, you put like the reference number, the date, so you can try and work from it and know what you've done. And upload to the website. I'll go into that in a bit. Sorry, am I just rambling or I'm terrible at these kind of things. So how do you call CQ? So we've touched on it briefly. So when I'm on like single sideband on 20 meters or something, it would look like that. So it's your standard call sign really, like CQ, 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 like M7 APR straight portable, calling CQ parks on the air, giving the reference number and stuff so people know that I'm activating the park. They can make a note of the reference number because there are people who look for those reference numbers of parks they haven't worked before, or if it's a new one. A little CW option there. I don't do a lot of CW, I'm terrible at it. You can also spot yourself on the Parks on the Air website, so you literally put your call sign in, what park you're calling from and where you are on the band. Other people will then have a look at the website, see where you are, go and work you, and then they could put like a little signal report like you are 5 and 1 or 5 and 9 into wherever, which is quite good to see where you're working at the same time. You can also, on the website, schedule an activation. So if somebody like decides to go do an activation tomorrow, you can go onto the website, schedule what park you're calling from, where you're going to be, what band and so on. If this wants to work. So login. Login's always a debate. We always have our favourite apps and programs, don't we? I'm sure people go, no, that one's rubbish, this one's better, and that does so much more. So it's 2 programs to use there, HamRS, which I just quite like because it just works for me. It's got a little map. I can see who I'm working, where they're based. I could put my frequency in, which grid square I am, which mode. I can put my park number into it, and it exports into the right file, and I can upload that straight onto the website where I'm still sat in the park if I wanted to. The one on the, I don't know my left and right on this. On the right-hand side, you've got Polo, which is a new iOS one and Android one. Somebody pointed out to me a while back when I was giving another presentation. He said works really well. So you can make a record of all the parks you're working, if you like working a park, if you're activating a park within a park within a park kind of thing. You put them all there and then export a log for each park, which is really good. I just need to play with it more. I'm quite stubborn, I don't like change. So submitting a log. So you've gone out to a park, you've got your 10 QSOs in the logbook. So you literally go onto the POTA website, you sign in, there's a little option saying my log uploads. You enter the date and time and the park number. It's all there at the top of the bar. It's really easy to use. And then you just upload your ADF file, which you've probably usefully named correct and not like a load of numbers I do. And you try and work out which one's which. Hit upload and that's it. It takes a couple of minutes to go through. Sometimes when the POTA website is quite busy after a big event in the States, it might take a day or 2 to upload and adjust all the figures, but it does it. That's normally when I get an email about why isn't this uploading. So that's just one I done a while back. Probably the most recent one. I haven't really done much POTA recently. So it's all uploaded. Oh, wrong button. So why would people go out and do POTA? So it's a lower noise floor. We've all got issues with noise. You know, your next door neighbours, dodgy LED light somewhere, or you know, the street lights at the moment. That's a major issue where I am. So you go out in the middle of nowhere, or like a local park. It's a lower noise floor. It's got good views. There'll be some pictures later on. It's not death by PowerPoint, honest. Wildlife watching, if you're into that as well. And each activation's got its different challenges, like terrain, space, weather, accessibility. I'm quite lucky where I am. Most of my parks are really accessible. It's got big car parks. It's quite easy to get out of the way, put a wire antenna up if I wanted to, or like a little mask. But there's quite a lot of different challenges in them. Recently I uploaded Britain's smallest park, which is just a couple metres by a couple of metres. And somebody's already activated that. I don't know how he's done it, but he's sent a couple of pictures with his antenna sat up, like taped to a lamppost. I just put it on there because I thought it'd be quite funny to do, see who activates it first. All the way to like Dartmoor is a park you can activate, so from one extreme to the other. And it's just an opportunity to perfect your radio kit. You know, like, I like to operate quite portable stuff. My radios and sticks, try to stick in a little bag, job done. Other people prefer to put everything in the boot of the car, big masks they put up. Makes you a better operator, gets you kind of in, like, listening out for stuff on the radio, exchanging call signs, exchanging signal reports, exchanging numbers and all that. It keeps you on your toes a little bit, especially when they're quite down with the noise for themselves. And you just make friends through the hobby. I've made quite a few good friends through POTA on the website. And on the radio as well, I work in an Italian chap all the time. He comes on every time he tries to hunt me, works me. It's like, oh, thank you, April, thank you very much. And stuff. It's quite nice. Other reasons, POTA is accessible. Like I said, most are in populated areas, many you could drive right into, which is great if you have additional needs at all. You can run like rapid contest style stations, or you can have a chat on the radio. There's no set way to do POTA. You just find your own little knack and how you like to do things. Like myself, quite happily sit there, have a conversation with somebody. Other times it's just a quick 5 and 9, swap on what park I'm in. And POTA accepts logs from any time. So if we put a new park on the system, which you've done a contest from for example, you can upload that log to POTA as long as it's in the system. So there's no timescale when you can upload them. It's cheating a bit, but it's there. And the whole POTA program's under constant development. We're always changing things. The guys in America, the development team, are always changing things, making improvements, adding more awards in. Recently been sat on our Discord, like administrative mapping chat, talking about new awards. So there's a few things in the pipeline, and probably the most common question we get after this is when are our counties coming back for England and Scotland and Wales. It's in talks at the moment. Any modes welcome. So like I said, you can't use repeaters, you can use satellites, you can use digital modes, you can use DMR, you can use 70 centimeters, 2 meters, 6 meters, all the way through. Whatever you want, you can use, as long as it's not a repeater. If this wants to work. So what most people tend to like are the awards, isn't it? We all like a good little certificate in radio, don't we? POTA Parks on the Air's got an award for absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. From how many times you activate a park, how many contacts you get from the park, modes, bands, how many operators you work from the park, how many times you work a operator, and so on. So there's just a couple there. So you've got like a hunter award. So a hunter is somebody who works somebody who's in a park. So you could be sat at home in your shack, listening around on the frequencies. You hear somebody called CQ POTA. You might sit there and go, oh, I can't work them, I'm not in a park. But you can, so you can hunt them. You don't have to upload a log or anything. The activator does all that. You just have to have a count on parks on the air. So you get like hunter awards. So that one's like, I've worked 20 references in parks on the air, hunted 20 different operators. You've got a Kilo award, which is 1,000 QSOs from a park. So lots of people try and work towards that one. You get part to parks. So you might be sat in a park, like Bletchley Park, and you work somebody, let's say, in one of the Royal Parks. You both swap your park reference numbers. That's a part to park. So there's an award for that. And in your login app, there'd be an option for a part to park, and you just put in their park. So it's all logged appropriately. So hunters, like I said, you make an account, you look around on the spotting page, you might just tune around the band, see what's going on. Here's somebody called part to park. And you work them. You make a note of their park reference number if you want to collect parks. And that's it. You don't have to submit any logs, like I said, as logs are submitted by those who are activating the park. And you can log in on your POTA account occasionally. There'll be awards there. There'll be a log of how many times you've worked that operator or worked that reference. If it wasn't for hunters, parks on the air wouldn't go anywhere. So tips for hunting is check the POTA scheduler on the website for any activations. I've done it before. I've been sat at home. I've brought up the POTA Spots website, see who's around, and try and work them, because anybody they work towards that magical 10, you need to activate a park. Social media is a great one. Lots of people on Facebook post in the POTA UK Facebook group on their activations, on their planned operations where they're going to work. Like I said, look at the POTA spots site, look at the DX code of conduct as well, use phonetics as well. So that's just the POTA spots page, which is an older one I use. So it's just a load of American stations, their parks, where they are, so come up with their frequency, what park they're in as well. So if you've misheard the park number, you can always go on and have a look at it. It says when they're last heard. When somebody has left the park stop, they just put QRT up, and you can go around, try not to work them. So it's nice and easy. So why would you enjoy hunting parks? You know, you're helping another amateur get that magical 10. It's short, easy contacts. I mean, it's nice and easy to use. You don't have to submit logs. You make friends still. You can hunt as much or as little as you want. If you really don't want to register an account on POTA to hunt parks, you don't have to, but it's recommended if you want to try and get awards. You can also help the activators by relaying things, like you've got a park-to-park calling. So me personally, if I'm hunting a park and I hear somebody calling park-to-park, I'll let them have priority, because then they're both activating the parks, and then you can try and work out where they are and try and work them as well. And spotting, so I always try when I'm hunting is, once I've worked a contact, I'll go onto the POTA spots website, I'll spot them on the website, so other people know where to go and work them. It's really funny, this little thing. So there's Hunter Awards. So in America, you've got Worked All States, like our old Worked All Counties Award. So it's like proof of work in all the parks in a state. It's the same in the UK. When we had our counties, we had like Worked All Wiltshire or Worked All Berkshire. And then like certificates for like hunting a person in a park so many times. It's just an award for everything. Activated challenges, you know, solar flares, you know, gear failure, always have a repair kit and backups. I'm the worst for this. I'll leave silly things which I really, really need, like power leads. I always have a habit just leaving them in the shack at home, and I've driven an hour down the road to activate a park, and I'm just sat there looking like a pleb once I've set everything up, and I've got to take it all back down. So take spares. I've kind of left them in the glove box now. Local noise, like power lines, car ignitions, quite a common one where I am, quite irritating. Difficult staff. I mean, we've all probably got the odd story where you might be out working the park and a member of staff's taken exception to what you're doing, or a member of the public. So it's quite rare, it does happen. It's just about you're representing parks on the air at the same time, yourself and the radio hobby. So it's like being respectful and stuff. It's quite common down in London in the rural parks. There's certain bylaws where you can't have radio, or it's like to do with speakers and stuff. And the parks police and park rangers get quite antsy about radio. We have been in talks with parks police and stuff, and I've sent them a copy of this presentation so they kind of know what parks on the area is. And some of the rural parks do allow POTA now, and some are really funny about it, others allow it. It's really weird, but that's London for you, if that wants to work. So activating tips, safety first. If you've got a mask up or you've got your counterpose wires out, you know, mark them, about trip hazards. Have a checklist. I've got like a little thing on my phone, little note thing to make sure I do remember that power lead. Keep anything you need close, you know, make a note of like your POTA reference, what county you're in, and your grid square for like Worked All Britain if you do that. Also for other programs as well, POTA works really well, things like bunkers on the air, lighthouses on the air, castles on the air. So, you know, make a note of their references as well. You don't just have to activate POTA, you can activate all these other programs at the same time, and a lot of people do. Leave time to look around the park as well. I like being outdoorsy, I like walk around parks, so I always tend to get there a bit early, do my activation, then go for a nice little walk around the park. You know, choose best operating position. So, you know, if you're operating from your car, out in the corner of the car park, away from everyone. Same inside the park, I try and find a nice little quiet area to activate from. Consider the band conditions. Always tend to have a look at the QRZ and the RSGB website to see what the conditions are like for that day, so I know what I'm kind of want to work, whether it's 20 meters, 40 meters, and so on. Battery power. So I've got like a golf pack battery and some power poles on. For me, using 10 watts, absolutely amazing, lasts for ages. So just consider battery power and whether you can take that in your backpack or you sat in your car using it. Be clear of the rules, consider the park rules. Quite a lot of parks will have local bylaws in, especially the royal parks. So just bear those in mind. If there's any issues, like a park ranger comes up to you and goes, no, you cannot be doing this here, drop us an email or a message on Facebook or anything to the POTA admins or the help desk. It'll come to one of us and we can deactivate the park for other people, or we can just send a nice little email to the local council and go, hey, somebody had this issue, can you clarify the rules for us? And just be persistent. You might go out, you might not get that magical 10 contacts, but you know, you've got out, you've done something, you're not cooped up in the house, and you know, keep working. When I first started doing POTA, I'd only get 6 or 7 in the log, and I was just like, oh, this is rubbish. Then one day I got that magical 10, I was like, oh, it's actually quite good. And then just continue doing it. So some of the stuff I use, so I've recently started using the Aitken YC705, which is just absolutely amazing. It's got an app. I can do FT8 on my phone or my iPad on the Mac. It's absolutely fantastic. Use a golf cart battery. It's about £110 off eBay. Absolutely perfect. It's portable. I'm a Mac user on one of them, I'm afraid, so I take my iPad and stuff. And ham sticks, brought them from local radio shop. Does everything from, they all do 6 meters to 80 meters. Nice portable, live in the boot of my car. And then some of the big antennas, so one of the Yarkeys I use, try and do 2 meter activations and join things like the RSGB contest and stuff. So you can go from one extreme to another, like we all like to do. Some pictures from Paul, one of the other admins for England, for his setup. Just quite nice. Doing digital modes, count the poses, and like some of the scenery you can work with this. We all love a good park. We've got loads of great stuff on our doorsteps, which you don't really think about till you get out there and you see, oh, this is quite nice, I want to come back down here again. And it's one thing about parks, so you might have heard the terms like 2-fer or 3-fer being referred to. So basically it's a park within a park. So you have something like, so where I am in Wiltshire, you've got the North Essex Downs, which is a POTA site, so that's one reference number. Within that, I've got Barbury Castle, which is a county park, which sits inside the boundaries, so that's another park. So when I'm sat in Barbury Castle, I'm activating 2 parks instead. So I can give both of those references to somebody on the radio, or I can submit a different log. So I'll just change the title on the log and submit 2 logs for each reference. So while I'm in Barbury Castle, the Ridgeway path runs through it. So paths and trails can be on parks on the air as well. So that has a reference number. So I'm now activating 3 parks when I'm sat in 1 park. Does that make sense? So you can submit a log for each one, and there's people who just want to go out and try and get as many parks in one to activate as a whole. It's quite good fun. On social media, big thing, Parks on the Air on Facebook. It's busy, people share people they've worked, photos of their activations, stories about how it's helped them, events. So POTA do a special event 4 times a year, which is just Work Your Parks weekend. So this is about getting out to your local parks. Some clubs go out and do like big stations for it in the States and so and POTA News. Many activators are on Twitter and Instagram. I'm quite active on Twitter with Parks on the Air. If that wants to work. So other groups, so you've got Summits on the Air, Lighthouses on the Air, Beaches on the Air, Bunkers on the Air is a big one as well. So that's just some of the other schemes you could take part in while you're doing POTA. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see if we have any questions. Lots of hands going up. There's one here.
Good morning, April. I'm from Guernsey. Who administers or looks after the parks in Guernsey? Because we've got a couple. We originally, I think it might have been last year, requested some parks, but looking at the rules, we have Delancey Park and Somerset Park, which are both parks that belong to the island, but there's Cambridge Park as well, which doesn't technically belong to the island. It belongs to the parish, because Guernsey is divided into parishes. So we thought, okay, we'll ask for Cambridge, for Somerset Park and Delancey Park, but we'll ask about Cambridge Park and see if they'll accept it. We didn't hear anything, but kept checking the Parks on the Air website. And sometime later, lo and behold, not only were those three on, but quite a few other places that aren't parks have appeared on the Parks on the Air website, and there's a couple that are not publicly owned.
So in terms of like publicly owned ones, if you let the help desk know, you local POTA admin know that, because some do see. We
don't have a local POTA. We don't know who's looking after it in Guernsey. That's the problem.
We do. It's a gentleman behind you with his hand up. Is the local person.
So I'm the mapping representative. So I think you probably have. Sorry, I'm the mapping G1JK or G3NY. So I took on that task because nobody wanted to do it. Nobody local wanted to do it. So I'm not sure. I can go through it with you afterwards, because it sounds like it was confusing. Because what the initial trouble I had was meeting the criteria. So, as you say, it's state and parish, which is slightly different, and obviously the rules.
The person we applied to originally actually said it's nothing to do with me anymore. So, which is why we hadn't heard anything. So we sort of just assumed it wasn't going to happen. But now it's happened. People have come and said they've activated some of these parks, and we don't know how they've actually got there. They're people that have come over from the UK.
Sounds like you two need to talk about it a little bit later on. We have another question over here.
Hello, April. I have to say I love POTA, big POTA fan, and we've got a few members of our local club who are big POTA fans as well. But what can we do to get this presentation to the clubs in our local area to introduce more people into the scheme and get more enthusiasm for it?
So I can, if you give me your email address afterwards, I could drop you a copy of this presentation, and then if somebody's willing to present it there. If not, let me know which club you're from and stuff. If it's kind of local to me or one of the other admins, I'm sure one of us can come in and give the talk, or do it over Zoom or something for you.
I've asked for this before to see if I can get someone to do it over Zoom, because I don't know if you've got any activators in Colchester or presenters in Colchester that can do it, but if not, Zoom would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, just catch me afterwards. I'll take down details and sort that out.
Hi, Derek G7LFC. Did my first POTA a couple of weeks ago and really enjoyed it, so it's obviously on the radar for the future. With the parks, you've obviously got a boundary which you can operate in. With the trails, you haven't got a boundary. How close do you need to be to the trail to actually activate it?
So within trails, you've got to be 100 feet within the trail, like on either side of it. So that gives you quite a good little boundary to work from. There is a website, I can't think of the name of it, but if you go onto the Parks on the Air UK Facebook group, there's a link to it, and it will shows all the parks, it shows all the other reference, like other award programs, and it shows you the exact boundary with the 100 foot on each side, so you can work out where it's best to activate from. Okay.
Hi, Peter, GHCK. Hello. GHCKB. Nature reserves are also included in the POTA system, but some of them, especially bird reserves, they are not accessible, certainly during nesting season. So how do we cope with these?
So it's quite a hard one. So we rely on local knowledge to tell us whether a park or nature reserve or bird reserve is appropriate for POTA, because we just see what we get in the message and do our research. So to us on the website might say it's accessible, but then somebody locally their messages and go, hold on, this isn't appropriate, it's not accessible, and so on. So we can remove the park from the system. We are slowly going through all the UK parks and adding on like accessibility options onto them. So say like during these certain months it's accessible, during these it's not, and so on. So hopefully that would try and change things a bit. But if you spot something that's not appropriate or not accessible for any reason, let us know so we can deactivate the park or add a note to it to say what the issue is. We rely on people to tell us.
Hi April, thanks very much, very interesting. Is there a limit to power? Are we sort of limited to like 10 watts QRP, or can we go higher? Not that I'm saying we're going to put out 1 kilowatt, but...
whatever your license allows you to do,
right,
is basically the rules.
And is there going to be like a phone app for it at all? I know there's a website, but I just wondered if there was like a phone app coming.
I honestly don't know. That'd be something the American development team will be doing. So I could take that forward and just say, somebody mentioned this during this talk. Is that a yes or no? Is it maybe?
Thank you.
Right.
Hi, good afternoon, April. M0GUI guy. One thing that I've struggled with is being out and about is being accosted by members of the public and go, what the hell are you doing? Do you have one page that we could print out, laminate and just hand to them? And this is probably to the RSGB as well. Could we just get a little business card that says, I am a licensed radio operator, here's my call sign, here's the reference details, so that we can, again, hand that as proof that we are not spies in the field sending coded signals around the world. It just seems that, so many people are paranoid these days about this sort of stuff. If we had something that we could officially wave at people, it would make things a lot easier.
It would do, to completely agree with that. So the previous England administrator made like a little trifold leaflet. It's on the Facebook group for the UK POTA. So you could download it off there. It's just a little bit about parks on the air, what it is, what the radios do. It's just like a little bit like that. Me and Nikki and Paul did sit down at one point on Messenger and swap some ideas, and updating this leaflet was one of them. So any suggestions what you want included, let us know, and we could try and take that forward and build on this leaflet we already have.
Yeah.
Thanks. Dan M0ACM out of Swindon. Do you have a definition of what it constitutes a park? And is it organised or validated by the UK, or does it have to go through the US?
So the US gave us a set of rules. Basically, it's like state parks and stuff, which isn't relevant to us here in the UK because we've all got like local borough councils, local parishes. So we kind of looked at the rules and decided it's anything that's like a county park or like a recognised park by like a local authority. For like in Swindon, like the Lawn, which is on the system. So it's not like a county park, but it's recognised as a big park by the local council. The same with trails. So basically it's anything like county parks, like recognised parks, nature reserves, sites of significant scientific interest, try and get the words out, some other bits and pieces, and like same with like trails or outstanding areas of national beauty is the one now, or national trails. So that's basically like the definition. So people's suggestions for parks comes to either me, Paul, or Richard. Then we have a look at the park to see whether we can work that criteria to that park, if that makes sense. So I say, if in doubt, send it to us, and we can say yes or no.
Definition always is a problem for all of these awards. Another question at the front.
Thank you. I do a lot of SOTA activating, and I like SOTA because the rules are very clear and the activation area around each peak are very clear. I do a bit of POTA chasing, but one of the things that's always put me off a bit in terms of activating is that there does seem to be quite a bit of vagueness around park boundaries or whatever you're defining as a park. And I'm wondering if there's any intention to more formally define the boundaries of places so that we know where we can operate and qualify that activation or not.
So we, like venue award, is to do with honesty, that either you're in that summit activation zone or you're in that radius of a bunker or you're in the park boundaries or you're within 100 foot of that trail. It's all to do with honesty. I like to think we're all quite honest people and stuff.
That wasn't my
point.
Sorry. Yeah, of course, there's a degree of honesty and integrity in terms of activating anything. But, for example, where I live in the forest, very close to where I live in the Forest of Dean, there's a big nature reserve called Nag's Head, which is an RSPB reserve. I used to work there. I know where the boundaries are. You won't find those online because it's not obvious on the RSPB website where the boundaries of that site are. So how do we know?
That's a really hard one. I haven't really got an answer for it. I normally suggest to people and try and put the links on the POTA page for the park, like a website where you can find those boundaries, or you can go onto the DEFRA website and find boundaries. There's a website I mentioned, I can't think of the name for it, it's mind blank with it, where it will show you the boundaries of a park. But then it's putting it from paper into practical. I say, if in doubt, if you don't know if you're in the park or not in the park, just try and go more into the park. It's a hard one. There's no real answer to it, unfortunately. Sorry.
Yeah, Mike 0, Mike November. I'm the Scotland rep for POTA. Just a comment on the mapping, the references, and some of the access as well. There's a lot of work getting done now, going through all the references, adding new ones and looking at the old ones as well. And what we're doing is adding website links for all the references, tracking back to Nature Scotland, RSPB, NNRs. But again, it comes down to common sense. It's going to take a long time to add them. There's now I saw the numbers on there for the parks, but we've actually got nearly 3,000 parks for UK now.
There we go.
900 something in Scotland, and the rest are spread around. So the work's getting done, but the admin takes time because we're all volunteers. I'm the only one doing it in Scotland. Again, on the point on the presentations of any of the clubs in Scotland want me around, I've done them before and I can do them for you again. There's a lot of admin going on, a lot of things happening, and a lot of very positive change for POTA going on at the moment.
Hi, it's me again. Regarding activations out in the field, I urge any of my students and new licensees to make sure they too carry some form of information sheet with them, being it the flyer from the society or the league, or just a sheet they've made up themselves, because it's a good way to catch new adherence to our interest. And also another thing, yeah, no, I'll skip that one.
I think there's a gentleman in front of you.
Hi, April. Mark, M5BOP. I found myself inadvertently operating parks. I got some gear in the back of my car. I went to Centre Parks on a holiday in Sherwood Forest and got a spare afternoon when the others were going swimming. So I just sort of set up an antenna and my QRP rig, made some contacts. I didn't make 10, but by the sound of it, I could have stated quite adequately that I was operating in a park, I guess, from that point of view. I guess it was a bit tenuous. But the main question I was going to ask was, when you're operating, I guess if you're operating from a car, that isolates all the sound to within your vehicle, I guess, unless you've got the doors open, which you might have. Do you generally operate just using the speaker and mic of the radio, or do you use a headset? What is good etiquette for operating, particularly if there are other people passing by? I guess if you've got a headset on, then it makes it harder for other people to converse with you, which could be good, could be bad. So
it's really personal preference. Myself, if I'm like sat on the grass somewhere in the park, just using the speaker, I don't have the rig turned on full blast, disturbing other people. I think it's just like decency to others, being aware of people in your surroundings. So people probably hasn't come to listen to a load of radio chatter. So, you know, use a headset or use speaker, be mindful of others. It's about promoting the hobby, and it lets them hear what's going on, and it might pique their interest a bit to come over, have a chat with you, get a leaflet if you've got a leaflet, and yeah.
Thanks a lot, April. I think we're just about out of time for any questions. I'm still waiting to hear when you have a sort of name like POTA Picnica, sort of Shaq Sloth for these various awards, but maybe that will come in the next round. So many thanks indeed for a fascinating talk and enlightenment about POTA.
Nice, thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the live studio here at the RSGB Convention 2024. We're going to have an interview in a minute, but first let's have a look at the programme, because we've had to make a little change this afternoon because of illness actually, but there we are. That's what we're going to be bringing you this afternoon, but in between all of those things we've got lots of interviews and videos and other things that we've got to entertain you. Well, now we're going to meet Rhys Williams, M0WGY, AJ6 XD, and it's going to be interviewed by our guest interviewer, Helen Sargent, the RSGB Communications Officer.
Thank you, David. Firstly, Rhys, thank you for taking the time to come and have a chat with me here today. It's great to be able to put a face to the name. We've exchanged emails and I've read your blog, so welcome.
Oh, thank you.
And secondly, congratulations on the new role as University Youth Champion for the RSGB. You must be really excited by the position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really great to be here. Thank you very much for having me and for giving me the chance to come and speak to everyone about this and to present this morning as well. It was really nice to meet some people, of course, to put a face to the name with some of the team as well. And I'm really excited to kind of have my input on youth and amateur radio, specifically in the university setting.
Brilliant.
So I'm really excited for that.
Brilliant. Because you've just completed your Masters, I believe, at Cambridge University, where there's the Cambridge University Wireless Society. So you were quite an active member there, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I think I got very lucky in the sense that the Wireless Society in Cambridge is really well run. Martin's running an excellent ship up there, and there's a lot of student engagement as well. Not only that, but we have a really big following with the local operators too. So there's quite a big crossover. They'll come and help us with kind of putting up antennas for contests, seeing some of the operation, with supervising some of the students who have the foundation licenses or need supervision as well. It was really great to come into that society as a full licensee, just because it meant I could really get involved with some of the supervision, with some of the management as well. And yeah, I think that's a really important thing, is having that continuous support from local people, because in a university you have such high turnover. You have people coming in every 3 years, 4 years who may leave after that time. And it's really great to have that base of people who are there, who can kind of man the ship when students are home out of term time, or even when they leave, when they graduate. And that's something I'm really keen to sort of foster in other university societies where there maybe isn't that base at the moment, or where there's not so much student engagement. Maybe there's not that much awareness. So I think that's something I'm going to try and bring into other clubs during my time in this role.
Okay, because you've gone from Cambridge and you're now doing your PhD at Oxford, which hasn't got an established club. So how do you think you're going to go about fostering those connections with the local community and your local club, and perhaps try and get the club at Oxford off the ground?
So there is a pre-existing call sign at Oxford, and I know that there are some people who are really eager to get that up and running again, which is it's already a great start. I mean, it's much easier than getting something in from scratch, although that certainly will be possible. But the thing is with the Oxford Club is that at the moment there are only 1 or 2 people who are trying to get the wheels turning in some form or another. And I think all they need is a bit of a push, or they need some support, some body of students who will say, yeah, let's make this happen. Let's really get to work on getting the club back up and running. I know that's happened up in Glasgow, that's happened in Surrey as well, from what I've heard from friends of mine, from people I met at YOTA, for example, as well. And so I'm going to reach out to people. That's something I've not done as of yet, but it's now I've kind of settled, moved in properly. It's something I'm really keen to get back up and running again, because it was a big part of my university life while I was in Cambridge, and it's something that, you know, on a personal level I want to carry on further, and it's something I want to bring to other people as well. And I think one way of doing that is even just by getting a representative, be that me or someone else, just into the first lecture of term at in the physics department or the engineering department or something like that, and saying, this is who we are, this is what we want to do. Amateur radio is a great way of expanding your knowledge in the field. Why not come along and we can start setting up a small group, even if it starts out as something informal, like a small social group, and we can build from there. I think that's where we're going to have the most impact, is starting with something small, something that we can achieve, and then moving on to that. And that's my vision for that in essence, really.
Brilliant. No, that sounds really exciting. And it's one of the things that in the communications team we really enjoy hearing about, is what the clubs are up to. I'm sure you'll be providing us with lots of dates on what you've been up to. And if anybody is part of a university club and wants to let us know what they've been up to, please do get in touch with comms@rsgb.org. And then what we do is we take those stories and those photos and we share them on the website. And hopefully that will help encourage other clubs to get involved as well. And one of the things you touched on at the end of your presentation was the university club in Japan and the activity that they do. Can you tell me a bit more about that and how you think that might work in your new role?
Yes, of course. So after we kind of had presentations from some of the other teams at YOTA, in Japan they have a university club on air month, which is quite similar to the YOTA month where various stations run, but it's specifically for the universities. And I think that's a really great way for getting into university communication. It also fosters that really nice societal bond in a single university, because that's something that I found in Cambridge brought people together, was say, right, we've got an event, let's get a list of people down. And you know, there were people who getting on their bikes at 3 o'clock in the morning to come and run the call sign and stuff like that. So I think that's a really exciting way to get things started. Yeah, just moving on from what you said about communications, I'd like to second that point. So if you're out there, if you're a university student and you want to start something and we're all not aware of it, please get in touch. You can get in touch with me personally with youthchampion.uni@rsgb.org.uk. I'd love to hear from anyone and everyone who has ideas, anything to contribute at all. Please do get in touch. I think that's the really important thing here, is making things visible. It's like Chris Aitken, the schools youth champion, mentioned in his talk as well. The important thing is making things visible, getting awareness of what we do, because that's how I became an operator. That's how many other people I've met in university have got their licenses as well. It's all just through word of mouth. And getting on social media, I think, is a fantastic way of doing that. It's when we've got it at our fingertips, that's the best thing we could use it for, really.
Definitely, and we try to share as much youth content as possible on our social media channels, and we also have the university clubs listed on rsgb.org/university-corner. So if people are looking for established clubs, that's where they can go. And one last question for you. YOTA month is coming up in December. Have you had a chance to think about what you might be doing as an individual, or perhaps at a club, or or with the university?
Yes, so the YOTA month is a really great way of getting engagement. It was a really successful month at Cambridge as well, just by having students pop in for even just an hour or two in a spare time between classes to come and run the station a little bit. And I've already been asked by Martin to come back and help with the call sign during the month in December. There are a few sixth formers, I think, who are eager to take part in that. And I think that would be a great first goal for re-establishing the Oxford Club, just kind of on a personal level. But equally, for any other clubs who would be interested in taking the reins on that as well, that would be a great way to get the foot in the door, I think, to say, right, here's a good example of something from which we can get a lot of engagement. And so I think it comes an opportune time in the sense that there is enough time between now and then to get the wheels turning. So I think that would be a great kind of first step towards getting something to take flight.
Brilliant, that's really exciting. And then lots of other activities. There's British Science Week, National Coding Week, which has just passed in September. So lots of really exciting campaigns that hopefully we'll be able to hear a bit more from you from you in the future.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for taking the time to talk to me. It's been really, really enjoyable. And I'm now going to pass back to the studio where we can watch a video about some of the youth activities happening in the hobby at the moment.
Different every day, and it's a lot of fun, very exciting.
It's the excitement of learning about electronics and getting my hands dirty, seeing how it all works. I've made a lot of friends for amateur radio.
I can speak to people all around the world. It's fun and will probably help out with physics at school.
The only limit is your imagination.
Miles south of Durham City, back to you.
Yeah, okay, I'm 6 miles south of Durham City. Lovely city. Speak to you again another time, perhaps. This is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Golf Bravo 3 Lima Papa Alpha.
Lima Papa Alpha?
2 Echo 0 Lima Papa Alpha, over.
2 Echo 0 Lima Papa Alpha. This is GB3HQ, the special event station for the RSGB convention. My name is Rob, over.
GB3HQ 2E0LPA. Name is Andy. At 59 you're Andy send, over.
Okay, thanks for 59. You're 59 also, 59 also here at Milton Keynes at the special event station for the RSGB convention, over.
Enjoy your special event. All the best. 2E0LPA.
Yep, 73. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, calling CQ.
Golf 4 Lima Yankee Echo.
Lima Yankee Echo?
Yeah, good afternoon, Rob. Thank you for pulling me out of the pile. Yeah, the call is Golf 4 Lima Yankee Echo. Name's Norman. QTH is Selby, North Yorkshire, about 15 miles south of the city of York, Rob. Good signal coming up here. You're 5.9 plus, no problem at all. Good audio. Back to you, Rob.
Okay, Norman. Good afternoon to you. And yeah, also good strong signal down here from Selby and 5.9 plus. Lovely audio from your station as well. This is GB3HQ.
Roger, Rob. I'll let you carry on with the pile-up. 7-3s.
7-3, thank you very much for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. CQ. Station ending kilowatt.
You're 5 and 7 to West Wales. Give it on.
Yeah, station in West Wales is, try again, over.
Yeah, 12 Whiskey 0, it's really X-ray kilowatt. 12 Whiskey 0, it's really X-ray kilowatt. QTH Cabardic in West Wales. Give it on.
Yeah, QSL, got that. Yeah, you're 5.9 now. Oh, there's two stations ending kilowatt, and you're the louder of the two. Yeah, good 5.9. Nice to meet you this afternoon. Robin, I believe. This is GB3HQ, over.
Yeah, so GB3HQ, 12 Whiskey 0, it's the X-ray kilowatt. Yeah, QSL on that, and you're 5 and 9 now into West Wales, and it's a lovely sunny day here. Congratulations on the call, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. GW0IXK office here. 73, my friend.
Yep, 73, thanks for the call. GW0IXK, this is GB3HQ, now calling CQ.
Echo. Whiskey 0, Hotel Bravo Whiskey. Golf 0, Golf Yankee Kilo, call.
Golf 0, Golf Yankee Kilo, go ahead.
Roger, never did some trying. Bravo, Romeo, India, Alpha, November. 6 years John Captain. 5.9 beautiful signal, over.
Yeah, thank you for the call, Brian. And yeah, you're 5'9", 5'9" plus at times. And nice signal, nice audio from you, over.
Yeah, Roger, thanks for that, Dave. I'll let you get back to your pile-up. Have a nice day.
Yep, 7-3, this is the GB3 HQ, calling CQ. The Mike 0 Juliet station?
Yeah, Mike 0 Juliet Foxtrot Echo, yourself.
Mike 0 Juliet Foxtrot Echo, you are 5'9" plus. And I think that's John. And yeah, nice signal down here at Milton Keynes, obviously a major pile-up.
Yeah, no problem. I'll give you the follow-up and good stream on the YouTube there. And thanks very much for the contact, Mike 0 Juliet Foxtrot Echo, plus 20 over.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, John. 7-3, this is GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, calling CQ.
Next to Echo 0, Radio Delta, Japan.
Hotel Kilo Echo.
Yep, 2-0 RDJ, go ahead.
Yeah, many thanks for returning the call. Big signal here, 5'9" plus 10 dB. Name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, about 10 miles north of the city of Bristol, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Rob. Named Rob also, and operating GB3 HQ, the special event station for the RSGB convention. And yeah, that's a good strong signal from you, S9 plus 20, and here into Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Rob. Sounds like you've got many people trying to contact you there, and great to hear GB3 HQ on the air. So I'll let you crack on with the others, and I hope to work you again, maybe on another band or something. 7-3 for now, from 2.
You know, one of the wonderful things about this convention is, as well as all the presenters who are already obviously booked and we know what they're going to do, is we get to meet interesting people, randomly really. And I'm with somebody now, Patrick Elliott, KY4AX. Hello, Patrick.
Hello.
Welcome to the convention.
Thank you.
And welcome to this studio that we've just hit you with and said we'd love to meet you. So I think we can tell by your call sign and your slight accent there as well that you're not from this part of the world. Where are you from?
Mild bit of an accent. I'm from Virginia, specifically just south of the state capital of Richmond, Virginia.
And you've come to the UK. Is that just on general holiday, or have you come for this convention?
Come for this convention and a little bit of a family trip.
So you're here with your family?
My dad is along with me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how long have you been in the hobby?
I've been interested in radio and electronics all of my life. I got licensed in 2017, and I probably waited too long to finally go ahead and get licensed, but we can't look back. But I've been licensed since 2017.
Okay, and enjoying the hobby?
Definitely enjoying the hobby. I was off the air from the end of 2018 until the end of last year, and the Parks on the Air program is what got me back on the air.
Oh, great! We've just seen a talk on that. I don't know if you were in there.
I was in there. Yeah.
So that's what's really got you. That's the bit you think, yeah, that's the hobby, part of the hobby for me.
That is the part of the hobby for me, and it started not specifically activating parks, but just I was nervous getting back on HF after being off the air for years, and just the attitude of the operators that were activating parks. It sounded fun, and it is fun.
And so, I mean, you've done that, I presume most of that is in the States, where you've done activations with Parks on the Air.
All of my activations have been in the States. Hunting, I've hunted. I have not actually hunted England yet, but we'll change that today.
So you've got some, and have you got some radios with you? You brought them over?
I have my KX2, and I have a little Yaesu handheld.
And is your dad an amateur as well?
Not now.
So the thing is yet, then?
Yeah, not now.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, great. Well, what are your highlights so far then? How long have you been in the country? Did you come just towards the end of last week to come to this convention? You said it's your main reason.
Just for the convention.
Yeah. I believe you visited Bletchley Park.
I did.
Friday.
Yeah, toured Bletchley Park yesterday. I love that period of history from World War II on to the Cold War. So it was it had been somewhere I'd wanted to visit for a long time. It's nice to actually have finally seen it.
And did you come and see the RSGB National Radio Centre as well?
I did.
What did you think?
I think I need to figure out a way to create some fancy sign on the top of my home shack. It was very impressive. Band conditions yesterday not so good, but yeah.
So as well as that, anyway, you're interested. You said you're interested in POTA.
Yes.
Parks on the Air, particularly. What other lectures do you think you're going to be watching this weekend at the convention?
You know, I'm interested tomorrow in the. There's one on propagation, I believe, tomorrow that I specifically want to attend.
Yeah, good. Well, we're really pleased that you came to see us, and particularly for coming into the studio and talking to us as well. I hope you wish you well with the rest of your hobby, and wish you well with the rest of your holiday as well in Britain. I hope you enjoy it. And can I just ask you where you think your parks? You said you're going to activate. You're going to change your and activate a park in Britain. Where do you think you're going? Do you know?
Yeah, it's I believe. Well, and so I'm meeting up with another a friend, Ham. I believe it's Kingswood, which is might be.
Kingswood, is that Birmingham way?
No, it's just south of here. Well,
okay,
the park
near
reference
London,
number
maybe.
was Golf Bravo 355.
Okay, all right. Well,
So,
good luck with that, and
thank
thanks
you
again for coming to see us.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to GB3HQ now, and then we're meeting somebody else in a moment.
Yeah, Hotel Romeo. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Over.
Hotel, good afternoon. The name here is B1 India Whiskey Alpha November, the QTH is Carnarvon, North West Wales, and you're a 5 and 9, plus 10 to me, QSL.
Yep, thanks for the signal report, and you're 5959 plus here at Milton Keynes. Over.
Yes, QSL, enjoy the convention. I'll let you carry on with the file at 7-3.
Yeah, 7-3, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec.
Mike 0, Mike Tango Juliet.
Mike 0, Mike Tango Juliet, 59 plus.
Yeah, very good morning to you. Name's Mike. I'm in Staffordshire. You're also 59 plus with me. Very, very strong signal on 40 metres this morning. Good to hear you. GB3HQ, M0MTJ.
M0MTJ. Oh, sorry, M0MTJ. Okay, Mike, all copied. Yes, good S9 plus 20. Down here at the special event station for the RSGB convention, GB3HQ, operating at the front of the building in Flossie, which is the Cam-Hams demonstration vehicle, using a Ellicraft K3, KPA 500 with about 500 watts, and a dipole up at 10 metres. Here is GB3HQ, over.
M0MTJ returning, yeah, okay, well, it sounds very, very nice, sounding really, really good. I'm just using 100 watts from an FTDX3000 and a homemade end-fed half-wave in an inverted L formation, 20 metres of wire in an inverted L. It seems to be working okay today, and certainly a fantastically strong signal. So thank you very much for putting the station on the air this morning. From M0MTJ, over.
M0MTJ, this is GB3HQ. Yes, it's an absolutely super signal. That's really working well for you there. This is GB3HQ. I'll go back to the pilot now, which is growing.
Mike 0, Mike Alpha Radio.
Mike 0, Mike Alpha Radio. Go ahead.
Mike 0, Mike Alpha Radio. Thank you very much for taking my call. You're 5 on 9 here, 5 on 9 in northwest London. The name is Andy, Alpha November Delta Yankee. Back to you, GB3HQ. This is Mike 0, Mike Alpha Radio.
Okay, Andy, got you now. And yes, you're 5-9 plus here at Milton Keynes. Over.
Roger, roger. You're 5 on 9 as well. The working condition here, it's a 93 100 whiskey this morning, no amplifiers, and a homemade, multi-band dipole here. Back to you.
It's certainly working very well for you, Andy. Good. Anyway, we do have a quite a large pile-up, so I'll get back to that if you don't mind. And nice to hear you today. You are in the log. This is GB3HQ.
Golf 4 Victor Kilo Charlie.
Kilo Charlie.
Yeah, Golf 4 Victor Kilo Charlie, over.
Oh, Golf 4 Victor Kilo Charlie, 5-9 plus.
Okay, GB3HQ, Golf 4 Victor Kilo Charlie, good afternoon. Name's Dave, Delta Alpha Victor Echo. Location is Liphook, Lima, Engine Papa Hotel, Oscar Kilo. Liphook in North East Hampshire, 5 and 9 plus W signal. Just running about 80 watts from an FTDX10. Back to you.
Well, it sounds very good, Dave. That's certainly working well for you. This is GB3HQ. Obviously, we are the special event station for the RSGB convention. Over.
Yeah, Roger. Have a good day there. Just to give a quick reminder, name for the log.
My name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo. My own call sign, Mike 0 Zulu Papa Uniform. Over.
Okay, Rob. Well, many thanks for the contact. I'll let you get back to the pile-up. Have a good day. Thanks very much. GB3HQ, G4VKC. Bye-bye.
Yeah, 73. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Calling to Q. Yeah, the Mike 0 station. Go ahead. Mike 0 something kilo, was that?
Mike 0, Hotel Mike
Mike 0, Oscar Mike Uniform. You are 5 and 8 with the noise. 5 and 8 with the noise. Over. Got that. Mike 0, Hotel Mike Uniform. Yeah, that's the effect.
I'm with Mike Arkenstall, M0 KZB. Eric. Oh, sorry. Did I say Mike? I did, didn't I? I could hear myself say. Sorry about that. The other RSGB Morse competency project lead.
I am, yes.
So tell us what that involves.
That involves anyone who wants to take a Morse competency test, applies the RSGB via the application form, and that is then passed through to myself. I have a team of assessors throughout the country who I then pass it on to. Now the applicant has a choice of selecting an assessor, or they can take it over media such as Zoom, and then it can be taken by almost any of the assessors then. Well, the assessor then takes the applicant through their test for whatever speed they wish to take, whatever words per minute, and then should they pass, it then comes back to myself, and I issue the applicant with a Morse competency certificate for that speed.
So how are you finding it, Morse? Because I think it was fair to say that it was kind of on the decline a few years ago, but I hear from people now that it's on the up again.
It probably depends on where you look. If children love it, and the YOTA, which is next weekend, isn't it? And we usually set a Morse key either side of a desk, and a big sheet with the dots and dashes on, and each sends them their name, or then they start sending each other messages.
I think children just love to have a language or something that their parents as well don't know.
Oh, absolutely, and they love it. I mean,
a secret code, really, isn't it?
I was at Bletchley yesterday, and it was packed with children, with schools.
Good.
Which is really good, you know. And it would be nice if it was carried on.
Do you think that Morse actually can also, as well as interesting youngsters at things like Science Day and Science Week and things like that?
I think absolutely.
But do you think that can actually help us recruit them as it were, as amateurs for the future, because it gives them something, a way into the hobby?
It's difficult in respect of their mobile phones, but then again, with your Morse, you can speak to someone in Japan, in China, India, Germany, and with a limited vocabulary, obviously, you can talk to them. Well, you can't do that on your mobile phone.
No, of course not, no. I mean, many years ago, of course, there was a really good reason to get Morse, Morse proficiency, because it gave you extra license privileges.
12 words a minute.
Those have gone now
they have.
In terms of that. So do you think that was maybe why we saw a decline for a while, because amateurs didn't need to do Morse to get those privileges? Or what reason do you think that they would?
It sort of opened it up a little bit, because when they took that level that you didn't have to take the Morse, it made it more interesting, because I think what killed amateur radio for a lot of people was that they couldn't do the Morse. But when they took the Morse away, the requirements for Morse away, it opened it up, and they were able to expand and do what they wanted on the HF rather than before, where they were restricted.
Because I have spoken to some amateurs who are almost resentful of the fact that you don't have to do Morse now to go on.
I think any old Morse man would say that.
Right. But you're obviously much more positive about it, and you think it's been a very
yes,
positive way
absolutely,
of getting people into the hobby. And
yeah, I mean, at the Hamfest last week, I was a fortnight ago. Sorry, I was really busy for the whole 2 days, and in fact, I never got time to get lunch or anything. That's how busy I was. So if it's that popular, now. Then with a little bit of careful handling, it should increase, I mean, it's not the be-all and end-all at the end of the day, but it is an interesting hobby.
And recently at the National Radio Centre, they had Enigma Reloaded, and Morse was really quite central to that.
Yeah, I did see your take on that, and it was brilliant.
Yeah, but it is a very important part of it. How do you suggest people watching now who may be members of clubs or associated with schools and things like that, how would they go about introducing youngsters to Morse?
It's imperative or very important that the local amateur radio clubs recognise the fact that it's easier to teach children than it is older people. The biggest mistake in the world is some of these older guys going to the grave knowing all about Morse and not passing it down. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's equally important for the older people of the club, the Morse operators, to make sure that they pass it down to youngsters.
Yeah.
It's happening now, but it's happening too slowly, really. If it was passed down a bit quicker, then you'd have more people going forward faster, and then at the end of the day, you'd have more Morse operators, wouldn't you? But they are interested enough to do it. It just requires a little bit of nous to get in and do it, really.
Yeah, and we're now going to show a web link on our screen, in fact, to people how to get involved themselves. Thank you very much for coming here today, and also thanks to all of your team as well. I know this is a really important part of the hobby.
They're doing a great job, absolutely.
Eric, not Mike. I shouldn't say Mike to a Morse man, should I? Thank you very much indeed.
Absolutely, thank you very much.
Lovely, thanks very much for joining us. We're going to go back to GB3HQ now. Oh, we're going to do a video, I think, actually. I believe, maybe. Sorry.
He broke up just then, didn't he?
Yeah.
Portable station, go ahead.
Whiskey kilowatt X-ray / portable.
Okay, Golf Whiskey 7, Whiskey Kilo X-ray portable. Go ahead. You're 5959. Over.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. You're also 5959. Not sure if you guys are chasing POTA for where you are, but my park reference is Golf Bravo 1122. USL.
Yeah, thanks for the POTA reference. We're not chasing that from here. We're just operating from the, especially from the RSGB convention. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
2 Echo 0 Lima Mike Alpha.
Okay, 2 Echo 0 Lima Mike Alpha.
Yep, QSL Rob, very good afternoon to you. All 59 plus Rob into Striding Gloucestershire, name's Lee. Lima Echo Echo, go ahead.
Okay, Lee, you're 59 plus here at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, QSL Rob, thank you very much. Lovely to work at the station. And wish you 7-3, enjoy the weekend, bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, calling CQ. There's many stations all called at once there. Try again. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Yeah, the Mike Zero station?
Mike Zero Victoria Oscar Sugar.
Mike Zero Victor Oscar Sugar. This is GB3HQ.
Fantastic signal. Your tech is working fantastically. 5 and 9, just like you're in the room with me. Absolutely fantastic. Over. Name is Lana.
Yeah, Mike Zero Victor Oscar Sierra. This is GB3HQ, a special event station for the RSGB convention. Yes, you're a good 5-9 plus here at times when the noise allows. Over.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Again, name's Brian and QTH just outside of Newark. It's a green Newark is Lincoln. Over.
Yeah, okay, all good. And yeah, thank you very much for the call. So we're going to take a short break now. There's many things going on here all at once. This is GB3HQ.
Take care, Rob. Nice talking.
This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. GB3HQ calling CQ. Station with a Bravo in the call sign?
Yeah, Mexico 3, Bravo, Lima, Oscar.
Mexico 3, Bravo, Lima, Oscar. I think the name's Marshall, if I remember correctly, according to the computer. And yeah, you're there. You're 5 and 8, 5 and 8 in the clear. Over.
Okay, man. You know, bag 9 books and trying to
Yeah, thanks very much for the call, Marshall. And you're in the log. 7-3. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, GB3HQ, special event station for the RSGB convention. CQ?
2 Echo 1 Golf Oscar Papa.
2 Echo 1 Golf Oscar Papa. This is GB3HQ.
GB3HQ, thank you very much for responding to the call. It took me a while to get to the title. Name is Rhys Williams, QTH is Hinkley, should have not that far away. So understand what you're doing there. Is it still tomorrow operator?
I missed the last bit, Brian, but yes, you're coming through 5 and 8 with the QRM that we've got here, but 5 and 8, 5 9 at times. This is GB3HQ. Yep, 73, thanks for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec, calling CQ. CQ, this is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec, GB3HQ, special event station for the RSGB convention, calling CQ. CQ, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec. GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec, calling CQ. Golf 4 station, go again?
Golf 4, Sierra, Juliet, X-ray.
Golf 4, Sierra, Juliet, X-ray, good afternoon. My name is Rob, this is GB3HQ, we are the special event station for the RSGB convention, over. Yep, 73 Mike, thanks for the call. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec, calling CQ. Yeah, Golf 0 station, go ahead. Golf 0, Kilo, Zulu, Hotel. Good afternoon, Elaine. A nice signal from you today. How are you? This is GB3HQ and Rob M0ZPU on the key, over.
Yeah, I think I contacted you at the handset. Is it Rob?
That'll be the other Rob. That'll be M0VFC, I would guess, operating. I wasn't actually at the Hamfest this year, over.
Right, okay, yeah, but you're 5 and 9 here, interrupt still. 5 and 9.
Thanks very much to 5 and 9, Elaine. You're 5-9 plus here at Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, 7388 and have a good convention.
Yeah, 73, this is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec, CQ.
Foxtrot 6, Foxtrot, Mexico, Tango.
6, Foxtrot, Mexico, Tango.
France 6, French Mike Tango, Foxtrot 6, Fox Mike Tango, good afternoon. You are 59 over Paris. My name is Gerard, Golf Echo, Radio Alpha, Radio Delta.
Yes, good afternoon, Gerard. A really, really nice signal from you. S9 plus 20 here in Milton Keynes at the RSGB convention, over.
Okay, very fine, and thanks for the good report. You are over S9 also. Wonderful conditions between us this afternoon. Best of luck, have a nice convention, and see you again.
Yes, 73, thank you very much for the call. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel, Quebec. Golf X-ray station, go again.
Yeah, Golf X-ray 8, Sierra Romeo Sierra, QSL.
Golf X-ray 8, Sierra Romeo Sierra. You are 5-9 plus here at Milton Keynes, over.
Roger, good afternoon. You're also 5-9 plus there, but this is Nigel, the Stockport Radio Society, just out of Manchester. Back to you.
Okay, Nigel, all copied, Stockport Radio Society, and absolutely marvellous signal down here at Milton Keynes. Lots of QRM in the background, but we're just about working through it, over.
Roger, we got a lot of QRM as well, but it's basically from the members. Hi. Hope you're having a good time down there. You've got a few of our members along there, so have good fun and have a good convention. Back to you, GX8.
Yep, thanks very much for the call, Nigel, and have a good day, good DX. This is GB3HQ, over.
Mike 0 UHF.
Mike 0 UHF.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. Yeah, it is afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, I just been to the convention and just thought I'd say hi. You're 5 and 9 plus 10. Mike 0 UHF.
M0 UHF. Hi, Jeff. And you're a good 5-9 plus 10 plus 20 here at Milton Keynes, over.
Yes, mate. Thanks ever so much, and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, 73, thanks very much. Good DX and all that stuff. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, special event station for the RSGB convention, calling CQ.
Quebec.
Yeah, the Echo India 0 station, go ahead.
Echo India 8, India uniform.
Echo India 8, India uniform, good afternoon. Yeah, Echo India 8, India uniform. This is GB3HQ, over.
I know there's a few wee eyes over there. So you're pulling in. 73's enjoy the weekend. Bye-bye.
Yeah, 73, thanks for the call. And, yeah, Ender put a damn good talk on. 73, this is GB3HQ.
Golf 0, Papa Sierra Mike.
Golf 0, Papa Sierra Mike.
GB3 HQ Golf 0 Papa Sierra Mike 59 plus 10 to 20 here into South Manchester. Name's Peter. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, Peter. You're also 59 plus 10, 59 plus 20 here into Milton Keynes. Over.
Yeah, okay. Many thanks for the signal report and good luck with your station there from Golf 0 Papa Sierra Mike.
Yep, thanks for the good wishes. 73, good DX. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Mike 0, Foxtrot Alpha Quebec, was that?
Yeah, Roger. Mike 0, Foxtrot Alpha Quebec. U59 at near Brain 3 and Essex, over.
Yeah, okay, Martin, got you now. Got you in the log. Thanks for the wonders of QRZ lookups. And, yeah, 59 up here at Milton Keynes, over.
Yeah, thanks. Enjoy the convention.
Thank you very much for the good wishes and good DX. This is GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. CQ.
Oscar, November 7, Uniform Zulu.
Oscar, November 7, Uniform Zulu, 59 plus.
Thank you for the 59 plus. You get the same report back. Thanks for the contact. Enjoy the activation.
Yeah, 73, thanks for the call, Dominic, and good DX. This is GB3HQ.
Papa Delta 1, Radio Ocean.
Papa Delta 1, Radio Ocean. This is GB3HQ, over.
Thank you, loud and clear, 59 plus 10. Good luck and many contacts.
Yeah, thanks, Rolf, good DX. GB3HQ, over.
Tango 3, Mike Alpha November.
Golf Tango 3, Mike Alpha November. And how is the Isle of Man? I hope the sun is shining upon you. This is GB3HQ, over.
The body's wet and windy as usual, so nothing changes. This is John Juliet Oscar Hotel November. GT3 MAN, your signal report 5 and 9 plus 20.
Yeah, thanks for the 5 and 9 plus 20. You're 5 and 9 plus 10, 5 and 9 plus 20 also, John. And, yeah. Hope you're working some good DX from the Foxdale Shack. 7-3, this is GB3HQ.
Mike 0, Charlie, Sierra, India.
Mike 0, Charlie, Sierra, India. You are 59 plus here at Milton Keynes.
Okay, you're also 59 plus in Manchester, the 5 and 9 plus. Name is Mike and...
Hello. There was a recent contact with the International Space Station that made the news. There was a great deal of interest in it and some really good people, some youngsters and some high-profile people attending it. And I'm here with the team who actually made, or some of the team that made that happen. But before we talk to them, we've got a short video for you to see about the event.
Inspiring. Fascinating. Scientific.
So I'm sure you'll agree that that video is fantastic. Gives a bit of a flavour of the event. But now let's talk to some of the team who actually made that happen. So I'm sure they're going to introduce themselves to you.
So I'm Kieran Morgan, M0XTD, and I'm the RS lead for the United Kingdom and the RSGB representative to RS.
I'm Anna Clark, the RSGB Marketing Strategy Manager.
And I'm Heather Parsons, the RSGB Communications Manager.
Okay, so I think if we start, Kieran, with you, and we can talk a little bit about what you had to do to make this event happen, because it doesn't just happen, does it? There's a lot of planning that goes into this.
There's a lot of planning indeed. This one's taken the best part of 2 years to get through and get onto the schedule page itself. But we had a lot of effort because there was a number of other contacts all bunched up on the same day. So we had 3 contacts happening, 2 in Europe and 1 in the US, all on subsequent orbits of the space station itself. So that proved a little bit challenging and a little bit tricky to get scheduled itself. But we did it. We had a very late night call from the folks at NASA to say that they were shifting our time on us. So it moved an hour and a half earlier than we were expecting it, with just about 36 hours notice.
And that caused a little bit of replanning, if I remember right.
That took a lot of replanning, a lot of hectic replanning on the Friday morning. But we achieved it. We got everything together. We had our visitors, Her Royal Highness, come along.
That puts some extra pressure on, doesn't it, really, when that's all part of the planning?
It did, and it was interesting, but it was another challenge, another layer of complexity that we had to deal with.
Now, in the event itself, we had, or on the day, we had lots of other activities going on as well, and we'll come back to just how the contact went, because I think everybody sees that as, you know, the tip of the iceberg, if you like, but I know there's a lot of activity behind the scenes to make sure it's successful. But in the building as well, all the youngsters that were there, Anna, they had lots of other activities to do as well, didn't they? I know you were both there. You and Heather were both at the event. So what else were they doing?
So there was a group of around 100 brownies, rangers and guides, and we had a fantastic team of volunteers there. We had some STEM ambassadors who are also NRC volunteers. We had the STEAMettes, some young girls that were working with these other young girls. We had some representatives from a university radio club as well, and we worked as a team to deliver these fantastic hands-on activities for the guides and the brownies, and seeing them get stuck into making the snail Morse keys, and then they were doing battleships. They were doing some coding on the BBC microbits, Morse messaging, and they could just wander from activity to activity, get hands-on. They got to see the simulated CubeSat and its data as well. So they were just going around, playing with things, just having a fantastic time.
Let me ask you, how much noise in the room?
There was a fair amount of dits and dars going on, but just the buzz, the buzz of it, and it was just wonderful.
Yeah, okay. And Heather, you were there as well. What was it like from your angle and your role?
Well, I was there filming with Nick, trying to create a video diary of the day. So we got to see a little bit more of the other activities that were happening as well, because the Brooklands Innovation Academy, they had the girls doing type of stomp rockets. They were able to go into the Concorde simulator. So they had a very wide range of activities, as well as the great amateur radio ones that we did. And one of the significant things, which I've just heard in another presentation I've been in from the RSGB president who was there on the day, some of the girls who took part in these events were very cautious and said, "Why are we doing this? This is boys' stuff." And then by the end of the day, they were saying, this is fantastic, you know, why don't we do more of it? So it was a brilliant day when the whole aim of the day was to inspire more girls to go into STEM activities and also STEM careers. And I think the comment that I heard and the one that the RSGB president heard shows that we actually achieved that during the day, which is brilliant.
And that, I know this to be a fact, that was part of the planning anyway, wasn't it? And Kieran, you might talk about, you know, the astronaut they actually spoke to and the other ESA astronaut that came along as well.
Yes.
It was all part of the mix and the feel, wasn't it?
It was. There was a deliberate attempt to make it an all girls and all women activity itself. So we'd put in a request for Sunita Williams to be the astronaut to speak to. That took a little bit of planning and a little bit of manipulation of the schedules, but we achieved it. We got Sunita talking to the girls themselves, and we also had Megan Christian from the European Space Agency, who's the reserve astronaut, who came along and did brilliantly as well, sort of answering the questions that we couldn't get asked, and then a general question and answer session.
And of course it was live streamed as well at the time. There's another bit of pressure as well. I mean, we're live streaming the convention here, and in fact we're doing this interview live now, and it does add that little extra bit of you know there's a lot of people watching, and I saw the hundreds of people that were watching on the live stream, by the way. But people can see the recordings and they can see this, and what I took from it is the engagement from the youngsters with the whole process, and Her Royal Highness as well. It was fantastic.
I heard that Her Royal Highness mention that she had so many other questions that she wanted to ask, but that the time was just so limited. But to show the enthusiasm of the girls, all you have to do is look at the question and answer session afterwards. There were so many hands up, it was so difficult to choose. Once McGann started answering the questions, they were all going up, weren't they? They were all going up. So they weren't just passengers at this event, they were really into it, weren't they? They were. Which is amazing. So either of Anna or Heather, anything else here that you took from it, and you know the feel of the event?
Other than it being, yes, really inspiring, and how key practical activities are, you know, for them to be hands-on and doing things, that's really key.
That keeps youngsters engaged, doesn't it? If you're showing them things, that's one thing. If they're doing something,
and they're taking it home as well. I'm going to go and show my brother what I've made, and all that kind of thing was just so lovely to hear. And I suppose a big question is sort of, once this is over, what the legacy is of this, and we've built some contacts with senior members of the guides. So we are hoping to work more with them, because they're very keen to do more, not necessarily, you know, the ARIS contacts again, but much more hands-on stuff. So there's World Thinking Days coming up in February, so hopefully we might be able to do something where we can get clubs and groups to work within their local areas for thinking day on the air. These
activities bring it to people's attention, but you've still got to do something about it afterwards, haven't you, and work out how we can actually do that. We've heard that in some of the other sections here, with some of the youth engagement and things like that. It is okay to have a plan, but you've got to actually go through with it and do something, or let people see it. I just want to throw an open question up there. Any disasters, any problems, any plans, you know, anything you've got? Because that's what these people want to hear.
Yeah, we did. The space station, to throw more oil onto the fire, the space station performed a reboost on the Friday morning. This is a normal thing that happens. It boosts the altitude of the space station. But unfortunately, what then happens is the Keplerian elements, the data that we use to track the space station.
So the predictions.
Take a good 12 plus hours to settle down and accurately represent the space station. And unfortunately, 3 out of 4 of our computers picked up the wrong set of Keplerian elements. So to our surprise, Sunny actually was calling us a couple of minutes earlier than we expected, which was okay. We got on the air straight away. Her Royal Highness gave her greeting message. we got 16 questions asked and answered before we lost signal from the space station. Again, a little bit earlier than we had predicted.
Yeah.
But it worked, and that was probably the biggest one for us.
Yeah.
And a learning point for the future.
Because, you know, we've spoken about ARIS contacts, and I've been to quite a few, as you know, and I know the normal routine, and I spotted it when it started really quickly. I thought, oh, hello.
But you always bill it as an experiment, a science experiment.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Exactly.
And it was.
It is. Yeah, if they change the orbit of the space station, it's a bit beyond you to fix it, isn't it?
It is.
There's one or two. Most things you can fix. I know that over the years, but some you've got to go with it. You've got to go with it. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Heather, I know you've got some sort of thoughts about how the communications and the feedback that has come from people as well. Let's take it that way.
Well, one of the things, as Kieran will know from not just the weeks and the months, but the years of planning of this, is that we were working with a number of different organisations. There was ARIS UK, obviously, the RSGB right there at the very start, Girl Guiding Surrey West, Brooklands, and of course the Palace. So there was an awful lot of liaison all the way through, not just of the logistics of the event, but also I think an awareness of what each organisation does and what we were trying to achieve. Obviously for this event we were all trying to achieve the same thing, which was to raise the profile of STEM with girls. Now we're very used to, as an organisation, the RSGB is used to working with the Palace because Prince Philip was our patron for several decades, from 1952 onwards. But there are always, understandably, things that are slightly different when a member of the royal family is in attendance at an event, and one of those things was that we couldn't announce it in advance in the way that we would normally do, because we had to wait for Her Royal Highness attendance to be announced in the Royal Circular. At that point we were allowed to share an agreed statement, and then sort of the publicity went from there. But just
I think it's fair to say we were busting to tell people, wasn't
it? We were all sworn to secrecy. It was a very small number of people that knew. And just to give you give the viewers an understanding of the change in publicity that comes when you have a member of the royal family attend an event. I've just been speaking in a different session about last year's media statistics for the RSGB and amateur radio generally, and across the year in 2023 we had, I'm holding this because I want to get the statistics correct, we had 588 mentions in the mainstream media of the RSGB and amateur radio, which was a potential audience of just under 1 billion over the year. For this particular event, because of the interest in Her Royal Highness's attendance, there were 237 mentions, so about half, but that amounted to a reach of just under 1.25 billion people in a period of a week. So the publicity is enormous when we're fortunate enough to have a member of the royal family attend. But it was lovely on the day, and I think Anna and Kieran will probably say that the Duchess looked genuinely delighted by the experience of talking to Sunita on the space station, and she actually says, and it is on the live stream, this is really exciting. And it's the same, like you and Kieran obviously been to, and Anna, we've all been to a lot of ISS contacts, Kieran most of all, but you never lose that excitement of when you hear, or sometimes we're fortunate enough to have the ATV and actually see the astronaut, as we did with Tim Peake when he was on the space station. And it's in one of the interviews that I did later in the day, which will come out on the longer video that we did, I spoke to one of the ladies from Brooklands, Annette, who was part of the planning team, and she says, I had said to her in one of the planning meetings, you never lose the feeling, it makes the hair stand up, you know, it's spine tingling. And in her interview she did say to me, on the camera, as somebody once said to me, it did make the hair stand up on the back of my head being in the room. And
funnily enough, I was thinking while you were speaking that Anna sent me a text message on that day saying hairs on the back of my neck are ready for the contact. Right? So it is something that sticks with all of us. It really is. So you know that more than anybody. And your introduction to get everybody warmed up into it is, I think, brilliant, because it lets them know what's coming, what's going to happen. They're ready for it, and the excitement builds up you know, to that first contact when they hear the astronaut respond, you know, and it does it every time. Okay, any final thoughts from anybody?
I would say that, you know, apart from it being a fantastic event for the 100 girls that were there, and obviously all the leaders and who were with them, and of course the Duchess, in terms of our interest as radio amateurs for the RSGB and ARIS, this one event has not only raised publicity of one aspect of amateur radio, but hopefully through all of the media coverage, through all of us sharing links with our own contacts and the same for other people, it will have inspired, you know, possibly a generation of young girls to realise that it's not just for boys, that STEM activities can be fun, and it inspires them to realise that they can do whatever they want, and the motto is dream big.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so thank you all. Thank you all for two things. Thank you all for sitting here and talking to me about it and everybody who's watching. But thank you for everything that you did for the event. And I'm going to say, especially Kieran and the ARIS team, for making it happen, because it's an amazing thing. Thank you all. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay.
Just 1, 2, 3. CQ17, CQ17, CQ17. This is Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. GB3 HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec. Calling CQ from the RS.
Hello, welcome back. We're now in the SIG room for the first time from this live broadcast today. This is, as we'll see lots of other of the special interest groups that are here at the RSGB convention. With me now is Brian Harbour, who's the UK Microwave Group. Are you the chairman or
membership secretary?
Membership secretary. Oh, it's as good as that. And oh, you're the chairman. All right. And we've also got with us Barry Lewis, G4SJH, and you are associated with the UK Microwave, but you also represent it for the RSGB.
Yes, so I'm the RSGB Microwave Manager, but I'm also a member, but I'm also helping on the committee of the Microwave Group as the link with the RSGB.
Lovely, okay. So let's talk particularly about 23 SEMS, because that's been a worrying part for our hobby. I think many amateurs thought we were going to lose it completely. Where are we at with that?
So at the moment we're at a stage where the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU, has finished its work in relation to the World Radio Conference, which was the chief driver for the activity that took place with studies against the radio navigation, satellite service and so on. And they finalised their deliverables and recommendations on the topic, and they finalised an amendment to the ITUR radio regulations. And we worked very hard during that process, and I think our outcome is as good as we can hope to have got. We have measures in the radio regulations that are not mandatory, they are recommended, and we have a recommendation on how we might continue to use the band, or how regulators might allow us to continue to use the band when they have some concerns about radio navigation satellite service interference. That is at a stage where that international work is finished in the ITU, but now it's moved to the regional regulatory bodies, and the regional regulations are being, let's say, developed right now to reflect that outcome, and then eventually we will see that filter down into our national license conditions as the national regulators start to then take on board the recommendations from their regions. And then we will start to see what impact it might have on our licenses. We think probably around in 2026 we might start to see the activity, maybe a little bit before, because the process is already underway in the regional bodies. Exactly who will be affected and which countries will be affected is a little bit uncertain, let me say, at the moment, but we don't know how the regulators will react to the regulations. Some may be more interested to implement it than others. So unfortunately, it's still very difficult to predict exactly, for example, what might happen in the UK. But we have some ideas, and of course, we're still working hard to ensure that we get the best outcome from our perspective on how we use the band.
But in brief, you think that we will still retain the 23 SEMS band in some part, at least?
Oh, absolutely. There's no talk of removing the allocation, and in some places, if there is no interest in adopting the recommendation, then it will be as it is today, no change. So this is a good thing, and actually for a large part of the band below about the middle, we may also find that there's very little change at a practical level for how we use the band. What I will say, what is becoming important, and maybe people who are interested in the 23 centimetre band might like to think about this also, is we have to think about our impact on the band plans. And this is something that in the IARU we will be discussing, because actually I also do some work within the IARU as well, and we will be hoping to start discussions on this in the middle of next year about how we might have to change our band plans. This will be something that's also important, and maybe more something that may involve the community more than the regulatory discussions that we've had to date.
Okay, thanks. Well, Brian, you're the membership secretary of the UK Microwave Group. How has it affected your members? I guess they were very uncertain and quite worried for a while.
Yeah, well, yes, they were obviously very worried because we've had, heads up from Barry, so we had a fair idea of what was going on. And as far as I'm concerned, membership is still going up slowly, so there's still a lot of interest. There's equipment around, which means people are still using it, still interested in it, and of course new radios coming out with equipment on it, and we've seen that certainly from one of the manufacturers, and so no change.
Positive outcome.
It's a positive outcome, yeah.
Quick plug for your group, www.microwavers.org, I read on there.
That's correct, yes.
And how much did it cost to join for a year?
It's £6 a year.
£6 a year. Almost the price of a coffee nowadays. Thank you very much for joining us, both of you. Thank you very much. We've just got time to have a quick word with Noel, GTZ, from the British Amateur Television Club. What's the latest, Noel?
Yeah, hi David. Good to see you again. Yes, we're showing QO100 satellite, the TV, but also we're majoring on the test equipment range that is included in Portstown, which was in RAGCOM for the last 3 months. So we're showing the power meters and the noise figure meters here.
Can you just point some of them out to us, and maybe Kevin, our cameraman, can actually get a close-up of some of these things?
So what we've got on the bench is, this is the noise figure meter. Then moving across, we've got a traditional Portstown, and showing the spectrum of QO100 satellite, along with various other bits and pieces such as the Pico tuner and other BATC projects.
Now, I've just been talking to the UK Microwave Group, obviously, about the changes and what we all thought. I think we were going to lose 23 SEMS. Yeah. That would have been a big thing for the amateur television community, wouldn't it?
Yes, in particular the FM TV on repeater inputs was going to be affected, but talking to Barry this morning, it looks as the situation is not quite as dire as we thought it was a year ago. So, yeah, hopefully it's going to be all right. So, yeah.
Good. What's next for the BATC? I know you're always very active in projects. The Portstown is a continually evolving project. What's next?
Yeah, Portstown is evolving. We're rewriting it for the Pi 5. We've just recently released a new version of the mini tuner. We're using a Pico tuner.
Have a look at that now.
Using a Pico, Pi Pico instead of the FTDI module, and we're always just continually evolving and developing as new ideas come up. Our members, we just take the ideas and adapt them and put them out to the wider community.
I know I'm going to put Kevin on the spot now. I wonder if we can get a bit closer with this, because this is quite amazing. Seeing very low cost Raspberry Pi, that's about sort of £5 or so, isn't it?
That's correct, yeah. We used to use an FTDI module, which was £30, and now that's using the £5 Pico module. And of course, this is the board There's no surface mount on it, deliberately designed for beginner construction, and we've had a lot of people build this as their first ever build project, and it's great. It enables you to receive the QO100 satellites and also terrestrial digital television.
So let's just go in the basics then. What do I need to receive the QO100 satellite? What's the most basic lower cost we could do? Very quickly.
Yep, so you need a dish, you need a bullseye LNB from Amazon.
So looking at the same sort of thing you'd have on a satellite dish to normal TV?
Exact replacement for your LNB on your Sky dish. This one is a high stability version. You use that and you put it into this hardware, the Pico Tuner hardware, and you run some software, which is free software to download, called OpenTuner on your PC.
Lovely. We'll have a look. batc.org.uk is the address. We're now going to go and see our next talk this afternoon, which is Spanning the Globe.
And therefore won't be joining us, but we're delighted that John Dundas, GM0 OPS... I beg your pardon. That's what I've got incorrect information. I beg your pardon, it's the third talk this afternoon. My apologies. That's what comes of being sent things at the last minute. Lee has COVID. I do beg your pardon, Nigel. But we do have John Dundas, GM0 OPS, who is going to be talking on radio and spectrum management at the Paris Olympics, which I think will be very interesting to many of us, having some of us were involved in 2012, and we will see how things have progressed since then. But that said, let me try and get something right and introduce Don Beattie to you this afternoon. Most of you will know Don. For those who don't, Don is a former president of the Radio Society of Great Britain and also a life vice president. He's been secretary and then president of the IARU Regional 1. As I'm sure most of you know, very active DXer. But he's going to be giving us the story of the beginning of global radio communications, as 2024 marks the centenary of the first two-way trans-global radio communications between the UK and New Zealand. Rather than telling you any more, I'm going to hand over to Don, and Don, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you very much, Graham, and hello everybody. It isn't a long time ago, you know, 100 years. Sounds like a millennium, doesn't it? Well, it's a tenth of a millennium actually, but I've been licensed 63 years. So it was not that long before I got my license that all this happened. So let's just put that in perspective as we go through it. What I'm going to be talking about today is sharing with you the events around October 1924, when there was a two-way radio contact, the very first two-way radio contact between Cecil Goyder, who later got the call sign G2HM. We think it was later and not at the time, but he was operating 2SZ at Mill Hill in London, and Frank Bell, who was operating 4AA in New Zealand. Cecil had been was an undergraduate at City and Guilds, which is now part of Imperial in London, and Bell's a sheep farmer in South Island, New Zealand. And the Bell family still own the farm, and it's a relatively small one at just 30,000 acres. The location is exactly here in Shag Valley. This is the bottom end of South Island. So that's where Frank was located. And the interesting thing about this is, if you're trying to open up trans-global communication, would you do it on 3.2 megs? Who here has worked ZL on 80 meters? Well, of course, we have a room full of DXs, I suppose. And Andy, that's cheating. Particularly at the moment, actually, it's not a particularly easy path. And to do it on 3.2 megs and with the equipment that they used at the time, as we'll see in a moment, was quite an achievement. So this is what I plan to cover today. First of all, who were the key players? Look at 1924 in the context of what else had been going on radio communications around that time. The build-up to that particular day. Take a moment to look at everybody's understanding of how propagation worked at that time, what equipment they used, what actually happened, and then some reflections from others of what this achievement really meant, and what happened to everybody afterwards, and how we're celebrating the centenary. So I'm going to move through this fairly quickly because there's quite a lot to cover. Cecil Goyder. He was operating 2SZ at Mill Hill School, and he lived close to Mill Hill School in Hale Lane. He first became interested in radio in 1915 when he was living in America. He was a kid, his family were out in the US, and that was what kindled his interest in the early days of radio. And when he came back to England in 1920, he went to Mill Hill School, and he started carrying on experiments about radio communication. And his equipment consisted of a spring mattress as an aerial and an ex-army transmitter. So it was fairly crude equipment, even by those standards in those days. He wasn't just interested in radio, he was actually quite a keen sportsman. But critically, I think, his interest in radio was encouraged by the science master at school. And the science master in the school was the person responsible for taking out the 2SZ call sign. So the call sign was issued to Mill Hill School, and quite importantly, it had a power authorization of 1/4 kilowatt. And in 1924, that was a significant transmitting installation. Most licenses were 10 watts maximum power. Mill Hill, because of the significance of the school and the potential of the experiments that were going to take place, had 1/4 kilowatt license. And as we'll see in a moment, he got quite a lot of support in making sure that he could produce 1/4 kilowatt. At the other end of the link was Frank Bell. This is a picture in 1974. But as I said, they're a sheep farming family in Wahimo. They're still there. Frank was always experimenting with radio, but not only radio, with technology. There's a little museum in the sheep farm in Shag Valley. And apart from his radio equipment, there's some old spark equipment, and quite worryingly, there's an X-ray generator. Which shows that he had a fairly wide interest in electronics and radio-associated issues. He fought in the First World War, but he was invalided out, at which point he returned to New Zealand, and he chalked up a number of firsts in radio communication from New Zealand. So he was the first from Australia to New Zealand, or from New Zealand to Australia, the first from New Zealand to North America, and as we'll find out in a minute or two, the first between New Zealand and the United Kingdom. So Frank was a leader in the radio amateur world in New Zealand at the time. Interestingly enough, so was his sister, Brenda, and we'll find out a little bit more about her later on. Incidentally, I should have said at the beginning, if you want to stop me and ask any questions, please do so. We could do it all at the end, but I'm happy to take them as we go along if it seems appropriate to you to do it partway through. So let's put 1924 in the historical context. What's called Marconi's Atlantic Leap had been just 23 years before. 1901, that communication across the Atlantic from this modest multi-circle array that he had. Initially, of course, in those days, it was spark transmission. It was spark transmission, and the receiver was a coherer, an early form of diode, so effectively a crystal set. So that was the degree of sensitivity we were dealing with. There wasn't too much QRM to contend with because there probably wasn't another signal anywhere. But using fairly basic equipment. And then, of course, what happened during the First World War was valves appeared. And valves became available in around about 1916, which meant that the technology that you could apply to generating radio frequency energy and detecting radio frequency energy changed very significantly. And over those pre-First World War years, the number of wireless experimenters, as they were called in those days, grew quite rapidly. And we'll look at some numbers on a later slide. But as this happened, there were increasing problems with the near universal use of low frequencies. Everybody was using very, very low, fairly low frequencies, what we would probably term today medium wave or thereabouts, or even even longer. And actually, they began to get QRM. And one of the problems, which I think is on a later slide, was interference with Croydon Airport from radio amateurs who were on nearby frequencies. And of course, the authorities didn't really like that. So the Post Office started imposing restrictions on wireless experimenters on when they could use their equipment and what frequencies, wavelengths, they could use as well. Notwithstanding that, as we moved into the early 20s, there were experiments to bridge the Atlantic. We'll come on to those in a moment, culminating in this final global leak from 1924. So let's look at the UK experimenters. Before 1914, there had been pretty rapid growth to around 1,000 wireless experimenters in the UK. Post it should say 2014, it should say 1914, sorry. Wireless experimenter numbers had been growing from a lower base, and I think that was the result of the First World War, that the base numbers went down and then continued to grow. So they were at 250 by 1922, with a lot of regulatory changes going on in the background from the Post Office. The Post Office were imposing restrictions, as it says there, initially on the number of hours you could be on the bands, the number of stations you could contact. And typically a 4-hour period would be allocated during which you can make contacts by radio. So it was a moderately repressive environment in terms of experimentation. You had to comply with a whole set of rules and regs. And as I've mentioned already, only a limited number of high power licenses. 250 watts was really quite unusual, and it's not totally clear the criteria which governed the allocation of 250 watt licenses. It seems to have been a combination of technical competence and influence. Plus ça change. So a limited number of high power licenses. And this is the wireless map of Great Britain. And you can see each red dot comprises a wireless experimenter. And if we take a bit of a close-up to this table on the left, you can see the sort of information that was provided on this map. With all the original call signs. At this time, of course, there was no prefix on the call sign, so you could have 2AA in Slough, and you could have 2 something else in a totally different country. So it was quite confusing until there was a general introduction of country prefixes initially, as we'll see shortly, in a very informal way. So I thought that map was really quite interesting and quite telling. It's fascinating to look at it. Let's talk about the Atlantic tests. These were first planned, and this was an environment where we now had valves. We could generate RF using valves, and we could receive using valves. Therefore, we had greater sensitivity. But notwithstanding that, the tests initially planned for February 21 didn't result in one-way reception. So absolutely nothing. And the Americans took the view that it was the Brits. The Brits didn't have good enough receivers, couldn't hear a thing, and therefore they sent the Navy over in the form of Paul Godley to ZE with a Paragon regenerative receiver and also an Armstrong Superhet. Armstrong was well known as a developer of the thinking in radio technology, including frequency modulation. But Paul Godley came over and he started work in the London area and found that reception was poor. Whether that was noise is not totally clear, but he decided that he would take himself off to the northwest of the UK and ended up in Ardrossan on the west coast of Scotland, where he was able to get up a 1,300-foot Beveridge, which I'm sure helped quite a lot. And he recorded one-way reception of 1 BCG in Connecticut. So this again would have been on fairly low frequencies. But it's interesting to note that 24 hours before Godley heard the station in Connecticut, it had been received by Byrne 2KW in Sale. So it wasn't perhaps the Brits and their receivers, more the conditions at the time that prevented the early tests from being successful. So there was a lot happening around this time. Here's a timeline which goes back to 1898 and through to 1927, just a few key points. Starting with the first British amateur radio station. This was a guy in the military who later had the call sign EI2B. We've talked about Marconi's Atlantic Leap and the growth of the experimenters and the growth of licenses. But it's interesting to note that at the beginning of the First World War, Marconi was developing early telephony transmissions, and this was off the back of the availability of tubes, thermionic valves, and beginning to explore the potential of telephony communication. Interestingly, and we'll come back to this shortly, Fleming speculated on the ionosphere in 1914 in a lecture. I think it was to one of the London Learned Societies, but he took it no further at the time. And then, of course, in 2014, all experimenter activity ceased for 4 years. But as soon as things got back to what was a bit closer to normality in 1918, by 1920 there were some early signs of public broadcasting, experimentally to begin with. And then 1921 we were getting this business of QRM to Croydon Aerodrome and the first unsuccessful transatlantic tests. 127 experimenters shown in the Gamage directory, which seems the nearest thing we could get to a call book at that time, ending up with a lot more in 1922. 1922, so the post office changes in spectrum began to bite, and the 1,000 meter band was withdrawn. There was a move away from spark transmission. There were 250 permits in force, and what was probably the nearest thing to proper public broadcasting began in 1922. In 1923, there were some 200-meter long-distance tests, and the Post Office proposed a 200-meter and down policy for amateur or wireless experimenter spectrum. So the thinking had been in the past, low frequency is good for communication, and actually anything shorter than 200 meters, 1.5 megs, that's no good for communication. So we'll give it to the amateurs. And that's what happened. And then 1924, as we'll see in a couple of slides, the first communication between UK and New Zealand. And in 1927, Gerald Marcuse began his Empire Broadcasting, and this is a picture of him with his transmitter and one of his transmitting valves, transmitting from, I think it was Caterham in Surrey, which really began the concept. It didn't last very long, but began the concept of Empire Broadcasting, which was soon taken over by the BBC. But in all this, there have been perhaps a certain lack of appreciation, because it hadn't developed, of the propagation medium, which is the ionosphere. And if we look at this, there really wasn't very much real understanding of the ionosphere and how it affected radio communication, although Fleming had speculated on it in 1914. Conventional wisdom was low frequency is best, and the transatlantic tests of 23 did begin to change that thinking. And once we got Antipodean contacts, we were beginning to notice the grey line effect. And the grey line effect, as we all know, is one of the ways in which we can contact New Zealand somewhat, well, probably the principal way we can contact New Zealand on 80 and 160 meters. And so there was a gradual awakening over this period to the nature of the propagation medium. The interesting thing is Cecil Goyder's quote of 1925, though, which I find fascinating. The conditions for good reception of New Zealand signals are interesting. Invariably, a cold, clear night, favourable for America, is no use for New Zealand, for which mainly a rainy, misty, cloudy night is the suitable condition. What is the explanation? An extremely good question, and it's quite hard to see that there is an explanation, and clearly that's some sort of coincidental thing that he had experienced. And I've just put the graphic here, as some of you will recognise, as the propagation map from Proppy. So we had a fairly basic understanding of propagation, and we then had some fairly basic equipment. And this was emerging technology. Vacuums began to take centre stage, and in the early 20s, a transmitter typically consisted of one valve, a self-oscillating PA, which those of you who have played with valves, particularly oscillating valves, when you try to couple an antenna to it, changes the loading, the impedance matching of the thing, and it can go anywhere in frequency. So getting one of these things anywhere near the design frequency was an art form, and in one quote, Goyder says it took him 3 hours playing with his clips, this is clips that go on the coils, to get the thing optimized and on the right frequency. So this was not a plug-and-play technology. How did they measure frequency? Do you know, that's I think it was Lecker lines, but they would have to be enormously long. I mean, I think probably like that. It's difficult to tell. It didn't have frequency counters, that's for sure. So we had vacuum tubes coming in for PAs. We had vacuum tubes in regenerative TRF receivers, which of course produce very significant sensitivity, but with pretty poor selectivity. The tubes gave scope for AM transmission, which I've mentioned already, but the circuits are crude by today's standards. This is Bill Scar's 40 and 20 meter transmitter, and you can see how many components there are, and quite a number of them are standoff insulators. So, you know, it's a fairly simple technology. The result is the signals were probably, I would even say certainly, unstable, which means that you need a fairly wide bandwidth in the receiver to follow them. But obviously, you know, you can only hear it within the range of the audio spectrum, so you're presumably tracking around to find, it's not co-channel working by any means, Who remembers the old days of 2 meters when you used to transmit crystal control and then tune high to low, right? This is it on HF. This is it on HF. And there is some speculation that this is the reason that Cecil Goyder beat Ernest Simmons, G2OD, to make the first UK to ZL contact, because Ernest didn't spend enough time tuning after calling. He was certainly the first signal heard in New Zealand, but he never made the two-way QSO as the first station. And then Cecil Goyder, shortly afterwards, noted that if you managed to get a quartz crystal to oscillate with a low-power valve and coupled just a smidge of that RF into a marginally unstable PA, you could actually lock it to the crystal frequency. So you could then have a stable, frequency-stable source of RF energy. And that, he took a patent out on that. And that was before we worked out that actually a much easier way is to actually put a crystal and then multiply it up until you get the right frequency to drive the PA valve. And then we moved from TRF onto superhets and the work of Armstrong, W2XMN, on the superhet, which was significant. Now here's a circuit diagram for you to do this evening. That's a 20-meter receiver, 1924 style, and it's, as you can see, what, 6, 8 components? The only thing to say is it's not complete, because up here it says 2LF valve. So there is an audio amplifier, a single-stage audio amplifier after it. But that was Godley, that was his receiver sorry, that's his 1914 equipment, but that's his 1924 receiver. Let's look at what Goyder actually used in October 1924. So this is the transmitter, a self-oscillating PA. As you can see, lots of scope to change the taps on the coils. You can see all these arrows showing where they're tapped onto the individual coils. And this is pretty fascinating. This is a synchronous motor coupled to a rotating disc with 2 halves to it, separated by some insulation. And it effectively rectifies the high voltage, because the voltage goes in here, and because it's synchronous, this is live on one half of the cycle, and this is live on the other half of the cycle, but it's inverted, therefore you're getting half-wave rectification. And then it's rectified again, presumably to avoid all possible doubt, and smoothed. But notice the smoothing capacitors are 1 and 2 microfarads, which by today's standards suggest that it's going to be quite a raspy signal. And then the PA tube. PA tube was supplied on an experimental basis by Mullard. Mullard provided the tubes free, gratis, and for nothing. And the receiver on the right, even fewer components, but a lot of adjustment. Look at the variable coils, condenser, etc., etc. And then again, there's an audio amplifier on the end of it. But that was what he used. For an antenna, he had a flat top antenna on top of the science block at the school, and what's called a cage lead-in. That was his equipment. Bell's equipment was slightly different. It was 120 watts, plays Goyder's 250, power limited as we make our own. So this is a sheep farm in the middle of nowhere. There's no mains. They make their own power. A 5-stage receiver, 2 RF stages, detector, and 2 AF stages. Pretty impressive. And an antenna that we would probably rather like today. A 95-foot tower, wooden, with a 90-foot cage. It doesn't say whether the cage is vertical or part vertical. It looks here as if it's probably a sloping cage, but 95-foot vertical or semi-vertical, which is pretty impressive. Let's look what happened in October. We've talked about the Atlantic tests, and then there were some other contacts between France and UK, two-way. The interesting thing is there are 2 years between hearing the United States and actually establishing two-way communication with the United States. 2 years to bridge that gap. ARRL, on completion of the successful tests, sent a note to Marconi, which he politely replied to. And then there was the first UK to Canada, and the RSGB carried on tests. And the tests used code words. So you weren't calling CQ blah or whatever, you were just sending your call sign and a 5-letter word. Like, I mean, the one I can remember is Zinco, Z-I-N-C-O. And it was reception of that code word that confirmed that this was not a spoof reception, that somebody had really heard you. And then the early 24, Goida was contacting W6 and VE4 on the 80 to 90 meter band. And the whole concept of there's no future for communication on wavelengths below 200 meters was beginning to vaporize. On October the 17th, Ernest Simmons was heard in New Zealand by Frank Bell, and he sent him a note saying, "You're the first European amateur to hit out 12,000 miles. Your signals, QSA, every day here, can hear you every time you press your key." And that again was down around 80, 90 meters. And then on Saturday, because he could only go into the college on a weekend because he was at going to school at the weekend because he was at university during the week, Goida goes to Mill Hill School early, and after working the USA, he hears this Z4AA calling him. And they work each other for 30 minutes. Now, actually, I don't know about you, but I'd probably have a spot of bother holding a QSO on 80 meters for 30 minutes with ZL today. So that was pretty impressive. And Goida is deeply suspicious, and he says, "If you're really in New Zealand, send me a cable." And goes back home and says, "If someone's not been pulling my leg, I've just talked to a man in New Zealand." Imagine that first contact, you know, the first time you work P5. Right, the same sort of feeling, right? So he was suspicious, but just let it run. And sure enough, the cable turned up, and there was extensive press coverage, much to Simmons 2OD's chagrin, because he felt he probably should have made it first of all. Bell's log is interesting. This is the value of log keeping, right? This is not, I work G something or other on this frequency. This is a blow-by-blow record of what was heard and sent. And it's absolutely fascinating. G2, as said, loud on about 100, that's 100 meters. AC ripple in the note, that'll be those 2 megafarad smoothing capacitors. No interference, keying perfect and good operator. Stronger than most Yanks and very loud indeed at start, falling gradually. I had just out a flat top off aerial, and I cut flat top off the aerial and shortened the counterpoise. Blah, blah, blah. 2SZ, gave 2SZ a call just for something to do. Now, this is at a time when nobody had ever communicated between the UK and New Zealand. I'll give him a call just for something to do. And then he heard 2SZ call a Canadian station, say, "I can't hear him," and blah, blah, blah. And then Frank says, "I called him for about 4 minutes, and he came back." And then this is the same text that we had on the previous slide. "If you are said for a cable," and they exchanged greetings. Goida's log, a little bit different, but same shape. And he's got the blow-by-blow messages here. And interesting to see the style of a QS of an exchange. 2SZ G Z 4AA. So you put the country in the middle of yours and the one you're contacting. Very interesting structure, which is not totally intuitive. And then at the top, it's owing to his steadiness and strength, I doubted the genuineness of his signals. This is the world first example of work first, worry later. But he did, and the whole thing is here. And I'll show you a little bit more in a moment. But this doesn't really explain the drama of it. Frank Bell's sister, Brenda, was a very interesting person. She was a pioneer amateur radio operator. She was a writer and a broadcaster. She worked in London during World War I and II, and worked later for 4YA in Dunedin. But she recorded her recollections of this day, and we're just going to listen to that now.
Then, in the middle of October 1924, I was in Dunedin, to be about the 16th. Frank rang up in great excitement to say he'd heard a perfectly good English amateur signal. I bustled home next day. I found him busily overhauling his aerials. Our tower was 96 feet high then, because it seemed a lot of chaps were using shorter waves, much shorter, and doing well. So we must be in fashion. So all that day we messed around. I suppose I got in the way, knowing nothing of what it meant. But an audience is often encouraging to a working man. He'd heard England twice now. This was the 18th. Always about 6 in the afternoon. So about 6 that afternoon I came in, having taken the dog for a walk, and looked into the office to see how things were going. Frank reported that he'd heard an Englishman working a fellow in USA, Massachusetts somewhere. He could hear both sides. And then the Englishman announced that signals were weakening and he couldn't hear, so they signed off. And we got the Englishman's call, G2SZ, on about 100 meters. Frank said, "Shall I give him a call?" And I said, "Yes, give it a go." And he did. Very carefully and clearly, the signal went out. 2SZ, 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 G, Great Britain, Z, New Zealand, 4AA, 4AA, 4AA. We were on 92.5 meters. We threw the switches across to the receiving position, and we waited. The strain was terrific. Though as we'd waited many, many times for replies that didn't come, we weren't over-hopeful. And then Frank heard a call begin, right on the hoped-for spot. Could it be? Was it? He was. Frank turned quite white. I can see him now. He couldn't speak. He had to listen. He just gazed at me. He gave a little nod. And I leaned over and put my ear against the phone, and I could just hear the faint signal calling us back. 4AA, Z, New Zealand, G, Great Britain, 2SZ. He gave a long call. Clearly he'd heard us and he wanted to talk. We had to wait till he ceased sending. And then we tore into it, because unless we got a direct answer, it wouldn't really count. We gave our name and address, and he gave his. A difficult name, Cecil Goyder, Mill Hill School, London. One of the big public schools of England, and I'd known a Dunedin man who taught there once. We had the amateur call book, address, of course, addresses. And as soon as he began to reply, we turned it up. But the name there was Brown, only he was the science master, Goyder told us later. Goyder said, "If you are really Z4AA, cable." Cable, I should think so. This was a world record. The one world record every amateur in the country had been breaking his neck and blowing his valves to achieve. But it was after 5. The office was shut. Well, we're a telegraph office, and there are ways and means. We got a message to the cable office in Dunedin. We'd have liked to send loyal greetings to the King. He even scribbled some attempt, but we lost our nerve. He mightn't understand and think it cheat if it ever got to him, so we didn't. But we did feel that such an epoch-making event as the first direct contact between Britain and New Zealand should have been opened by some such homage. I suppose that's the most thrilling moment of my life, to see that space bridge, to tap out a message myself, to see Frank's face, and to realize that out of Frank's spare time hobby in the back veranda of a back block sheep station had come the moment when the knowledge and skill of all the wireless enthusiasts, amateur or professional, had been pooled with his skill and a good slice of luck to achieve this moment.
Right, that's it was off an old 78, so the quality is a bit iffy, but I hope you could get most of it. This is Frank Bell's card to Cecil Goyder. We sure made history that night, and I think you and I helped start a new era of world wireless. I'd like to say you're one of the best ops I've ever worked. And other people had comments to make. Sir Edward Appleton, who was a Nobel laureate and pioneer in radio physics, said a remarkable thing happened. In October 24, the greatest distance of all was spanned when communication was established between Bell of New Zealand and Goyder. Thus began what I've often called the shortwave revolution. This is probably the most dramatic moment in the history of the development of the shortwaves, when the greatest distance possible on this earth was bridged for the first time. And Goyder got a lot of publicity in the press, not just for this one, but for some American contacts earlier. And he is recognized at Mill Hill School with a large marble plaque. He went on to join the BBC and then the Indian Broadcasting System, which he completely set up from scratch. Got a CBE for doing that in '46 and joined the United Nations as its first communications chief. He died in 1980, which is not very long ago, and his obituary was in the Financial Times. So that was quite a dramatic event in world radio history, and it seemed to a number of us that this needed to be celebrated. So since the 29th of September, you may have noticed that GB2NZ has been on the air together with ZM100DX in New Zealand. And from Monday, G2SZ will be on the air, including from Mill Hill School, and ZL4AA will be active from the original site at Shag Valley. So there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. Mill Hill are combining this with pupil experience about radio communication, and they're doing a social reception for members of the Goyder family. And we have on Saturday, week today, we have a QSO between the Goyders and the Bells. Sadly, reflecting today's technology, it's going to be by Zoom. If you want to find out more about all this, there's a website, gb2nz.com, which has got a lot on it, including a lot of articles from world radio history, which say a lot more about how it all happened. So I've more or less expended my time, for which I apologise, but we've got a couple of minutes in case there are any questions, so I'll just pause and stop at that point. Any questions? Have I overrun, Graham?
Don, the map you had before, which indicated the call signs, is there an associated list of names to those calls?
There is, and the RSGB has it. There is a call book, there is a set of sheets of paper typed which have got the early call signs and the names and addresses of those stations.
One here.
Tony.
Don, I wonder if you could just clarify one thing for me. Goyder said that he'd heard both sides of the conversation with the American guy prior to his contact.
Yeah.
He was obviously using one receiver, so he was retuning each time. He must have been, or working split.
It's a good question. I suspect probably. Just remember, the band was not full of stations, right? So it was not terribly difficult to find the other station. It was probably the only other station audible. Any other points? Yes, one at the back. It's Roger, yes.
Yeah, hello, Don. Just as a matter of interest, do you remember your first hearing or working with ZL?
No, I don't, which is interesting. I don't. I know my first real DX contact, and he's sitting right in front of me, actually, when he was in VP8. But I don't remember my first ZL, no.
Oh, mine was ZL2 Boston Easy, if you remember.
Oh, right. I do remember working ZL3RB on 160. That is something
that
I remember.
That is good, yeah.
You know. But that was a long time ago. Right.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Don, and you can go home and check when your first ZL contact. I'm sure your log was computerised in those days.
Oh, yeah.
No, seriously, thank you very much, and all the best for the next week or so with all the activities particularly between Mill Hill School and Shag Valley. So we look forward to reading more about it in Radcomp. So thank you very much.
And come and work us. Come and work us this week.
Hello, welcome back to the live stream studio. We just had a quick bite to eat for lunch. Hope you have as well at home. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here. We are coming to you live from the Kents Hill Conference Centre, which is near Milton Keynes. And this is the RSGB 2024 convention, and we'll be with you here today and also again tomorrow. A different stream that you'll need to find for tomorrow, but we'll be here on the RSGB YouTube channel all day tomorrow as well. Let's have a look at the programme. We've had to make a little change, so we're just going to have a look at that programme now. The change we've needed to make is at 15:45 because the original speaker is ill. So at 15:45 now we have a talk about using AI to write simple amateur radio applications, so very topical. And there's the rest of your programme for this afternoon. We're going to go back now to GB3HQ, see how they're working, and if you can work that station, you should see your call sign as well appear at the bottom of the screen. That's our special event station running here from the convention.
73 QRZ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
4 India Mike Charlie.
Golf Whiskey 4 India Mike Charlie. Good afternoon to you. 5 and 9 at the RSGB convention. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Operator name Simone. Go ahead.
A very good afternoon to you all, man, and many thanks for the report there. You're 20 dBs over 9 into South Wales this afternoon, and nice to make the contact. There's a few calling you, so I wish you 73s. Have a great weekend, and many thanks indeed from GW4 this year, no trouble. 73.
GW4 India Mike Charlie. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Lovely. Thanks so much for calling in. Much appreciated, and we'll catch you further down the log. QRZ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. CQ Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. And hello to the live stream. If you want to come and join me on air, this is the frequency. It's just up there. Yes, here. 7.125 megahertz. Come and join me on the radio. QRZ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
GB3 HQ. Golf 4 Alpha Echo India. Another really quick report.
Yeah, hello there again. Yes, it's yes, that's Jeff, isn't it? Yes, Jeff, you're fine. You're coming. You're coming to 5 and 9. Over.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you talk to other people. Thank you for the report. GB3HQ G4.
Yeah, 73 QRZ, GB3HQ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over. Yeah, 2 stations, Golf 0, I think. Okay, I'm going to have to wait for you to come out of the noise. There's QSB on signals today, and you've disappeared downwards. So have another go. Give me a call sign several times. Golf 0, go ahead. Golf 0, Uniform Romeo Yankee, QSL. Golf 0, Uniform Romeo Yankee, QSL. You're 5 and 9 on QSB here with GB3HQ. How copy? Over. Yeah, Golf 0, Uniform Romeo Yankee. Thanks very much for calling in, 73. Papa Lima, please.
Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, this is Florida 4. Foxtrot 4, Victor Papa Lima.
Foxtrot 4, VPL. Ah, now there's a call sign I know only too well. See you in contesting from time to time. Yes, Foxtrot 4, visible panty line. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. You're 5 and 9, 5 and 9 at the convention, over.
I seem to be remembered by that, don't I? But you're 5'9 plus 10 into a sunny southern Britain. Nice to work the special call there, and we look forward to the contest again. That's for VPL. The name is Dave.
Yes, hello, Dave. Yeah, well, we're actually live on the stream at the moment. So I just disgraced myself by putting that out. Not only just on the air talking to you, but also on the live stream at the convention. That'll make a few faces smile, I bet. Yeah, if you want to watch it, watch the convention, go along to rsgb.org/convention, and then follow the links to live stream, and you can see what's going on. And anybody listening, they will see the special event station in operation right now. Anyway, Dave, thanks for calling in. I'll bid you 7-3. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'll have a look. And regards to anybody who's here weekend, 7-3, au revoir.
7-3, QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over. Romeo Quebec, Station Romeo Quebec.
Yeah, hi there, it's Golf 7, Charlie Romeo Quebec, over.
Yeah, Golf 7 Charlie Romeo Quebec. Good afternoon to you. This is GB3HQ coming in 59 plus 20 here into Kent Hill, where the RSGB convention is located today. Operator name this way is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. How copy? GB3HQ.
Okay, GB3HQ, this is Golf 7, Charlie Romeo Quebec. Okay, there's a reasonable amount of QSB, so you're fading in and out from about a 5 and 3 to about a 5-9 plus. It's just a little bit too close to each other to come over in South London, but apart from that, I've got a little bit of local QRM as well from a switchboard power supply, but apart from that, good signal over here, and hope the convention's going well as well. This is Golf 7 Charlie Romeo Quebec, over.
Yeah, Golf 7 Charlie Romeo Quebec from GB3HQ. Thanks very much for calling in, much appreciated. Seems the noise floor has abated a bit right now. Something's been turned off in the convention centre, hopefully, because noise floor's gone down. So I'll say 7-3, and thanks very much, and I'll take another station, please. GB3HQ, over.
Golf 7.
Uniform India.
Uniform India.
Yeah, Golf 6 Kilo Uniform India.
Good afternoon to you, GB3HQ. This is Golf 6 Kilo Uniform India. The name is Peter, located in the city of Derby. Over to you from G6KUI.
G6KUI from GB3HQ. Hello, Peter. Thank you very much for calling in. You're coming in 20 over 9 to the convention, so a big booming signal coming in. Thanks very much for calling in. I've got a queue, so I'm going to move on if you don't mind. So 73.
Yes, 73.
QRZ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta.
Golf 3 Whiskey Charlie Delta.
Golf 3 Whiskey Charlie Delta, 59 plus 10 into the convention at Milton Keynes. The operator name here for everybody listening is Simone, Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. And we're currently live on the RSGB convention live stream, rsgb.org/convention. Follow the links. GTWCD, how copy? 59 plus 10, over.
GB3HQ, G3WCD. Yes, you're 5 at 9 plus with me. My name is Chris, Charlie Hotel, Romeo and Sierra, and I'm not too far from you in St. Neots. I used to work just opposite Kent Hill in the Open University. I'll put it back to you and say 73. GB3HQ, Golf 3 Whiskey Charlie Delta, standing.
G3WCD, GB3HQ. Lovely, thanks very much. And, all right, just like me, you've given up work. It's nice, isn't it? Anyway, 73, thanks very much for calling in. QRZ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
Golf 7 Hotel Echo Uniform. Golf 6 Yankee Golf.
Good Lord, can I have my ears back, please? Golf 7 Hotel Echo Uniform. What are you running? A couple of kilowatt there or something? Is it a Russian station on the air or something like that? You're coming in about 59 plus 60, I think it would be fair, into Kent Hill. Very, very loud signal. How copy, over?
Oh, can I just check that was to me, Golf 7 Hotel Echo Uniform?
Yes, it was indeed. You were head and shoulders above everybody. It took about over the top. Yeah, G7HEU from GB3HQ. Yeah, 59 plus 20, over.
Yeah, thank you, Simone. No, I'm not in Russia. I'm in Rawson with a W just south of Swindon in Wiltshire. As long as it's not over the top, but this isn't the time for audio checks, is it? But good to get you in the log. I'm glad you can hear me well, and have a great day. Did I say the name Steve? Cheerio.
Okay, Steve, thanks very much. Now, just send a new meter down to the to the convention. Now I can put that in the radio and repair it, yes. Anyway, 73, QRZ, this is GB3HQ. Let's take the Mike 7, please.
Mike 7, Oscar Romeo.
Mike 7, Oscar Romeo, thank you very much for calling in. You're 59 plus 10 here to the convention. How copy? GB3HQ, over.
You're a good 5-9 here into Telford in Shropshire, and the audio's really good and fantastic, actually. I'm only on 25 watts, so I'm onto an MFED, so I'm really happy.
We're going to have to leave it there. Welcome back to the live stream studio, but we're returning to GB3HQ at various other times over the weekend. Don't forget to work them if you can. Now, as well as all of the presentations happening here at the convention, we also like to get out into the bar, don't we? And we find out what our the attendees of this convention are thinking. We took a camera into the bar last night, and this is what we found.
Well, I'm very excited because I'm here at the convention for the very first time. I only recently qualified back in July this year, got my foundation license, and I just thought this is a really good opportunity to learn a lot of stuff in a short space of time, and also just to meet some other amateurs. So here I am.
Well, I've moved from Scotland to Norfolk, and I've spent the last 2 years building or rebuilding my shack, setting up a new antenna system, building a tower, and getting myself QRV or active on every band from 160 soon to 3 centimeters, but currently all the HF bands and HF.
So this year I've tried satellites for the first time, and I'd like to progress that further if I can. I've done a couple of downloads from a couple of satellites, and I'd like to see what other satellites I can download information from, but also work a lot of satellite contacts, which I haven't done much in the years I've been an amateur, so hopefully I can be able to do that.
All of it is new. I'm very newly qualified. I got my foundation in July and my intermediate in August. And my partner got their foundation in August, and the hobby's whatever you want it to be. I'm particularly interested in the higher frequencies, into the gigahertz, and my partner's into digital radio, so we can go anywhere with a hobby, and that's what's so great about it.
Well, I've recently changed my receiver. I've been using a wonderful Kenwood TS890 receiver, but I decided I wanted to try out this SDR, software-defined radio. So I got myself a Flex, not one of the newest ones, it's a 6400, but I think it's great, and that's allowed me to use some new software. It's SDC, software-defined connectors, written by a Ukrainian Yuri, and I think it's great. It lets me really get into contesting, because that's what I'm interested in most.
I did a DF hunt with our local club, and I won.
I can tell you that being here and the social side of it is just as important and as valuable as the presentations. But we're going to go to another presentation now, DMR Demystified, with Nigel Spear, G4RWI.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Lecture Stream 1 at the RSGB convention. DMR Demystified is what Nigel G4RWI is going to talk about. It is said that many people are put off by DMR because it seems overly complicated. Even those who use it successfully often remain a bit unclear about how it really works. This presentation will break it down and show that DMR is actually much simpler than it seems. So Nigel's been in amateur radio since 1983, a mere newcomer compared with many in this room, I might add, and has tried out many different areas of the hobby. And his operating these days is mainly on low power and out-portable. So Nigel, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And for those of you that were around at the beginning of the previous presentation, you'll be delighted to know I've got over my COVID. So apparently I went down with it 45 minutes ago, but the power of vaccines, I've now got over it. So that's really good. Right, so who is this intended for? And we'll check, because then people can leave if you feel you're not in this list. And if you're completely new, that's great, because then I can really say whatever I like and you can't prove me wrong. Or you've tried it and you don't really understand what the hell's going on and you're a bit confused. Again, I can say whatever I like because you can't prove me wrong. Now, I also understand there are going to be some experts. And it'll be interesting to see if any of the experts go, ooh, didn't know that actually happened. So this is not really intended to get into the real depths of it, but we will explain some of the key aspects. So going back to those very good words that were announced before, and they're very good because I wrote them, why do people find DMR confusing? And I think we could now talk for 45 minutes about that, because there are many, many reasons. Probably the first and most important one is we were never the expected user of it. So this is a commercial system. It is a follow-on from PMR. So the way it was intended, and frankly is used by millions of other people who are not us, is you go to work, pick up a radio, sit on your forklift truck, turn it on, and the only thing you're allowed to do is turn the volume up and down, and occasionally a voice will come out and you can push the PTT and say, yeah, I'm ready for the tea break. It might be a bit more complicated than that, and you can twiddle a knob and go to the second channel to announce that the building is on fire. But that's essentially what it's about. Somebody else, an IT person, has programmed the entire thing up and got the whole system working, and you just pick up the one you need. That is entirely different to how we like to operate radios. The first thing we want to do is to be able to control absolutely everything from the front panel of the radio. We're used to that. We like knobs. We like twiddling knobs. We also like to make the thing do what it wasn't intended to do. That's a key aspect of being an amateur. I know what it was for, now let me see if I can make it do something it wasn't for, and break it and then maybe mend it. And there's a lot of that in DMR. Terminology. Now, if you're in it, you'll know all about this. If you've sort of read about it, you'll have come across it, and you might have been scared about it. There's an absolute lexicon of terminology that you will suddenly be faced with. Some of it sounds very familiar. Words like frequency. You think, I know what that is. There will be other words that you think, well, I've heard of that before. Network. This is where you start to get misled with DMR, because some words are used with a different meaning to what you expect them to be used for. And then there'll be a whole lot of words that frankly were made up by a 5-year-old, which don't seem to be technical at all. It's like color code and, well, where's all this nonsense come from? And you will notice if you come across anyone who gets into DMR, the very first thing to do is adopt this new language. So if you ask for help, they then speak to you in this new language of made-up words, which doesn't really help your understanding at all. Supporting resources. Now, you'd expect me to say here, well, the difficulty here is there aren't many resources to support you in DMR. It's the opposite problem. There are too many resources to support you getting into DMR, and some of them are incredibly good. Some of them are not. But if you don't know what you're doing, you have no way of telling which one you're looking at. Is it utter rubbish or is it brilliant? And it also tends to be written around one aspect of DMR. So if you buy, as I have just done, a Baofeng 1701, £22, thank you very much, probably the first thing you do is Google that, and then you'll find pages of YouTube videos about this radio, which you think, well, that's all I need to know. Well, there are other things you need to know which aren't covered in those videos. Or, sorry about walking across, you buy yourself a hotspot or build a hotspot. This is a hotspot, about £25 all in. So you'll then Google that and find lots of YouTube videos about how to set up Pi-Star. Doesn't mention anything about the radio and what radio you've got or what that might then be connecting to further downstream. So it's all over the place and it's very, very confusing. And a lot of it is frankly out of date and maybe written from perhaps, let's say, a US perspective where things may be organized slightly different, so the information you're getting, although technically correct, isn't much use to you here in the UK. And the final one, which I think, which everyone who's done this, who got into DMR will have experienced, it is frankly a very unforgiving mode. Now, most things we do in amateur radio, there is some reward for trying. So you buy an HF rig, you stick a bit of wire in the back, you turn it on, some noise can come out of the speaker. That's a little bit of reward. You probably can't transmit at this point because the SWR is going to be too high, but at least you've got a working radio, and you might just hear one very strong signal, and then you progress and make things better, and gradually you get there. So you're getting reward as you put some effort in. Not with DMR. You can spend weeks, and you'll just listen to total silence. Total and utter silence. So people often talk about a learning curve. I would describe it more as a cliff face, because there is no curve into it. You either get everything right, it works, or you get one thing wrong, it doesn't. Totally unforgiving. And that can be quite disheartening, because you've bought this, I mean, you've invested 22 quid for goodness sake, and you're expecting to talk to the world, and nothing happens. And a lot of people just put it away in the drawer and say, I'll get back to that another time. So what are we actually going to cover? So what we're not going to cover is an in-depth guide to how you would set this up or set that up or any particular radio or code plug or any of that sort of stuff. What I'm going to try and explain is how this actually works end to end. Because I have a firm belief that if you understand, and it's frighteningly simple, how it works end to end, if you've got grasp of that and what the individual bits are actually doing and more importantly what they're not doing, all the other stuff starts to fall into place. You go, I know why I'm putting that thing there and what it's referring to. And we'll focus on the bits that you actually have some control over, because there are some bits you don't have any control over, but you do need to know what those bits are doing, because that will influence how you're going to configure the bits you do have some control over. I should have said at the beginning, I don't have any kind of great credibility in this area, which you might find a bit disturbing at this point, but I don't find that disturbing at all. Now, I do have a background in sort of IT and big software and things like that, none of which was any use in understanding this, I would add. But I have spent 5 years frustratingly playing with DMR and gradually getting my head around what's going on. I've also, and I don't want to use the word helped, but assisted is probably a better way, a number of people, somewhat worryingly, a number of them are in the room today to get their systems working, which might point to my success or otherwise of demystifying DMR, that they still feel the need to attend a presentation on the subject, but I'll take it the other way. Right, so it's always good to get an apology in first. And what this is going to do is prevent me having to keep apologizing throughout the presentation, because I am going to talk about some incredibly basic things, and a lot of you are going to go, I cannot believe I've come to an RSGB convention and somebody is telling me that. So to stop me having to say, oh, well, I'm sorry at the beginning of the slide, I'm sure you know this, but let me just explain it. I'm just getting in one big apology, so just don't feel offended. Now, this probably is a surprise to you. Not to me. Sorry? I think you think I'm married to Julie Andrews? No. One of the key things about giving presentations is you've got to know your audience and therefore what cultural references you're going to use. Hence, I'm using a picture from a 1965 film. But that's not really why it's here. I am going to give Julie Andrews, the star of The Sound of Music, the title, The Patron Saint of DMR. And I think she has a claim to this because she said very, very many wise things in this film, but probably the wisest was at the beginning of the song Do Re Mi, where she said, let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start, which is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do that by what is frankly going to be a very exciting demo. I don't think there's been any demos in this room today, have there? No? I've been in this room, no. So, the demo is going to be, and I can feel the tension in the room here, the aforesaid £22 Baofeng radio. Sorry about YouTube, I'm going to walk across the screen, and what was £60 Retivis radio. So 2 Chinese radios, dual band, 2 meters, 70 cents. They're both analog and digital radios. You can breathe. Don't hold your breath throughout the demo because you will die. So the first exciting bit of the demo is, so both these radios are on a 70 cents frequency. And for the purposes of this, to make it work, it's the same frequency. But you could argue, being a Baofeng, it doesn't matter what frequency, because it will hear it at. So I'm on all of them. And we will discover how many of the frequencies I'm really on, because the radio mic is probably going to hear it on some harmonic or other. So we're on the same frequency, and I'm going to push the PTT, get some feedback, 1, 2, 3, and frankly, what you would have expected has happened. 1, 2, 3. There's actual look of amazement. So, I mean, if you are actually amazed at that, you're probably at the wrong convention. And we may need a nurse in for some of the later demos that will get really quite rock and roll. Anyway, so yeah, we all know what's going on here. FM signal, we can hear each other. But equally, everyone in the room could hear this if you all had a 70 cents radio on the same frequency. Anyone in range of this would hear that communication. Well, what if we didn't want to be that way? What if I only want to use this frequency to talk to, and we'll pick on Simon because he's looking at me. Simon doesn't want to listen to all you chatting all through the day. He just wants to hear me. Just go with the idea. So we can do that. Just change the channel on this one by using sub-audio audible tones, so CTSS tones. So I've now changed that radio that it's only going to open its squelch if the right tone is there. So if I transmit now, well, it's actually pointed at you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Nothing's coming out of the radio. So that is set to look for a 77 hertz tone, which this radio is not transmitting, so it doesn't open its squelch. So Simon's day is good because he can spend the whole day in silence until I finally talk to him, and then his radio will open up and he'll hear what I'm saying. But equally, anyone else on the 77 with the 77 hertz tone will hear it. Another good thing about demos, by the way, and having demoed things throughout my life, is demoing things not working is a lot safer than demoing things working, because you can pull that one off more often. Right, so I've now changed this radio, so it's actually going to put a 77 hertz tone on, 1, 2, 3, and the squelch opens, and we can hear each other. Again, this should not be a great surprise to you, because this is how radios have worked for a very long time. So far, no digital. So let's do one more thing. We'll put this on to DMR. So this is now switched from being an FM analog radio, and I'll do the same with this one. So they're both the same. So they're now DMR radios. So ignore the fact there is a hotspot on the table. That's not involved in this at all. There's no repeaters involved. My hands will never leave my arms, etc. So the only thing we've changed is this radio is now going to be transmitting 1s and 0s, and that radio is just going to be receiving 1s and 0s. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it works exactly as we did in the FM example. You will have noticed a couple of things, however. My voice is delayed coming out of that one. It's no longer instantaneous. Well, there's two. Firstly, my voice has to get digitized by this radio, and then, well, that's very brave. Okay, we'll go with it. Yeah, so this radio has to digitize it. That takes some time. That radio has to do the opposite. That takes some time. Hence, there is a delay. But equally, everyone in the room with a radio set to we're on the same frequency. We haven't changed frequency. Could hear that transmission. So this is working no differently at this point to an analog radio. Trust me, this is going somewhere. If only I could remember where. So yeah, so far exactly the same thing. So how do we now duplicate the CTS tone example where Simon only wants to hear me when I talk and not hear anyone else talking? Well, we can do that. Now, bear in mind, we're now sending 1s and 0s. Oh, and this is why you might have regretted doing this, because I'm going to... Oops. That's what it actually sounds like. So that is what is being transmitted. Now, another interesting thing, because we'll come to this in a second. Do you notice it's not continuous? And actually, if you look at the little green light, you'll see that's flickering. There's a reason for that, and we'll come to that in a minute. But anyway, that's what it sounds like. So let's put this back on digital. So we've shown that we can just have a normal simplex DMR conversation, no different. In the analog example, we put a little tone on, which would only open the squelch as and when I transmitted that tone. What's the equivalent in digital? Well, it's numbers, so I just need to add a number to what I'm sending to duplicate the same thing. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, nothing happening, because I haven't added the number. Because I put that one on a number called 99. Well, call it 99. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. As soon as I transmit the 99, because now the number 99 is going along with the digital data, this radio is set up to, I'm looking for the, and you can see on the display, if you could see it, I'm looking for the number 99. In this case, this is not now opening its squelch, it's saying I will now decode the audio. So unless the numbers match, it's not going to decode the audio. And if we go back to the previous example, let's turn that back again. So now that's listening, now not listening for 99. you can see it's still receiving the RF, the green light is coming on, it's receiving digital data, but because the number it's looking for isn't in the digital data, it's saying, I'm not doing anything with that. And that is probably one of the key concepts of DMR that everyone thinks they know and kind of maybe do know, but you have to remember that whatever the number is here, as long as it matches the number there, you're going to hear each other. If they don't match, it doesn't matter how much you try, it's never going to work. It's looking for those numbers. Now, going back to, this is a commercial system, not an amateur system. Back on the analog example, well, we could use CTS, those tones. I mean, what are there, 15 of them, 20 of them? There aren't very many of them. We're now dealing with numbers, hundreds of thousands of them, if not a million. We don't actually use that number in DMR because some of the numbers are used for something else, but it's certainly hundreds of thousands of numbers are now available to us, which you can imagine in a commercial environment gives you an awful lot of flexibility. I've almost come to the end of this bit demoing. If we had a repeater, we could show the next bit, but we all know how an analog repeater works. Its idea is to extend the range of one of these. So we put a repeater on a hill, it can hear me, it retransmits my signal. Someone else who can't hear me directly can now hear that signal. We can now talk over a wider area. That's how a repeater works. And because there are many repeaters, there's always a chance that two repeaters could hear the same signal. So to stop that happen, we stick a sub-audio tone on. It used to be a good old 1750 hertz, and you could whistle the things up. Now it's a bit more sophisticated. So we only open the repeater we intend. How would that work on digital? It would work exactly the same, is the answer. If you went to a DMR repeater, and the only proviso here is the magic number you need to have set is 9, and there's a reason for that, and it's mainly because people have just chosen that's what it would be. But if you use the number 9, your local DMR repeater will act exactly the same as an analog one. It will just retransmit that signal, and anyone else in range of that repeater would be able to listen to it just as they could in the world of analog. And just as we do in analog, but we're not going to be sending a sub-audible tone, we'll embed another number to make sure we're actually opening the repeater we're intending, and that number is called, and this is where we entered the world of the 5-year-old naming convention, it's called color code. But it's just a number. 5. It tend to be a low number, but you need to know what the color code is of the repeater, otherwise it's not going to receive your signal. So far, digital isn't really an awful lot different from analog in many, many respects. But what I've shown so far really doesn't, to most people, represent the true sex and violence that's on offer with DMR. That's not the excitement I was reading about, of being able to talk to somebody a little bit, little bit distant and maybe through a repeater. I'm expecting to talk to Australia and have people all around the world in the conversation. And to do that, we need to do something else. But before we get on to that, let's just think a bit what's going on in the radio. So I am talking into a microphone, and the very first thing that happens is my voice is put through an analog to digital converter. And out of that analog to digital converter comes a stream of bits, now ones and zeros, at a rate of 8 kilohertz. And any fan of Nyquist will understand why that is that number, because Nyquist proved that as long as you sample a signal at twice the frequency you want to recover, you can recover that signal perfectly. So that tells us that we can recover 4 kilohertz of audio, which is essentially a little bit more than the normal bandwidth that we would use on radio. So at this point, our audio could be completely recovered with no losses. But we don't stop there. It then goes through a chip that's called a vocoder. And for those of you who like the numbers, it is an AMBE plus 2 vocoder chip. And it stands for that, and I know it stands for that because I Googled it. But it is the same, so all DMR uses that chip. It is a proprietary chip. It is interestingly also used by Fusion. So YOTA Fusion System CFN use the same chip, which means one of the reasons it's quite easy to cross-mode between those two digital modes. D-Star doesn't use that, uses a different one entirely. That's why it's a bit harder. So we've got 8 kilohertz going in. We then add some other stuff to it. And we've kind of talked a bit about it already. There's some stuff that's generally called control data, so it's just a recognition of, yes, we've started transmission or we've finished transmission. Stuff that's generically called metadata, so that would be, the magic number I've talked about, talk group 99 or whatever it is. That's all embedded in there. There's other stuff like my digital ID, etc. So there's some other kind of stuff wrapped around it. And the magic of this vocoder has now reduced what started off as an 8 kilohertz bit stream to a 3.6, plus this stuff is now at 3.6 kilohertz. So almost half the data rate. But interestingly, well, maybe not interestingly, but this is not a lossless process. So we now can't recover completely without loss what we put in. So when we run this the other way around, which is what happens in receive, essentially incoming 3.6, strip out the metadata, the control data. That's what allows the screen to then kind of pop up your call sign and your name or whatever, because that was in the metadata. The resulting audio stream goes into the vocoder that way around, out pops audio at 8 kilohertz, but there will now be some losses, which is why you get the familiar slight digital sound with DMR audio. But bear in mind, it's commercial application. Who cares? Because as long as you're intelligible, and I'm talking to a forklift truck driver about his tea break, it's not intended to be BBC quality, so it doesn't matter. So, I think I asked a question. So we've got a pretty low data rate. And because of that pretty low data rate, DMR can play a kind of neat trick, which is something else that got the commercial guys very excited. We can actually fit 2 of those on a single UHF channel. And how do we do that? Well, we actually do it, or I say we, these radios, £22, £60, will transmit each conversation in bursts of 30 milliseconds. So what does that look like? So we get, imagine we've got 2 QSOs going on. So the first one, we've got the control data, we've got a bunch of the digital audio in there, some metadata. So there's a 30 millisecond burst of it, and then the same 30 millisecond burst of the second conversation. So all of that takes place in 60 millisecond. And you remember that ch-ch-ch-ch-ch, kind of what you were hearing. And we call those 2 things time slot 1 and time slot 2, which is a set of criteria you will come across in DMR. Important because if I'm talking to Simon I'm QSO 1 with Simon, both radios need to be on time slot 1 because it'll be receiving all of this, but if it's decoding time slot 2, we'll both hear total silence because we're not on time slot 2, we're on time slot 1. And that in its entirety is called a frame of DMR data. Right, radio. So I promised you it could get a bit more exciting. So how do we make it a bit more exciting? So we need to add some bits. And the bits we typically add are a hotspot. There is one of those over there. Or we add in a real repeater, one or the other. We then mix in some normal household internet. It doesn't need to be particularly exciting internet. It doesn't need to be particularly fast because you've seen the data rates are fairly low. It's kind of helpful if it's reliable and stable though, because DMR is not very forgivable if it keeps dropping stuff. And the bit that a lot of people don't perhaps understand at the beginning is somewhere there is a computer out on the internet, a server. So that is a picture of what DMR looks like end to end. And kind of all of those bits have a role to play. And we'll start with kind of seeing how that might hang together. So the radio bit, I think we understand. It's digitizing some radio. It's sending it out on typically UHF, in this case 438.8 meg. And inside that hotspot over there is actually 2 things. So there is a Raspberry Pi, which I think most of us know is a computer, And plugged in on top of it is a little board, which essentially is a radio receiver, which is called a MM0WIC hat. And I didn't need to Google what that meant, because I know what that meant. It's a multi-mode digital voice modem. So that is the thing that is receiving the radio signal, decoding the radio signal, which ends up in some bits, which it shoves down its pins into the Raspberry Pi. Some clever Linux programs do something with that, shove it out on the internet, and it arrives at a server somewhere in the world. And then the reverse happens. The server shoves something out, comes across the internet, into the Raspberry Pi shoves it up its pins into the hat. The hat then converts that all into a nice 438 megahertz signal and switches its transmitter on, and our radio hears it. But that previous picture wouldn't be very exciting because we're the only person in the world. So let's draw something that is a bit more exciting, where there are now 3 people in this world. 2 of us are using hotspots, and 1 of us is using a repeater, and there is the server somewhere on the internet. So let's assume, and we'll be the radio at the bottom, we're going to transmit the magic number 91. And anyone who's been on DMR and Brandmeister will know that 91 is a very popular talk group number. But we're going to do that. So our radio is programmed to send the number 91, along with the audio and everything else. So we key the PTT. Oh, sorry, let me just fill out the rest of them. So we've got another radio over there on 90, which is also set up on 91, but then another one on 2350, different number entirely, just to show you what's going on. So we now key up our radio at the bottom. So RF goes to the hotspot. Hotspot does the things I just explained, sends the data, those DMR frames across the internet, which arrive at a server somewhere in the world. And what does that server do with it? It just registers your interest in hearing or being part of anything with that number in it. So it is registering that that hotspot, so it knows your address, because that hotspot's added some information to the data, has shown an interest and wants to receive anything that includes the number 91. So that is now being stored by that computer. We only push the PTT for a couple of seconds, we go back, everything's still silent. Now this guy, could be anywhere in the world, keys up on 91 to a repeater, in this case not a hotspot, repeater does the same thing, sends the stuff across the internet to that server now looks down its list of, well, who's interested in 91? Well, of course, we'll come up on that list. Okay, I'll send that DMR frame to you. Goes through the process I explained in the hotspot, to the radio, and you will hear what that guy is saying on 91. And now, from now on, these 2 people can have a conversation, because this server knows that both of them are interested in that particular talk group number. What you'll notice is the guy in the middle, who's got his radio set to 235, he's heard nothing, and nothing has been sent to him because the server didn't know, has no record of him being interested in 91. The other thing the server did, by the way, is when we registered our interest, it also set a timer running. And typically that timer is 15 minutes. So it's registering your interest for 15 minutes. And if there hasn't been, and every time there is some traffic with that magic number 91 in it, that timer gets reset. But if there is silence for 15 minutes, it quietly drops the connection. And even if someone then subsequently talks on 91, you'll never hear it, because it's only going to retain it for 15 minutes. There are some things you can do to stop that behavior, but in general, that's how things work. Yes?
So on the top example with the repeater, presumably if there was another radio in talk group, if there was another radio in talk group 91 hanging onto that repeater, they would also hear that.
Yeah, no, very good question. We could have 150 people all listening to that repeater. As long as their radios are set to 91, they will all hear the conversation.
Go into the internet and to those other radios that might be on local.
But you've actually asked a kind of, there's more to your question, because the key thing is this server knows about the hotspot and the repeater. It knows nothing about the radios that are attached to it. So it is just going to send traffic to and from those things. Whatever things, we could have 3 things listening to the hotspot, they'll all hear it. So, yeah, and conversely, the radio knows nothing about the server. The only thing that's sitting in the middle that knows about both is the hotspot or the repeater.
So on the repeater,
yes,
there could be other users listening to 91, and
yes,
they would hear it.
Yep.
But there could be somebody listening on another channel, and because the repeater has got capability of running 2 channels,
yep, there
could be another conversation running in parallel.
Absolutely. So that repeater, now, and you're right, for a repeater, so these hotspots tend to just support 1 channel. So this is true for repeaters. You're right. So there could be a conversation going on 2350. So RF-wise, the repeater is alive and transmitting. That 2350 conversation is going on. Our green light on our radio will be on because we're receiving the RF, but we're on 91. It's not going to decode it. It's until the guy on 91 chirps up that's, now the numbers match, I'll decode the audio. Unless you can put your radio into what's called promiscuous mode and it will kind of override that behavior. But essentially that's what's going on. Right. So the world is a bit bigger than 3 people. So let's look at a world where there are lots of radios and repeaters and hotspots, and there's a bunch of servers. And what I'm drawing here is something called the Brandmeister network, which a lot of you will be familiar with. And that actually is more than 1 server, but the key thing is all of those servers are actually connected to each other as well, which is another key thing to know in Brandmeister. Now, currently, you can get the stats off their site, so there are 47 of these servers, and they're all around the world. It frankly would not matter which one you use, because they're all connected together. So you could happily choose Sydney or Los Angeles, or you could be more sensible and say, well, I'll choose the one in the UK because that is the nearest one to me. But actually, it wouldn't make any difference because they're all connected to each other. There's a lot of things connected to those servers. Around 6,500 actual repeaters at any one time are connected to those servers. And around 18,000, got ahead of myself on the animation, 18,000 hotspots. So there's a lot of stuff. But there's more to DMR than Brandmeister. So Brandmeister now back up top corner. We know it's actually a group of servers, not just one, but in the UK, we've got Phoenix, DV Scotland, we've got FreeDMR, we've got Freestar. Actually, there are other things we could add in the UK that you'd come across. There's a bunch of things called reflectors. They're all servers on the internet, and many more. So now let's go back to our world again. So £22 radio, £25 hotspot, the internet, and a lot of stuff out there. So the obvious question is, if I set my radio up to talk group 91, where on earth does it go? And how does it know where to go? Because there are literally thousands of computers out there it could be sent to. Let's see what happens with a repeater. Well, the answer is wherever the repeater owner has decided to send that traffic. It's entirely down to that. So in this case, we're on a repeater that's connected to the Phoenix network. So our 91 will get sent to the Phoenix network. And anyone with any experience of talk group 91 that is a Brandmeister talk group will realize you're going to be sitting in silence at this point because all of the things you thought you would be hearing are actually over there on Brandmeister, not on Phoenix. But nothing you can do about it because that's what the repeater owner has decided to connect his repeater to. You could find a different repeater and it's connected to Freestar. Still wouldn't be much good for talk group 91 because these things are not connected together. And the action you're looking for is on Brandmeister. So that's not going to be any good. What you really need is a repeater that is connected to Brandmeister. So if you're using repeaters, it's really important to know what it's connected to because you can't just assume it's going everywhere. So if somebody says, well, let's go to this particular talk group, you've got to know, well, on what? Because the numbers are the same. Okay, going back to our hotspot. So how do we answer the same question? Where does it go to? Well, you probably guessed the answer. It's entirely down to you. And it's entirely down to how you've set the hotspot up and how you've set the radio up. That will determine completely where that's going to go to. So you can't set one up, I guess is the message from this, without knowing how you're setting up the other one, because there are implications on both. Sorry? Can you connect to all of them? Well, the answer is yes, but not probably in the way you're thinking. But I don't know how you're thinking, actually, so I shan't make that assumption. Yes, you could connect to, if you are using a hotspot, and we'll touch on this in a second, there is a capability with most hotspots to set what's called a DMR gateway, which enables me to actually connect the hotspot to maybe 3 different things. And then by the way I'm sending the numbers, so it's a bit like the previous talk where people were using the same call signs in different countries, like, oh, now we're all hearing each other, we need to find a way of disambiguating the fact we're all using the same. So we'll prefix the numbers with something else, so we know that one's a French one and that one's a British. It's exactly the same principle. You kind of need to put a dialing code in front of the number to say, well, when I send 91, I actually want you to send that to the Brandmeister network rather than sending 91 to the Phoenix network. So yes, if you're going to run in that mode, that has implications for how you're going to set the radio up. Oh, 5 minutes. I'll carry on very quickly then. Okay, so summarizing the roles. Well, we've kind of banged this to death. So all the radio is doing is digitizing the audio. It's adding some control data, and then it's going to transmit that to whatever that's listening to that. And then the other way around, it's going to receive frames of DMR data. And if, and this is the key point which I keep banging on, if and only if the metadata matches what is set, it will then decode that digital audio and you'll hear something. So it's really not doing an awful lot. The repeater essentially acts on instructions, so it's getting instructions from the radio, and then we'll forward them on to whatever the repeater owner has said should be the location. And in reverse, it receives DMR frames and then transmits them again, and we can receive them on our radio. And the hotspot does something incredibly similar to that. I mean, the key difference with the hotspot is we get some control because we can set it up and decide where we're going to send stuff. And the other thing we tend to get with a hotspot is it provides a dashboard. So we get a window into its world and we can see what it's doing, which is a very good diagnostic tool. We don't sometimes always necessarily get that for repeaters. The server, well, we have no control over the server because someone else runs that. And all it really is a big telephone exchange. It's receiving frames, registering people's interests, sending them back out again, managing those connections, dropping them after 15 minutes. It's doing, frankly, I mean, it's doing a lot of that because there's a lot of connections and a lot of stuff arriving and going, but it's very simple what it's doing. It's not very complex. It's just sending stuff. It's acting really just as a switchboard. It's receiving and sending stuff out again. And again, most of these servers, again, provide dashboards. So you can get an idea, again, from a diagnostic point of view, if I think I'm sending my stuff to this particular, Brandmeister, for example, well, it's handy to look on their dashboard and say, oh, yes, I can see my stuff arriving, or not arriving if it's not working. So when we set stuff up, what's important? Radio, we need to get the frequencies right. Color code, which is just this 5-year-old nonsense word for, just get the right number, which matches the repeater, and obviously set up the talk group numbers and time slots. Hotspot, opposite of that, get it on the right frequencies. Color code, again, must match that of the radio, otherwise they ain't going to talk. And as for your question earlier, we get a choice when we set up the hotspot. Do we just pick a single destination for everything? So that's a very simple world. Everything I'm going to do is going to go to Brandmeister, everything, or it's all going to go to Phoenix, or it's all going to go to Freestar. Makes your life quite simple, but limited, because you can't then join in on the other stuff. Or you set it to DMR gateway, and then you can start connecting to multiple things and directing your traffic. And again, it runs this dashboard that gives you an idea of how that is actually working. Whew, and that was a rush to the end. And I did all of that having recovered from COVID, so thank you. Yeah.
So, questions, one over here.
Marek M0WIC, you are here. So is the general principle of operation here the same for DMR and other digital modes like D-Star, YSF and M17, or is there any of them that stand out in operation in a completely different way?
Do you mean do they operate in different ways?
Yeah, of course, I mean the underlying bits are different, but like the general structure of the system and so on.
Yeah, my opinion, there are other experts in the room, I'd say they're all frighteningly similar. It is this combination of digitizing some data, different systems do it a different way, packaging it up, sending it to a thing, a repeater, a hotspot, whatever it is, and connecting to a server. D-Star does exactly that. Fusion does exactly that. The protocols are a bit different, but other than that, they're the same.
But a DMR repeater is the only mode that will give you 2 channels on the one frequency.
Correct. Yep. Well, but it's still DMR, isn't it? Yep.
Just a quick question. Just a quick question about concurrency. In other words, on 91, we hear an awful lot of QRM. So how does D-Star or DMR resolve concurrent transmissions? Does it have a priority, or is it first come, first served, or you suddenly find a conversation being overwhelmed by somebody else's transmission? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of pass the question to see what's free. So and you'd have to really ask the question of Brandmeister in terms of how they're managing that infrastructure, but it is multiple servers. So you could have somebody, for example, connecting to a US server, somebody else is on a server in Indonesia, you're on the server in the UK. Of course, they're all interconnected, but by the internet, so there will be latency between all of that. So when you've got a very, very busy channel, if you want to call it that way, if a lot of people are all using the number 91, because that's all it is, things could get out of sync, is the best way I could describe it. But in general, that's not normally...
So I mean, I'm thinking of 91, because obviously that's worldwide, and and you get many, many people transmitting at the same time.
Yes.
So there's an overwhelming overload. There's more data coming in than the servers can regurgitate back out to...
Is there? I mean, it sounds like a lot, but in computer terms, managing maybe 20,000 connections is really quite trivial.
But then does it start interleaving packets? So
Sorry?
You either get one conversation going, or what happens to all the other data that's come in during that conversation that then can't be sent out?
Yeah.
It just drops drops the data.
Yeah. Yep.
Hello. Well, I hope you found that talk interesting. As you can see, I'm actually in this SIG room, and this time we can show you a little bit more of it. This is the SIG room, or the Special Interest Groups room, and as you can see, lots of activity. There'll be a lot of people arriving in a minute as the lectures finish and people come in for coffee as a break this afternoon. But we thought we'd like to have a look around here anyway. And I'm going to meet a few people here. And the Radio Officers Association, we've got Robin and Peter here. Hello, Robin. Nice to see you. Robin, can you tell us firstly, I believe you've just started a contest group within your association.
Yeah, we have indeed. We've tried to get a number of people together to try and boost the CW end of the operation from ex-professionals. It's quite difficult to climb up the ladder, but I think we're about third at the moment in the 80-metre contest group, so it's great fun really to try and redo what we did in the old days really. I mean, I was licensed in 1960 at 17, and I continued to be a radio officer afterwards as a continuation of my hobby, so it's good to do CW.
And I guess CW is at the heart of the Radio Officers Association.
It is indeed. I mean, when we were at sea, or when I was at sea particularly, CW was the mode. On a ship, you might have a bit of sort of fish phone type RT, but or sometimes VHF, but most of it was all done on the key. And sort of when you get to the Atlantic and all these sort of places, shortwave radio was the way to go. There wasn't anything else. No SATCOM or anything like that in those days.
I was going to say, what do you think of the modern technologies used in ships now?
Well, it's fantastic, isn't it, really? I mean, it's satellite communication is amazing.
But it does depend on that link to the satellite, doesn't it? I mean, the one thing with the original radio communications, it was point to point, really.
Yes, it was indeed. And I mean, satellites can be knocked out, and that's and people, I think, are now thinking that because of various things that are going on in the world, that maybe HF communication is a good backup.
Now, I believe you've recently won an award. Would you like to show it to everybody?
Indeed. We were very thankful to receive this award, the CW Ops Award for this year. Yeah, sorry. Get a better shot for it, yes. Okay. Yeah, for our sort of promoting CW for the amateur and the world, really. You know, CW is still pretty popular. I mean, commercially it finished in the year 2000. All the coast stations closed down and all the rest of it. But the amateurs keep CW going, and that's what it's all about.
Lovely. All right. Well, thanks for talking to us. I'm going to speak to your colleague now, who's Peter M0URL. Thank you for holding that up to me. I can't possibly remember all the call signs of the people we're going to meet here. Lovely to be here. You've had a recent upgrade of your website, I believe. Quite a lot of work has gone into that.
Yes, indeed. We had the old PHP format, which was pretty clunky, and we decided that we needed to refresh the website, get more pictures, get more movement, videos, etc., and that's what we've done. And you can see a snapshot of that on my laptop at the moment. It's brought in quite a few more visitors. It's more interesting, we've got more stories on it, and it's a big improvement.
Well, you'll believe as well, by the miracle of magic, we're now going to put the web address on the screen for anybody who wants to know more about your association. What is the requirement for people to be able to join your organisation?
An interest in Morse code and an interest in maritime affairs, and that would be good enough to ex-engineers, flight, we have pilots, etc. Anyone that had any association with Morse code in any way, were very welcome.
But you didn't have to be, say, a radio officer on a ship or anything like that?
No, we have, like I say, many professions in our organisation, some what we call covert operators and others diplomatic corps, etc. So there's a very wide variety of professions that have joined our organisation.
And finally, as well as your website, do you have get-togethers and meetings and things?
Yes, we have two. Our major get-together is in Liverpool every year in April, and we sometimes get 70, 80 people there. We have a sit-down meal, we go out on a tour or something, and we reminisce about good old times. And then we have a second one in the autumn for the people in the south of the country, normally in Bristol. We had an excellent get-together there about 3 weeks ago, and we had a tour of the aerospace museum outside in Finton. It was very interesting. We loved it. So we're looking forward to the next one already.
Wonderful. Well, thank you both for talking to us today, and I hope you get a few extra members as a result of it. Thanks very much. Now, moving along in the SIG room, next we come to Bailara. So instead of me, good afternoon. You're Sharon at 2E0SHZ,
yes.
And you are?
I'm Judith, G4IAQ.
Well, good to meet both of you. Tell us more about Bailara.
Bailara is for young ladies, any age, and they are invited to join us because we have amateur radio in common. We also have other things in common. We've mainly got OMs who have an interest in radio as well, but we also have our own personal hobbies, and we get together and we chat. Sometimes at rallies, women can find it quite overwhelming to come in and see all these stalls with all these radios and such like. And hopefully we can give a corner where we can all get together and just chat like women do. We're good at that, you must admit. Come on.
I couldn't possibly comment on that, but we say something similar, to be honest. But anyway, Judith, so what, again, the requirements for joining your organisation, Bailara? Is there anything apart from that you're a lady interested in amateur radio?
Well, that's basically it, I suppose. Yes, shortwave listeners, licensed amateurs. We have OMs who are very supportive to us. Everybody is welcome. Yeah.
And I believe this is a fairly special year for you as well. An anniversary, is that right?
Yes. Yep.
45 years.
45 years. Yes.
The founding members. And our newsletter lady. Joined when Bailara was a year old, so she's been with us for 44 years. We celebrated in Blackpool this year, had a little buffet together with Worked All Britain and RAIBC, who are both having anniversaries as well this year, and we had a great time. So yeah, that's what we do. We get together, we chat, we have a great time.
Good. And
we try our best to promote amateur radio.
Good, and we're going to put the web address on the screen right now for everybody at home watching who are interested in that. And is there any other activity? I mean, do you have nets and things like that?
We have a weekly net. At the moment, we're on 40, 1.20 megahertz.
When do you do that?
That's on a Thursday evening at 6:30 time. Yeah.
Thanks very much for joining us today, and good luck. I hope you enjoy the rest of the convention as well.
We will do. Thanks a lot.
Jolly good. Thanks very much. Now, from Bailara, we're moving on to Worked All Britain, and we've got Paul Lewis, M1AIB. Hello, Paul.
Good afternoon.
And Dave, G4IAR.
Yep, here again.
Yep, good to see you. Tell us then more about Worked All Britain. I know that we've spoken before, and I joined it as a result of, in fact, talking to you last year. Right. But do tell us more, and for our viewers, you know, what it's all about.
We're a special interest group. We are not a contest group. It's about the geographical squares based on the Ordnance Survey of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, devised by our founder, G3ABG, as a means to encourage, obviously, amateur radio activity and knowledge of the geography of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
And how do you join?
Well, it's quite simple. Anybody can join, is welcome to join our nets, but you can become a member of WAB simply by buying a record book package.
And it's just a one-off fee, isn't it? I think, because I did this last year, as I said. Oh, here we go. We're going to see what we get.
This is our current book with the USB stick that we now use. Green is our Emerald year this year, 55 years. So we have the Emerald theme for the book number. This is basically the book which has all the information in it regarding what we do and what we are. Doesn't have the square lists anymore. We've made it smaller so we can print it ourselves, keep the cost down. Everything else is on the USB stick. And of course it's all available online on our website as well.
I can tell you there's a new member. I mean, we get very regular updates, email maybe once a week or something like that with updates of this.
It's very good. So whenever we sell, obviously, book numbers and packages, the book number lists become out of date. So our membership secretary sends out a weekly email with updates to new book holders and silent keys as well, unfortunately, of course. So people can keep their book trackers up to date.
Now, this isn't a new organisation either. I've just spoken to Bailara, and they're 45 years old this year. How old is your organisation, Dave?
55 years, so we predate them by 10 years, almost to the date, actually. We had a joint celebration this year up at Blackpool. We're 55, Bailara was 45, and we're joined with our friends from RAIBC who are 70 this year. So we had
it's a big year then. We've put your web address on the screen now.
Yep.
Again, what other things can people, members expect, apart from all of the updates that you do?
Really just remind people, wherever you are, you're in a square, if you're in the UK and Northern Ireland or any of the underground dependencies. So it works very much hand in hand with a lot of the other special interest groups to know your square, because there'll always be someone who wants to collect your square or your book number somewhere. So, and just a reminder, it's not a contest. Some people take it a little too seriously, I think, in my opinion, but it's not a contest. It's something you can dip in and out of at your leisure.
Lovely. All right, well, thanks very much for joining us. You obviously had a good weekend this weekend. It's only the first day. You should see more people.
But it's more about flying the flag, basically just letting people know we're here.
Absolutely. All right, thanks very much, both of you, for joining us. Excuse me, and last up this afternoon, we're going to talk now to the RAIBC. And with me, I think, is Mark Bryant. Is that right, Mark? Hello. We've got a camera over here, actually, now. They moved. So nice to meet you.
And you.
RAIBC, just for anybody who's not sure what your organisation does. in a nutshell?
Radio Amateurs Invalid and Blind Club, and we provide a service of readings from magazines is one of our priorities, and readings of license manuals for the blind.
So are that magazines like Radcom, Practical Wireless, that sort of thing?
Absolutely, Sprat, CDXC, and of course the full intermediate and foundation license manuals.
Because that's really important, isn't
they
it?
have been updated just this week.
Because everybody's getting used to doing their exams online, but if you can't see, that's not going to help you a lot. So
absolutely, yes. So I would say that most of our newest members are requesting the license service, you know, the readings of the manuals, to help them with their studies through the exam process.
We're now going to put the website on the screen. Can you tell us how people can get involved? So if someone has a disability and they think you can help, what's the first port of call to do?
I think if they can manage the website, then that will have all the details of joining up membership, renewing membership even, and you can download a form to actually write in your personal contact details to join up, and you can pay online as well. So you can actually do the whole process online, but if not, then we have a helpline phone number, 0800 whatever, and we can do everything over the phone as well, so we can pay, take details, and membership can be completed on the phone as well.
Now what about equipment? I know that it was quite a thing, say 10 years ago, to have radios which talked. It was quite a novelty there, maybe a little bit longer ago than that. But I notice now with these touch screens, I think that must be more difficult for people who have some disabilities to use those radios when it's all menu driven rather than lots of buttons.
Yes, indeed. We have a new box here, the talking box, which actually speaks out in the traditional way.
Mark, if we could just move along, I think Kevin may be able to get a picture of this, can we? Is it all right to pick this up?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'll just pick this up. There we are. Hopefully Kevin can get a close-up of this.
This will give you feedback from the radio. So SWR power.
Sorry, I'm just going to put my book down on my file down. There we are. Let me have a good look.
So this will give you
that, Kevin, all right?
Depending on which button you press, which is coloured and felt, you can get a readout of those functions. It will give you a readout of frequency. There's another box as well which will give you an SWR reading if you've got problems with the antenna.
Yeah, because that's really important. How are you going to know otherwise whether you haven't got a problem and you could blow up your transmitter ultimately, I guess, damage it?
So we have a colleague who is preparing, who's got talk programs in software form, so you can use your computer to give you readouts through the cat control of all the functions of the radio. That's very helpful for the blind, obviously, to know whether they're at with the things that they can't access.
So, I mean, you're noticing, I guess, all of these radios changing in designs. Does that mean it's a continual work for you as an organisation to try and make boxes like this to help make them ensure that they're accessible?
Yes, absolutely. And I guess that this hardware process is going to be dated, which is why software is now taking over and giving us the access that our disabled members would probably eventually use.
Now, as well as people applying for this, are you looking for anybody to help you in your organisation with any of these skills maybe that you need?
Absolutely. We have a support membership, which is, I would say, it's probably about a quarter of our members who sign up, become members in a supportive role, and we can call on them not only to make visits but also to contribute to, you know, the development of our work.
So if anybody's watching this who has some skills maybe in software, talking to radios and things like that, that would be something that's really helpful for you, would it?
And those with experience in the digital world are very most welcome.
Thank you very much indeed for talking to us today. The RAIBC, a really valuable service for our hobby, particularly to keep people who have disabilities engaged with their hobby. Thanks very much for joining us. One further visit in this SIGRAM segment, and we've got the ARDF now, the Amateur Radio Direction Finding. Got Bob Titterington here. Hello, Bob.
Hello.
I don't want to break your aerial here. Whoops.
Get out of the way.
That's all right. Well,
right.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good.
How are you having a good convention?
Yes. We're looking really to try and extend ARDF into more RSGB regions than it's currently active. And the board, through the Legacy Fund, have given us funding, so we've got equipment available to give on long-term loan to any RSGB region where there's a group keen on getting some ARDF going on a regular summer basis.
So I guess you're looking there for clubs particularly to promote it, are you?
Well, not quite. One of the problems about ARDF is that there's only about 2 or 3 people in every club who are interested. And the RSGB is not quite organised to cope with groups like that. We really need a body of regional activity going on. And the RSGB is basically clubs and then the National Society. But if we can get an ad hoc regional group together, then there's no reason why they can't, with the advantage of the loan of this equipment, at least get started, build up the funds, because people pay to compete, and build up the funds to provide their own equipment, and get 2 or 3 people from all of the clubs in the region to participate, when of course you'll have a very vibrant group of interested people.
Good. Well, we're going to put your website on the screen right now as well for anybody watching who's not involved with it. Can we just start from the real basics? ARDF, how do you get started in that?
How did I get started?
How does anybody get started? So we've got some maybe new licensees, M7s now. Maybe they're not a member of a club that does already ARDF. How would they get started in this?
Well, that's a difficult one. In regions where ARDF is active, the Midlands, the Thames Valley, places like that, it's simply a matter of going along to one of the advertised events. And there are quite a few introductory ones. For example, on the 3rd of November, there's an event specifically for newcomers taking place in Donisthorpe near Swadlincote in North Nottinghamshire. But of course, if you live a long way away from that, it's not really on the cards, which is why we're trying to extend the coverage across more areas so we can offer something to a wider group of people.
So if somebody's watching who'd like to organise more in their area, what should they do? Contact you?
Be delighted to hear from them, absolutely delighted. Happily today and at the Hamfest 2 weeks ago, there's glimmers of interest from Lincolnshire and South Yorkshire, and a glimmer of interest from Kent, which might both become, move into reality. I don't know. I'm just hoping that we can pull something together. But there's some interest there.
Good. And apart from all of the obvious technology side, which people may be interested in, is looking around at these pictures there, that's also quite a good way to keep fit, I think.
Oh yes, quite definitely a good way to keep fit. And when you going out just to run around the block or do a park run is okay, it's fine. But when you can go out and then combine it with your radio hobby and do it for a purpose, it's so much more attractive. You know, the physical exercise doesn't matter whether you walk or whether you jog or whether you run. You can still do ARDF, and such is the nature of competitions, nobody's going to be watching you all the time to see how often you run or don't, as the case may be. So it literally is for all ages and all abilities.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, Bob, for joining us again and telling us more about your side of the hobby. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Now, before we go back to have a look at GB3 HQ, I thought this would be a good opportunity to have a look at this room, which is now getting busier. So, Tammy, if I can ask you to go to the other camera, you'll actually see, I think, everybody coming in now from the various lecture rooms and see how busy this really is. It's a great place to meet people. You can just see me at the back probably now, but it is a large area. And if you can make it to come and see the RSGB convention sometime, I think you'd really enjoy it. Now we're going to go back to GB3 HQ before the next lecture.
2 Whiskey 0 Juliet Victor from GB3 HQ. Many thanks from the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. So how do you copy? Over.
To GB3 HQ, you were very clear. You are 5 and 9 plus 20. You're doing very well.
Many from GB3 HQ, all copied. Many thanks and 73 QRZ GB3 HQ.
73, thank you.
Mobile station, please.
Whiskey 5,
November Foxtrot Mobile.
Golf Whiskey 5 November Foxtrot Mobile from GBC HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. So how do you copy over?
CHQ from GW5NS Mobile. Thanks for 5 and 9. You're also 59 into South East Wales, and the name is Roger. GBC HQ, GW5NS Mobile.
Many thanks, and 73s from GB3 HQ, QRZ GB3 HQ.
Mike 0 Zulu Alpha Echo. Mike 0 Zulu Alpha Echo.
Mike 0 Zulu Alpha Echo from GB3 HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 509 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. So how do you copy over?
The 5 and 9. The name is Henry, Hotel Echo, November Romeo Yankee. Located to Campton, west of Thetford. And your lovely 5 and 9. May I have the operator's name and call, please?
Juliet, JJ.
Fine business, Juliet, and your call?
GB3 HQ.
No, your own call.
M7OFM, Mike 7, Oscar Foxtrot Mike.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed, and good luck to you.
All copied, many thanks, and 73s, QRZ, GB3 HQ.
Golf Whiskey 4, Victor X-Ray Echo.
Golf Whiskey 4, Victor X-Ray Echo from GB3 HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. So how do you copy?
Very good, JJ. Nice to hear you. You're also 5 and 9 on the very west coast of Wales in Pembrokeshire. My name's Tim, Tango India Mike, okay?
Many thanks, and 73's QRZ GB3 HQ. QRZ GB3 HQ.
GB3 HG, Mike 1AQC calling.
Again.
Mike 1 Alpha Quebec Charlie.
Mike 1 Alpha Quebec Charlie from GBC HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. So how do you copy?
I copy 5 and 9 plus 10 here in Northampton, so we're not too far away from you. Just up the road, basically. Yeah, well, thank you for the contact, and 73's here, and I hope you have a good day there at RSGB. I'm not personally a member, but I have been considering rejoining. I've had a break for 25 years, so, I'll get back to that at some time, obviously. So, happy days. See you later. Bye now.
From all copied, many thanks. 73's GB3 HQ, QRZ GB3 HQ.
3 Zulu India.
Golf 3 Zulu India from GB3 HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. My name is JJ. So how do you copy over?
So got you 5 and 9. Name here is Mike India Kilo Echo. QTH 12 points, 3rd down 12 points on the North Coast. G3 Red bye.
From GB3 HQ, all copied. Many thanks, and 73's QRZ GBC HQ.
Mike 0 Kilo Mike.
Mike 0 Kilo Mike from GB3HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSG convention in Milton Keynes. My name is JJ. So how do you copy over?
Yeah, okay, JJ, no problem at all. Your signal report is 5-9. I'm just south of Kings Lynn, so not that far away from you. And the operator name is Kevin, Kilo Echo Victor, India, November. Many thanks for sitting there with the cam hands thing down at Milton Keynes. I hope you're enjoying yourself and have fun.
Many thanks on 73's GB3HQ, QRZ GB3HQ.
Golf Mike 4, Hotel Charlie Yankee.
Golf Mike for Hotel Charlie Yankee from GB3HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSG convention in Milton Keynes. My name is JJ, so how do you copy over?
Okay, JJ, thanks very much for the 5 and 9. Also 5 and 9 here into West Jedburgh this afternoon. Name this side is Mike, Mexico, Italy, Kilo Echo, over.
From GB3HQ, many thanks on 73's GB3HQ, QRZ GB3HQ. CQ, this is GB3HQ, GB3HQ, QRZ. Again. Golf 0 Foxtrot Mike Yankee from GB3HQ. Many thanks for the call. You are 5 and 9 at the RSG convention in Milton Keynes. My name is JJ, so how do you copy over? From GB3HQ, all copied. Many thanks, and 73s.
We'll be going back to GB3HQ again today. I hope if you work it, of course, you get your call sign up on there from the log as well. Now we're going to our lecture, Using AI to Write Simple Amateur Radio Applications. This is a change from the original program.
Applications. Large language models such as ChatGPT and Google Bard Gemini have the ability to transform the way that we write software. Using software such as these can significantly improve productivity and bring the ability to write effective software within the reach of more people. This talk provides insight into the tools and approaches Stuart used in writing a small amateur radio application which is due to be published in the autumn 2024 edition of RadCom Plus. He hopes that this work will encourage others to experiment with these new methods of writing software. Stuart has volunteered for board roles at the RSGB since 2013, president of the RSGB from 21 to 23, currently the chair of the board. He has championed improvements in operating and technical skills in all age groups by organising and sponsoring a number of competitive amateur radio activities. His personal amateur radio activities include technology, construction and contesting, as well as travelling to better understand the international amateur radio environment. Professionally, Stuart gained a PhD in laser physics from Imperial College London. This led Stuart into a career in telecoms, where he held a number of leading research and innovation roles in the creation of new internet routing technologies. Stuart spent 4 years as routing area director at the Internet Engineering Task Force, where he led the specification and standardization of the Internet's routing system. He is an author of 46 Internet specifications and is an inventor of over 80 patents. Need I say more? Over to you, Stuart.
Thank you, John. So, the way I look at software is the modern soldering iron, right? It's the way we put systems together. It's the way we build new things. And what I wanted to do with this piece of work is to explore how we could use artificial intelligence to write software with less detailed knowledge. So hopefully, writing software can be more accessible to more people. So this talk would talk about something called large language models. These are sort of a thing that's really been quite hyped up since the end of last year, the beginning of this year, and a technology called generative artificial intelligence. I'm going to look at the methodology I used, because the way you go about it makes it a lot easier. I'm going to give an example, give a brief comparison of ChatGTP. ChatGTP is the one everyone knows about. It's the one that OpenAI launched with such fanfare and made available to everyone. And this forced other people to also launch their technologies. And then there's a few thoughts for the future. So generative AI is a conversational method of generating a descriptive and customized answer to a question. You see it quite a lot in these chatbots and things. And it's a hyper-fast moving subject. I make no apologies for for using such sort of hyped up words, because it is moving almost literally at the speed of light. I mean, it is every time you look at it, something has changed and it's moved forward. The one that was launched at the end of 22 is ChatGTP, and that's the one I used for most of this work. But I'm going to list just a small sample of the others. There's Bard Gemini. Bard must have been Google's internal platform they didn't discuss, and then it got launched in the hype. And Gemini is its more production version. GitHub, for those who know GitHub, GitHub's a software repository system, and that has got an AI engine. I've not used it. And there's Wolfram Alpha, which is one that is more numeric in terms of what it can do. So I asked ChatGTP to talk about itself. I'm only going to use 2 of the 3 slides I asked it for various reasons, but I said to it, literally, please produce 3 slides describing how ChatGPT works and how it is different from Google Gemini. I just used the first 2 of those. And this is literally what it came back with. So ChatGTP is a large language model developed by OpenAI based on the generative pre-trained transformer. That is to say, you give it a load of text to understand and it sort of works out what that text is all about, but it doesn't properly understand it as far as I can see. It's designed to generate human-like text based on the input it receives. So how does it work? So it says, well, you pre-train it on an initial sort of diverse corpus of text data, learning to predict the next word in a sentence. So get what that means, right? It knows from when it's written a word what the probability of the next word is going to be, and I'll explain that in a bit more detail a bit later on. So after the pre-training, it's fine-tuned on other databases, and it's also fed with human feedback. So as you use it, it is learning what your reaction was, and it's incorporating that into its corpus of knowledge. And that has interesting implications later on. Improving its ability to follow instructions and generate coherent responses. And it uses inference. So when a user inputs a query, the model generates text by predicting the most likely continuation based on its training. Well, that looks fairly straightforward. So here's some key features. Remember, this is ChatGTP advertising itself. There's no, I don't know whether this is specially sort of programmed inside, but anyway, it excels in understanding and generating human-like responses, and it does. It's capable of carrying out conversations, answering questions, and providing creative context. Well, it can assist in a wide range of tasks, including coding, which is the one we're going to talk about here, writing, tutoring, and more. Although the model itself doesn't learn in real time, that is to say, it's not putting your discussion directly into the corpus of knowledge, it's keeping it, right? It's keeping it and it's feeding it in there. OpenAI frequently updates versions based on new data and free interactions. And it may generate plausible, we'll come to this in a moment, may generate plausible sounding but incorrect information. This is one of its downsides. Sometimes it struggles with complex reasoning or text retention over long conversations. This is what it's saying about itself. So how does it really work? Well, it kind of works as you say. The book I found that really explained it was Wolfram's book, which is what ChatGTP is doing and why does it do it. And this goes through. It's a very easy to read, simple book. You read it on one flight across the Atlantic, Very, very straightforward text. And it explains an earlier version of the OpenAI system and how it generates these answers from basically word association. So it constructs sentences by concatenating the statistically likely to follow word, but it applies a sort of a biological evolutionary process. It makes mistakes. You know how biology changes by sort of DNA making mistakes? It does exactly that. So it makes random mistakes from the expected next text, and it does it in a way that ChatGPT, the other one, doesn't do. All right. Now, a note of caution when you read this book. Wolfram doesn't like the idea that it's not numeric. Wolfram, of course, builds the Wolfram computer sort of mathematics system. So he's got a bit of an axe to grind in here. So, you know, take it accordingly. But it's a very interesting description of how it works. So, how do people use it? What people were doing, you see, was to take a functional specification. Functional specification is a posh sort of industry word for just tell me what you want the thing to do. So you start off saying what you want to achieve, and you have to be really pedantic with that. Then you put it through the large language model OpenAI system, and you get some code. And what people were doing was to take that code and take it as the answer. I mean, clearly it's given you the answer. What's wrong with it? Well, how many people have met Stack Overflow? Anyone who's written, you're right. So it's the first thing you get when you do a Google search for how to do something in computer engineering. What people were doing was taking the questions that get asked in Stack Overflow. It's a place where people ask questions. I want to know how to write this piece of code. And they were feeding it into ChatGPT when it first came out. And then they were taking and posting the answer. And this got people really, really annoyed because the experts on it now needed to correct the errors in ChatGPT. So for a while, Stack Overflow banned ChatGPT input into this corpus of knowledge they were building for programming. Well, the next thing that apparently that happened is that ChatGPT seemed to be putting Stack Overflow out of business because people were going to that rather than going to ChatGPT. I don't know how Stack Overflow makes its money, but they weren't going there anymore. And if you go to follow that URL, there's an interesting graph, and it does show ChatGPT comes in and their business model goes to the floor. So now they are now working together as partners from the 6th of May. Remember, the 6th of May is only 5 months after ChatGPT hit the streets mainstream. And that is just one example of where it's going in the industry. So, this is how you really have to use it. You write your specification. Be really super pedantic how you write your specification. So you don't have to know how the code's going to work, but you better be precise about what you tell it to do. You feed it into the large language model and you get some output. But you better write a test spec. You remember when you're professionally writing code, you write a test spec? Or at least you have some idea of what you want it to do. So you write a spec, test spec, and you feed that into the test system as well, and it either did the right thing or it didn't. Chances are, half the time, you screwed up the specification. And I found this in my sort of experiments, that quite often it's not doing the right thing because I didn't tell it to do the right thing. Or you made a mistake in your test, or there was something you needed to add to the test because you'd forgotten, I'd forgotten to test that. So you build a system. This is exactly the ecosystem you use when you're writing software yourself. All I have done is to start with text and put the large language model in there, treating the large language model as a text compiler. So the way I think of life is you start off with a text spec, and then you used to have to go to, originally you went to assembler, And then that got a bit boring, so you went to compilers. Nobody trusted compilers because they couldn't figure out how the assembler got generated. And now we're going to language input for a lot of modules or complete specs. Right, now it's really important that you stay in the system, because if you run this thing and you get some answers, and they may not be the answers you wanted, and you say, oh, it's simple what I need to do. I just need this extra variable there, or I need to change this piece of code there. But as soon as you come out of the system, it doesn't know you've done it. So stay in the system, ask it to make the corrections, because as soon as you leave the system, you're on your own. So I wrote about this. I was encouraged. I mentioned it to the editor. It made me a big mistake talking to the Radcom editors. So I spoke to the and then suddenly I've got a deadline for publishing this. I'm joking, of course. So anyway, they encouraged me to write this up for Radcom Plus. And the example I use, this is why I really did it. I've got my 6400, and I wanted it to have a relay to turn it on, so I could turn it on remotely. I like to run my station remotely. And what I wanted was a bit of GUI on my PC. But I don't really know how to write Python GUI. I've never really learned how to do it. There's libraries and things you have to do, Tickle or something or other, but I didn't really know how to. So I thought, this is what got me into this experiment, you see. Why don't I just get the machine to do it for me? And I used two approaches. At the top, I used an Arduino with a relay shield on it, and the relay shield will talk to the Arduino would talk to the PC using serial. And I needed some messages to specify what I wanted to send. So the syntax was quite simple. I want relay X either on or off. And the reason it's got the hieroglyphics on either end of it is I wasn't sure what other junk I might get sent out on the serial port, so I put a bit of packet delimiting in there just to sort of screen out any spurious things. The other thing I played with was so I wanted this GUI. This was going to be written in Python. Obviously the Arduino would be written in Arduino C, but I also wanted to try another approach. You can get these cheap Chinese relay controllers with the relays. That shows 8. I could never get 8 to work because actually it's really a whole web server in its own right. They send it to you saying you just give it this piece of HTTP here, but it turns out that you can't actually get it into a standard state. So I only ever used the 4 relay version. So you send a message to it on Ethernet, it switches the relay on. So that's what I wanted to do. So, first thing I said to it was, and this is literally what did I not? Yes, it's in Rad. Oh, I should explain that there's a lot of detail in the Radcom Plus article that I couldn't get into the slides because 24-point slides and proper code, anyone who's tried to do this will know it just doesn't go together. So this is really a video chatty sort of introduction to the Radcom Plus article. So this is literally what I said. Write Arduino code that listens to the console port for packets of the form, that rather strange syntax there, and it understood the ellipses with the on-off in it as standard notation. Where X is a relay in the range 1 to 4, and the command is on or off. If the command is set, the corresponding digital port goes to 1, otherwise to 0. If the packet is correct, reply to the console port with the packet, OK, otherwise reply with just the packet. So after a few iterations, and I mean really just sort of 3 or 4 iterations, some of which were, don't give me an edit to what you gave me before, give me the complete script, because all I want to do is cut and paste it into my target, and but I was using the standard Arduino IDE. It gave me about 70 lines of what I thought were functional, well commented and practical code. And if you look in the Radcom Plus article, you can see the code it gave. It really is a good code generator. So I tested it by typing commands in, which is kind of as good a way as doing it anyway, and the code really was good, and the code is in the article. So, someone can tell me how to do this better. I needed to get the Ethernet controller working. But I couldn't find a way of having it nicely paragraphed, and I think it was because the rather crude way I was using ChatGTP and the Macintosh Safari browser, it kept, every time I gave a break, it took it as an entry, which is not very helpful. So here's a simple functional spec, right? Please write a Python 3 script to read 2 parameters from the command line plus an optional third parameter. The first is the IP address, and the second is the key, which is a 0 to 635535, i.e. a 16-bit number. The third parameter specifies if debug output is to be provided. Validate the IP address and the key number. If the command line is not properly formatted, print an error with the correct format. To change the state of a relay, send an HTTP packet, not HTTPS. Took a bit of persuading to stop the thing trying to expect HTTPS. A request of the form http:// IP address key command. Remember, that was a little sort of note I had in the side, which is all you get from the chip providers. The command should create a column of 4 buttons, which controls relays 0 to 3. Get the program to open a file, button.txt, where each line is read as a CSV values, the label for the button of the command to turn the corresponding relay on, and then the command to turn the corresponding relay off, whether and then whether the button is a toggle button or a momentary button. So toggle keeps its state, momentarily you just press it and it comes back on you. The button text for all buttons is initially green and the relays are all off. When a relay is off, the button text goes green, and when it's on, it goes red. Continues a bit. When a button that is green is pressed, then the corresponding HTTP request turns to green. Otherwise, it turns to red. When a red button is pressed, the corresponding HTTP request is and change the button to green. When the top button is pressed, maybe a mistake doing it like that. Turn relay 0 on. Notice the spelling mistake in change. The button color to red. Wait for 2 seconds and then turn the relay off, changing its color back to green. If the button is a momentary button, set the relay on, wait 2 seconds, set the relay off, setting the button color red when it is on and green when it is off. Please include this ChatGTP request as a comment at the start of the code. If debug is requested, also write the URL to the console. Well, I'm sorry for all the words, but those are all the words you would need to write to tell a junior programmer to write this for you. I mean, most of us, in writing a thing like this, if we were doing it for a hobby use, we just keep it in our heads, right? But you can't do that here. You've got to be precise and pedantic with the machine in order to get it to do exactly what you want. And it took a few iterations for me to get the instructions right. So, if you think about what this is, we've got, here's our text file that's providing the syntax of what I want, the actions I want to happen on the buttons. So here's the text for the top button, here's the command that turns it on, there's the command that turns it off, and there's whether it's momentary or not. So that goes in a file button.txt, which is in the same directory as the command Python. And here is the little GUI I wanted it to generate. Now, I could not have built this without a lot of sort of looking at Stack Overflow, reading libraries, etc. All I did here was to write a specification and get what I thought was quite a neat piece of code and quite a neat result with zero work. And the more you use it, the easier it becomes. So what were the results? So I apologise, it's too difficult to show the code on slides in 24 points. So please go and read the article. The article has got a complete didactic sort of description of what I did, including the mistakes that ChatGTP and I both made in order to get to the target. So hopefully that's a readable way, and it will give you some confidence that it's really quite straightforward to do. The fully functional code was produced, but in different styles in different generative AI applications. So you've got one complete style of code in ChatGTP. Gemini, or rather Bard as I was using, gives a much more sophisticated answer. When you look at the article and see it, Bard gives a much more sophisticated, compact, written by an expert type of code, whereas ChatGTP produces the sort of junk I would have probably produced by reading Stack Overflow and the manual, etc. Now, one of the interesting things that happens is you get crashes, particularly when you're doing pointers into various bits of memory to get the user interface to work. And anyone who's written code professionally knows what a nightmare it is trying to work out how you sort out a crash dump. You've got to sort of work it through and figure out what failed when and how you're going to get to it. And this was clearly something in the UI because it's a button problem. Well, all you do is to take this stuff that came out on the console, put it into the chat, just put it straight into the chat. And it says, it's very polite, this system, it says, I'm terribly sorry, I know what I did wrong, here's the new code. Yeah, I mean, this would have taken, you'd have figured it out. I mean, it wouldn't have taken long. You'd have figured it, it's something to do with the button. But some of this stuff, this was a Google, it's got Bard in it. But some of this stuff is a bit sort of mind-blowing to understand, this third-party, very compact, efficient code. But you just give it the errors, and it tells you what you're going to do. So, I'm going to finish a bit early, I think, unfortunately. ChatGTP took 37 attempts to get functional code, which was a mixture of me not getting the spec right and it making mistakes. But I'd have probably spent that number sort of taking the examples out of the library and chatting it, putting it in, etc. It was pretty quick, I mean, almost instant answers. And the code, although well written, was not quite as elegant as Bard. And this might have been the result, of course, of me sort of having a previous conversation with ChatGTP and trying to develop it while I was sort of going along, as it were. Now, the interesting thing about ChatGTP is if you said to it, have another go, it would willingly go away and it would have another go. It would give you an alternative. It would apply the biology of the evolutionary process to it, and it may or may not give you a better answer. But it knows all its sort of context, by the way, so it doesn't forget. If you want to really start again, it's really tough. It did, if asked, include the instructions as comments, i.e. include the source code in the generated code. So what the source code when you're running this model is that text description you gave it. And if you lose track and you lose the reference between the two, well, you don't want to lose your source code, right? So it would give you, it would sometimes do this. There's something I don't quite understand in terms of it sometimes being a bit disobedient, and that's true for both of these systems, right? Imagine you have a very willful intern writing the code for you. Maybe that probably get me into some sort of trouble saying that. It's a bit like that. Sometimes it gives you what you ask for it, and sometimes it says no, and sometimes it gives you something strange. But if you follow my algorithm, which is you run around the cycle of here's the spec, here's the test, feedback the results, you will always get something sensible out of it. So what was my experience with Bard? So Bard was Google's first offering, and it's replaced by Gemini. As far as I can tell, there's not much difference from a user point of view. It's just like having a chat with some agent from some service provider. But the example, the example was helped by the fact that I'd already had a go with the alternative package. It produced very compact, very sophisticated code for the Ethernet controller. And it did it in 7 iterations, some of which were me saying, I don't want an edit script, I want the complete answer, thank you very much. Because it's a bit inclined to say, oh, I made a mistake in line 32, change this. Well, you don't really want that. What you want to do is to have your complete body, because remember, you want to stay in the system for as long as you can. It was very polite, incredibly willful. So when I would say to ChatGPT, could you have another go, please? This would say, I just did that. Literally, I just did that. And I could never, ever persuade it to put its input script as comment in the code itself. And I have no idea why it refused to do that. It is actually my currently preferred code generator. I do need to experiment with the others. My nephew, who's something of an expert in this stuff, tells me I should try the GitHub one, which will have been trained on the huge body of code that is in GitHub. I don't know has anyone used the GitHub version of it? You've used the AI generator for it? Yeah. Will it work like this, or is it one that intercepts your attempt to do the coding and tries to improve it?
Both, but the fact that because there's so much code,
yes,
it's looking at other people's code.
Yeah, indeed.
Sort of
Yes, yes, yes,
very good.
Yes. Sorry, it is hybrid, is what the gentleman was saying, between one that takes text input and one that is sort of helping you synthesize the stuff as you go along. I've not tried it. It's on my list of things to do. So, almost the end. Intellectual property rights. So the first thing I say is that describing your problem to a public Gen AI system is a data leak. Most of the intellectual property you own, certainly if you're doing this commercially, most of the or if you're writing an academic paper, most of the IPR is actually in knowing how to ask the question. If you can ask the question, anyone can find you an answer. The trick in professional work is always to know how to answer the question. So the first thing is the very fact that you're asking it about something is telling this body of information what you're doing. So I would never apply public generated AI to a sensitive project. The search and your tuning of the answer is almost certainly feeding the AI machine. In fact, I'm sure it's feeding the AI machine, and making this available to others. So you're losing your IPR doing that. The solution you get back from a Gen AI system may contain copyrighted material. And this is a standard warning that everyone needs to worry about. It's just as important for writing code as it is in writing text, because the code itself could be patented. So it could be IPR encumbered. Of course, I need to put the standard corporate speak in here. This is not advice. The RSGB does not give advice. You are on your own. If you are worried about the IPR, go speak to your lawyer. But just be careful and think about it, because you are giving IPR information away. But for the sort of things we do in terms of, a project for the shack, a bit of learning for research, that's not usually, you normally need to worry about it. So, generative AI-based generators are a game changer in software engineering. I think there's going to be a whole software in pieces of the industry that are going to change dramatically. The cheap coding shops overseas, I think, are going to disappear. In this talk, I explored 2 languages on 2 platforms. But the systems know about many more languages and many more platforms. It's just that I use Python and C-based Arduino stuff. It is an incredibly fast-moving technology, and every time you look at it, it will have moved on. There are many new code generators. I've mentioned GitHub, and we've had that. Stack Overflow has got one. I've never played with that, but the technology is simple to use. It works, and it should make software construction available to a much wider audience. And as you know from some of my RSGB work, I'm really interested in people building things and making things and learning about how to build and make things and learning and doing experiments that they might not otherwise be able to do. So that's all I wanted to say. There's a bit more information. Please read the Radcom Plus article. It's now, it was published a couple of weeks ago. The 2 systems that I used in this were publicly available and free, and they're the ChatGTP system and the Gemini system. And if anyone's got any questions, here's my email address. I'd be delighted to answer any questions. Does anyone have any questions for now? And I should say I may be in the body of experts, but
it's not so much a question, more of a comment. But when you're talking about the intellectual property bit, there's 2 ways that you can overcome that. I'm not a salesperson for Microsoft. Right. However, the Microsoft Copilot ecosystem is completely protected, so anything you put into that, it's obviously quite expensive, but anything you put in is contained within the ecosystem, so you can protect yourself by putting that code in. Also, if you don't want to pay for it, you can actually check out the YouTube. There's quite a lot of YouTube channels on how you can download your own LLM system to your own machine and run it directly from there.
Maybe I should encourage you to write something for Radcom Plus to show us, because I would like to move to the next level, and I don't have enough knowledge to do that. But I really would encourage others to try and teach it, because there's so much stuff we want to do. I mean, I don't know enough about it to do digital signal processing. I'd love to see us apply these things to digital signal processing. Thank you. One of my goals in life is to get a CW contest program that can pass the Turing test.
So you mentioned earlier that this would be a good tool for people who maybe don't have as much experience writing software. Yes. It seems inevitable that people will start using this stuff to build radios and possibly also to remotely control them. Yep. So do you see a situation where maybe the licensing conditions or the law may need to change to maybe decide who takes responsibility if something goes wrong, or what precautions would need to be taken?
Well, so first off, our license allows us to do this, right? There's no question our license allows us to do this. And where does the responsibility end? It ends in the licensee. So remember what I said. Test it, test it, test it. If it goes wrong, the chances are it's not going to go wrong in any different way from if you'd written the code yourself. Because all of us write perfect code, don't we? I mean, everyone has bugs in their code. And the same with hardware. People make mistakes with their hardware. So it's no different from the way we work at the moment. Now, you could ask questions about, does the license exam need to change? Do we need to talk about software more in Radcom and the books, etc.? And the answer, I think, is yes, because if anyone saw the keynote talk this morning, you'll know that almost any radio made these days is full of software, and the old-fashioned block sort of system that we teach is not actually how it works anymore. So we will need to adapt, we will need to change to use these things, but I'm just hoping that I can get more people building things with software that would not have otherwise done so, because it wasn't within their sort of normal sphere of how they work. But all you're doing here, remember, write your specification, put it in the compiler, and get the answer out and test it. And that's just like buying an IC of your own, with your own specification, and plug it into a board.
Hi, Mike G4CDF. I've successfully used ChatGPT to review some Arduino code that I wrote and wasn't working. And it got it right within one go, but then I asked it to review it again, and it came up with some improvements. It says it's about right now, but it kept on changing it. Every time I asked it to review it, it kept on changing it. The real question I have is, do you think it's possible for AI to take software that's been written for one processor, maybe an assembler, and translate it to a different processor, such as Arduino? Is that possible?
Well, I don't know about getting from assembler across. I mean, I suppose it is possible. I mean, you could, the assembler is a functional description, and it might be able to do it. And certainly I know that we have cross translators. I know that large bodies of code that were written for x86 run on ARM as a result of compiling like that. And in fact, this is a very old technology, because I worked originally for Digital Equipment Corporation for a long time. And when we went from the CISC-based VAX to RISC-based, what was the RISC-based machine we had? It'll come back to me in a moment. We had a RISC-based machine, and the thing would just cross-translate it. So you don't even need AI to do cross-platform translation. But I see no reason why it would not work.
How large a piece of code do you think the ChatGPT or similar can handle?
I have no idea, to be honest. My approach would be, for just so that I understood it myself, would be to keep it down at the module level.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
so
thanks.
write a procedure and put them together. Maybe ask ChatGPT how you would construct a set of modules. So get it to do the system design. It's quite interesting asking it to do system design. It will tell you, do this, do that, etc. And then you can do the decomposition yourself. Whether these systems are sophisticated enough to build very large systems, I imagine so, but I don't know is the answer. Someone can go find out.
Is signal processing something that you can't do on this? Or
Sorry?
Signal processing, that's something you
I've never tried asking it to do to write a DSP algorithm. I tried asking it to write some GNU radio, which is how I would do most of my DSP these days, and it just sort of told me what I would do. It didn't actually give me any GNU radio output. I think a GNU radio expert over there is sort of... Have you tried it, Heather?
I haven't. Anyone else? Okay. One last one. Coming to the end, so.
No, okay.
Okay.
So a simple question.
Very nice.
Yeah, simple question. You said in your cycle that you had code and then test.
Yes.
Why didn't you ask GPT to do the test?
Why?
Give me tested code that does all this stuff.
Oh, well, because ChatGPT can't really become the hardware platform you're going to run it on. I mean, eventually it's got to get to the electrons. So, the test cycle was to put it through the physical layer so that, or through the whole compile cycle, through the physical layer, so that it actually turned the right relay on, for example, in that particular case. And sometimes it didn't. I spent forever with one bug, which is written up in the article, where I discovered that it was doing 0 index when it should have done 1 index. So it was always turning the wrong one on. And I had to persuade it that, well, I didn't have to persuade it, I just had to say, this thing starts at 0, it starts at 0 or starts at 1. And I understand now.
Okay, Stuart, thank you very much. Fascinating subject.
Thank you. And
I hope you enjoyed that talk all about AI. Now, this isn't really planned, to be honest with you, but and retrospectively, you'll say, oh, why didn't I tell you that at the beginning? But in fact, during that presentation on AI, for most of it, the camera that was filming Stuart was actually an AI-based camera in terms of movement, and it looked a bit like this. So this is called a pan tilt zoom camera. I'll just briefly explain this. You've never heard of a pan tilt zoom. So the pan is this bit that moves from left to right. I think we've got a close-up of this now. You can see this is a pan. It's a universal term for camera people use. This is tilt, up and down, and there's also a zoom lens built in, which means you can get closer. And the camera that we put at the back of the room as an experiment yesterday for Stuart's talk is an AI-based camera. And in fact, it was tracking Stuart for most of that presentation. They had got a wide shot so that when you saw all of the audience, the back of the audience, that was being from a traditional still camera. But we were leaving this to do its own work. So if you want to have a look back at that, I think you might find it interesting. All of the presentations that you're seeing today on the live stream will be here and will remain on the YouTube channel of the RSGB. So have a look back at it and imagine that was done by a very long reach lens as well. This has got a 30 times zoom. So it was right at the back of the room and it was tracking Stuart and doing a pretty good job, really. Anyway, we'll see what the future holds for AI. We're now going to go back to our GB3 HQ and see who they're working.
Quebec. The operation name this way is Simone. Sierra India Mike Oscar November Echo. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. The operator is on this way as well. And doing well, very good signal. 5 and 9 plus into the city of Gloucester. And well done on the activation. Microphone back to you.
Yeah, fine business, Rob. Thank you very much for 5 and 9 into Gloucester. Very pleased with that. That's lovely, and yes, we're having a lot of fun here at the convention. And as the convention's day is winding up, you know, we're at the very last sort of lectures that are going to be going ahead. You can catch them. You can come along to the live stream. Go along to rsgb.org/convention. And there you'll find what's happening on the live stream. Currently, it's me, and I'm on this frequency here. So, yeah, if you want to come and talk to me, 7.155 megahertz, and I'll be more than happy to have a little QSO with you. Anyway, thanks very much for calling in, and catch you further down the log. 7-3.
7-3, and once again, thanks for the activation.
Very, very welcome. QRZ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel, Quebec.
Mike 0, Papa Foxtrot.
Mike 0, Papa Fox. You got your name on the convention screen. Well done. You are 5 and 9 into the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel, Quebec. How copy, over?
Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, M0PPF returning. Well, I think I caught the name there, Simone. Thank you very much indeed for coming back to me. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to be on the screen, is it? But there we go. You're a beautiful signal here into the county of Somerset this afternoon. You're plus 30, so working very well. Thank you very much indeed for putting on the special event, and it's great to get you in the log. GB3HQ, M0PPF.
Yeah, M0PPF, GB3HQ. Many thanks for calling in, 73 QRZ. Foxtrot 5 Tango Echo again, please. Sorry, I'm missing the...
I'm with Mark Jones, G0MGX, who's an RSGB board director, but actually he's here now to talk about a very interesting workshop that he's been running for us here at the RSGB convention. Hello, Mark. Lovely to see you. So tell us more about this convention, the presentation or the workshop that you've been running.
We're very keen to try and introduce as many practical exercises as we can, really. I think people enjoy hands-on activities. And when we were thinking about what we could do at the convention, I authored a book for the RSGB a while ago called Microcontroller Know-How, and I wanted to try and do a fairly simple introduction to microcontrollers so that people who perhaps haven't dabbled before or pick up a copy of Radcom and see a microcontroller-based project and go, ugh, scary, would be able to tackle that kind of thing. So we really started with basics, and it was quite good fun. We had a good time.
And you've had very good uptake of it.
Yeah, I've had
sold out, I believe.
Yeah. We were going to limit it to 20, and then but we've ended up at 40. So I've had 26 today, and I think 15 tomorrow. So maybe it's 41 we're at now. Yeah. So yeah, very well attended, and feedback seems very, very positive. So we started with absolute basics, everybody then got a breadboard and a Arduino Nano, a USB cable and some jumper wires and what have you. We started off with just basic communication to the board to flash an LED, and then we connected up a 4-line LCD and sent some silly messages to each other. And then we coupled up a analog devices signal generator and controlled that to generate some RF up to about 12 megahertz.
And how many hours did you do this?
Only 2, so it was very good.
I did tell you just before we came on actually, I was so envious because I would have definitely been at that workshop if it had been run.
But it was really to try and prove to people that it isn't as hard as you think it is, and with a little bit of tuition.
It's the software that loses me, and maybe many others. I'm sure a lot of radio amateurs who are watching this have got used to doing a lot of electronics hardware. Maybe if you've been an amateur for years as well, it would all been very hardware based. But now, of course, we're going over to software, and this thing, microcontrollers, which I guess is just as a sort of an extended version of a microprocessor. Isn't it? Can you tell us what the difference is between the two, actually?
Yeah, so a microcontroller is a microprocessor plus memory and other peripheral devices all in a single chip, and it's dedicated to embedded software. So it's not like a home computer where you have a screen and a monitor in front of it. It's not intended to be something that you sit and interact with like that. It's dedicated. So the thing that controls the fuel in your car or the cycle on your washing machine or all of those sorts of things, that will be a microcontroller.
So they're like an appliance, really?
Absolutely. It's an embedded controller that interfaces with external peripherals and other devices to control them.
But I mean, that for many of us would seem even harder to be able to...
Well, in the world of embedded software, and especially with Arduino, as soon as somebody releases a device, like we've used a AD9833, I think it's called, a signal generator from analog devices, there's already a library of functions sat there in the public domain that you can use for free. So you don't
a library of functions, so that's a bit of software that's been pre-written, which you can
allows us to then control. So instead of starting with a data sheet and all the complexities of how you control this individual piece of electronics, it's all done for you, really. So you work at a much higher level and just use somebody else's code to control it and switch it on and off and set the frequency and do all of those sorts of things really quite easily. So that's what I wanted to prove to people, is it's not as hard as you think, really.
Yeah, and in this presentation, it's not a presentation, workshop, isn't it? Really? It's a hands-on workshop that you gave everybody one of these for a remarkable price of £10, including your book, which is amazing. And this thing called an Arduino, just for viewers not sure what an Arduino is.
Yeah, okay.
It's a
Arduino is an open source hardware and software platform. So the software gives you the ability to write your code and communicate with the board. And then they do a number of different hardware boards which have got a microcontroller on them, plus some peripheral devices and some pins.
I think we're looking at one now, actually.
Okay, so you can
just missed it on there.
You can put it on a breadboard, and you can connect some wires and what have you.
And a breadboard, just for those watching
on YouTube? A breadboard is a simple solderless means of connecting things together with using plug-in connect cables. So, I should have brought one.
Well, never mind. But I mean, yes, to be able to do this and not have to get the soldering irons out and everything.
Yes, absolutely. So the microcontroller book that the RSGB published that I authored it was aimed at perhaps a higher technical level. So I'm hoping that I've filled the gap now, that the people that have been on the course now would have the knowledge to be able to tackle the projects that are in that book, which there's quite a lot of interesting things in there. I'm quite pleased with it.
I think you might be asked to run this again,
It's looking that way.
So, I mean, microcontroller, how accessible though for someone like me who's a reasonable electronics engineer, but just the software just frightens me. I don't understand it. Could starting with one of these really enable you to maybe design something yourself for the shack?
Absolutely. So the Arduino Nano that we've used today is a £10 electronics board. The microcontroller itself costs £1.47 or something like that.
Really?
And you can program it as many times as you like. And I've built many things for my shack that this will be sat on a piece of Veriboard or something and sits as the controller for everything. I've got power meters, SWR meters, that kind of stuff, all using software to display for the fancy displays and all that kind of thing. And you can do all of this very easily.
Now, while I've got you here, it would be wrong after such a talk from Stuart about AI, and you saw me holding the camera a moment ago. So I'd love your views on AI, and is this the sort of thing that hobbyists can actually start building into their projects?
Well, to some extent. I mean, I don't think there are many sort of AI library functions and stuff yet for Arduino, but you can certainly ask ChatGPT to write you an Arduino program to do something, or how do I interface to this with an Arduino, and it'll write the code for you. So again, you don't even need to write the software.
So give us your perfect project then for an amateur now looking there. I might give that a go.
One of my favourite projects that I enjoyed very much developing was using, if you connect up to a GPS, a lot of GPS receivers have a 1 pulse per second, very accurate timing signal. So you're basically using a cesium clock in the satellite to give you a very, very accurate 1 pulse per second. And you can use that then to discipline oscillators for very, very high accuracy. So I've got a signal generator in the shack at home that's run on Arduino software is running it. It uses a GPS to discipline the oscillator so that it's extremely accurate. So I use that.
What sort of accuracy are we talking
about? 0.1 part per billion or something like that. I mean, incredibly accurate. You could dedicate your life to writing algorithms for this sort of thing. But
so the days of it, in my day, you see, it was temperature-controlled crystal oscillators was the bee's knees. You had a crystal which did vary a little bit with temperature, so you put it in an oven, heated it up to a fixed temperature. That gave you a very solid source.
So
that's
today,
old school
exactly
stuff
the same, but that crystal oscillator will have a control voltage to allow you to plus or minus a few hertz to adjust the frequency. So what you will do using software is monitor the frequency accurately every second and decide whether you need to increment or decrement the control voltage slightly to keep the crystal oscillator exactly where it
And where
needs
does
to
the
be.
GPS come into those?
The GPS generates the very accurate 1 pulse per second
the master
timing,
sort of
the master timing for it. You still need to think about jitter and averaging and doing some, you can't rely on every single second being absolutely accurate, but it can give you the basis of a very, very accurate oscillator. Certainly very affordable compared to a cesium frequency reference or something that you might want if you were looking for that sort of accuracy. And you can achieve that sort of accuracy very easily with software.
Finally, Mark, where do you see this all going now? You're someone obviously who's well involved with the technology of it and looking a bit further even than amateur radio. What are we looking at in 5-10 years' time? Everybody's talking about AI.
Well,
it's the thing of the moment.
Yes,
but
of course
where
it
do you
is.
see
Of course it is.
going?
But all you've got to, what I'll do is look backwards, really. So, and as I presented, just for a bit of fun in the course in the workshop that I've just done. So when I was 14, I had a BBC B microcomputer. Okay, that cost my parents £399 in 1984, which I make about 1,400 quid today. So if you buy a one-shot programmable microcontroller, which is 50 times more powerful than that computer, is you can buy them for 40 pence. So you can work out where we're going, can't you?
That's an amazing. Mark, thank you very much for joining us today.
Great.
And more importantly, thanks to running those workshops, because I'm sure it's going to enthuse and inspire many people to give coding and all of the other things around.
That's my hope. I really hope so.
I think you've succeeded. I've heard quite a good buzz already.
Thank you
very much indeed. Well, now this year's RSGB convention, we're running workshops, to introduce attendees to microcontrollers. And if you're interested in trying new practical skills, the RSGB has a suite of 6 videos showing how to do a range of activities. We're going to show you a trailer for them, but you can see all the videos at the RSGB YouTube channel or on the RSGB website at rsgb.org/practical skills. Do take a look at those videos. They sound really good, don't they? Thanks to Mark for sharing that with us as well. Now we're going to go back to GB3HQ for the last time today, but it will be here again tomorrow, so don't forget to try and work them. GB3HQ, let's go back to them now.
Yeah, fine business, Bill, and all copied in Motherwell. So many thanks for that. And you're in the log for the RSGB convention. 73. QRZ, this is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. QRZ.
Mike 0, Juliet Charlie Echo.
Mike 0, Juliet Charlie Echo. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. And good afternoon to the stream. You just joined us. So if you want to come and have a little chat at the station, it's go up here onto the frequency come and say hello. So back to Mike 0, Juliet Charlie Echo. You are 59 at the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. How copy? Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, over.
Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec from Mike 0, Juliet Charlie Echo. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for the signal report, the 5 and 9. Your 6 with me showing 5 and 9 plus 20. 20 over 9. Name is Julian, and my location is just outside the seaside town of Weston-super-Mare on the Bristol Channel coast. Nice to make contact with you there today at the convention up at Milton Keynes. With that, back to you. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, M0JCE, over.
Mike 0, Juliet Charlie Echo, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. Yeah, fine business, Julian. I just looked at the meter properly, and you're coming in 20 over 9 here as well. So, yeah, you're making the trip nice and easily from Weston-super-Mare. Thank you very much for the call, and I'll catch you further down the log. You are in the log for the RSGB convention. 7-3.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good radio.
QRZ, Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec.
Mike 7 November Kilo.
Mike 7 November Kilo.
Yep, Mike 7 November Kilo Zulu.
Mike 7 November Kilo Zulu, good afternoon. Have to keep this brief, there's a queue. So it's 5 and 9 into Milton Keynes at the RSGB convention. GB3HQ, how copy, over?
Yeah, good afternoon, yeah, and 5 and 7 into the town of Grimsby. I've just thought I'd say a quick hello to you, and the operator name this side is Nick, like November, India, Canada, kilowatt, over.
Yeah, roger there, Nick. How the handle this end is Simone, Sierra, India, Mike, Oscar, November, Echo. Many thanks for calling, 70.
Yeah, okay, thanks for the return, yeah, 73, have a good day.
Yeah, 73. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, QRZ.
Golf 5, Golf India Hotel. Delta.
Golf 5, Golf India Hotel. This is Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. 5-9 into Milton Keynes at the RSGB convention. How copy, over?
Yeah, I've got you 5 and 9. 5 and 9 into Lincolnshire. Good afternoon and have a great day. A lot of people will be calling you. Thank you very much. Name is Gary, Golf Alpha Romeo, Yankee.
Yeah, many thanks, Gary. Thanks for calling in. G5GIH, GB3HQ is clear. QRZ.
2 Echo 0, India Golf Delta. Yeah.
2 Echo 0, India Golf Delta. Good afternoon. 5-9 into the RSGB convention here at Milton Keynes. How copy? GB3HQ, over.
GB3HQ, 2E0IGD, 59 plus 10, 20 dB. Beautiful signal there, Simon. I hope you're having a great day down at the convention. I'll speak to you soon and have a great one. 73 and all the best.
Yeah, 73, thanks for the call. GB3HQ, QRZ.
Delta Lima 9, Victor November, Pataris.
Delta Lima 9, please.
This is Delta Lima 9, Victoria November, Pataris, over.
Delta Lima 9, Victoria November Portable. Good afternoon. 5-9 into the RSGB convention at Milton Keynes. QSL?
Yes, QSL. You are 5-9 here also. 5-9. Very nice signal. My name here is Chris, Charlie Hotel Romeo India Sierra. Over.
Yes, QSL. Chris, the name this way is Simone, Sierra, India, Mike, Oscar, November, Echo. And my home call, for those interested, is Mike 0, Bravo, Oscar, X-ray. Anyway, thanks for calling in, Chris. 7-3.
Okay, thank you very much. 73, good luck.
Good luck. RZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over.
Mike 0, Tango Juliet Kilo.
Mike 0, Tango Juliet Kilo, loudest signal there. Good afternoon, 5-9 plus into the RSGB convention in Milton Keynes. How copy? Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, QRZ.
You're about a you're the plus 20 here into Brighton on the south coast. Running a G5RB from a 7300. Just give me your call sign again slowly. I couldn't write it down.
Oh, Roger. It's Golf Bravo number 3, Hotel Quebec, the headquarters station of the Radio Society of Great Britain, operating from the RSGB convention. QSL?
Yeah, QSL. Lucky I'm a member then. Okay, I'll let you make some more calls. 73.
Oh, yes, we'd been after you if you weren't. Anyway, 73 QRZ, Golf Bravo 3, Hotel Quebec, over.
Delta Hotel, Bravo, Italy.
Delta Hotel 6, Bravo, Bravo, good afternoon. This is Gulf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. You're coming into Milton Keynes in the RSGB convention at 5 and 9 plus. How copy? Over.
Roger. Golf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec, Delta 6 Bravo Bravo. We're also 5 and 9 plus in Northwest Germany, and I'm watching you and the Happy ATC live stream from the Ansat UK colloquium here on YouTube. Yeah, have a nice weekend and hope to meet you sometime again. 73, good luck, DH6BB.
Yeah, DH6BB from GB3HQ. Many thanks for calling in. Vielen Dank. Tschüss. QRZ, this is Gulf Bravo 3 Hotel Quebec. QRZ.
7 Radio Kilowatt.
The Gulf 7?
Gulf 7, Romeo Tango Italy, you're 59 plus in High Wycombe, just down the road. Just a quick shout, you are excellent signal, sorry.
Yeah, Gulf 7 Romeo Tango Ingo, thanks very much for calling in and for the 5-9 plus. You're also 5-9 plus 10 here at the RSGB convention, QSL.
QSL, and thank you for the taking my call.
Yeah, 73, QRZ.
Delta Hotel 7 Radio Kilo Portable.
The Delta Hotel 7 Whiskey Portable, go ahead.
Delta Hotel 7 Radio Kilowatt Portable, QSL.
Delta Hotel 7 Radio Kilo Portable, good afternoon. 5-9 plus into Milton Keynes at the RSGB convention, how copy? GB3HQ, over.
Roger. Copy you 10 over 9 and the big signal here in North Germany near Rostock. Name is Rainer, Radio Alpha India, November Echo Radio. QSL?
Yes, QSL. Many thanks for the contact, Rainier, and...
That was GB3HQ. Now, in our final presentation of the day, the live stream audience, you, will also be able to vote for your favourite radio mode, so get your phones out ready now. The link and the code will be on the presentation slides. Here's your talk, Have I Got Modes for You?
Good afternoon again and welcome back to Lecture Stream 1 at the RSGB convention. The next talk is Have I Got Modes for You? Now, I'm going to hand over in just one moment to Bob, GU4YOX, who will be hosting Have I Got News for You? Have I Got Modes for You?
Already got copyright issues.
And I'm not sure who's going to be Paul Merton and Ian Hislop, but they can argue amongst themselves. Bob, I'll leave you to explain how this is going to work, for it's far too complicated for me.
Very good, Graham. Thanks for that. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we all doing? Have you had a good day so far? Because this is not serious. This is a bit more light-hearted. We've got a fantastic evening ahead. I'm sure everyone here's attending the gala dinner, aren't we? I thought so, but we just wanted something. Hello, sir. Welcome. What's your name, sir?
Robert.
Robert. That's a great name. What we're going to do is we're going to have some fun now. And what I want you to do, if I go like this, okay, I want you to go, ooh la. Can we just try that before we start? Fantastic. And what we're going to do now is we're going to make a start. So, as you can see, the important thing is, around the world, listening live, you've got to log on to your Slido account. Have we all done that? And what you will see is a very interactive... You might not see anything just yet until the slides appear on the screen. So, wherever you are, you just click the button when you see it and press Enter, and you'll be there. So, there's the code. The hash is already there, as you can see, RSGB 2024. And wherever you are in the world, on the beach in California, wherever you are, this should be quite some fun. So, that's me. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Bob Beattie. Beattie is actually a Normandy French name. I don't know if you knew that. It means hardworking, inspirational, outstanding. And Bob means not very. But seriously, we're just here to have some fun and just prepare ourselves for the evening. And to my left-hand side, you will see 4 very competent contesters.
Here, Bob.
And let's see what they can do for us today. So you can join the debate, slido.com, as we said, RSGB 2024, and if you're watching online, blah, 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 200,000 people around the world can log on to slido.com and join in the fun. So your panellists this afternoon are, I'm going to introduce you all now, G4PIQ, G4PIQ, an early beginner at SO2R, for those that you know, Andy, just starting to master that. Renowned for his immaculate tidiness of his amateur station. That was in his hotel room about an hour ago. Very keen, likes to get on things. And are we going to actually let each other have a chat?
No,
yeah, Andy, tell me.
We'll get to that.
Oh, we'll get to that. Okay, right. We've got Tony Canning, Golf 2 Never First. Sorry, Golf 2 November Foxtrot. Tony is an old merchant Navy radio operator. Loves his CW, and he's great fun on DXpeditions. I can't tell you what happens on the DXpeditions that we go on, but this will give you an indication. And yeah, been on lots of trips with Tony around the world, and we've had great fun. So Tony is here today, primarily talking about CW. We've got Rich, M5 RAC, on the right-hand side there. Likes doing phone contests. Ritty, good friend. Whatever. We're all friends in here tonight, aren't we? I think so, yeah. Operator from 20 DXCC countries. That's very good. One of our younger team members this evening. Looking very nervous. He knows I've got all the dirt. Oh, yes. And finally, Nick, G4FAL. Nick does a great job with the HF Contest Committee, as we all know. And he likes shouty modes, he likes FT8 and FT4. Now look, I can see where the voting's going to go already. But it's just a bit of fun. So, and thanks for attending. That's it. Oh, no, right. So, join us in. Already, you can scan the QR code if you've not done that, but here we go. So, to test your Slido connection, everybody here, we're going to have a little test. So, as you can see, you should now see on your phone a little voting thing. Can you see that? Yeah. Wow, okay. So, if you really, really hate contesting, why are you here? If you really love contesting, press the one on the right. Oh, there you go, look. It's already working. It's good, isn't it? It's very good. Who's that on the list? I think that's Nick.
No.
Okay.
There's a few of them.
So we all love contesting, I think, and it looks like we're going to have some fun. Brilliant. So when I click the next slide, you should lose the screen on your phone now. Do we like the technology, first of all? Fantastic. Okay, modes for debate. We're going to be discussing the merits of 4 very popular contesting modes, and you can see them all there. The bottom right one there is the latest FT8 innovation, and I'm sure you're all used to that. But first, let's conduct a brief poll of our audience preferences here this evening and around the world. People are tuning in, and they're also going to contribute to this as well. So, please rank the 4 modes in the order that you prefer to use them in contests. The panelists aren't using the
no,
by the way.
No,
because they've got to answer. Oh!
Hey!
Oh! Wow! It's funny how they're drifting up and down, look, as people are... What we don't see... on the top right, look, you can see how many people are voting, look. So it's not just the people in here. 53, around the world, California. Push the buttons now. 61 so far. And the 60-second guy is just standing over there logging on. Yeah, don't be embarrassed. So there we go. So the 4 modes looks like phone first, CW, RTTY, and FT4. Very disappointing FT4. No,
Come on, you lot.
Let's get on with it. So questions for the panel. Each answer should be very different, please. So I hope you've done your homework. No longer than 30 seconds. So I can't remember if I have to push the next one or not. Please introduce yourselves and tell us what your mode is and why it is perfect for contesting. So I'm going to start with Nick, G4FAL first. Nick, off you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm Nick Totterdale, G4FAL. I'm just 65. I was 65 last Sunday. So what do you have to say? Thank you very much. I was first licensed as a teenager as G8JGY 50 years ago. That's horrendous, isn't it?
Yes.
And I look so young. Anyway, I've been involved in the RSGB HF
Thank you, Nick, and that was a great
hang on. Let me just say something else here. I was involved in developing the FT4 contest series, and so I felt obliged to take part. But I have found that it is very enjoyable, and I've been loving it. All those lovely, snappy DX QSOs with 100 watts, everything is perfect.
Fantastic. And now we're going to hand over to Tony. G2
Hello.
never fears. Tony's a good friend. Not of mine, but he must have some friends somewhere. I don't know, but Tony, off you go.
Hi, I'm Tony. Wow, that's loud. Yeah, I'm Tony, G2NF, as you've heard. I do CW a little bit, but probably not as good as some of you here. I know there's people who are much better, much more proficient than me, but I'm still practicing. I first learned to do CW as a ship's RO when I was 17 or 16, 17, just left school, went to a college. They taught me CW for about 4 hours every day. And this went on 6 days a week. And after a week or so, I got to learn the code, and coded all the letters. And after another 18 months, I got up to 25 words a minute on a straight key. And you have to take a test for that as well. So that gives you a ticket, they call it, a license to operate the ship's radio equipment. Anyway, I spent 4 or 5 years at sea. I can't remember how many, but it seemed like a lifetime. But some great experiences there. Left the sea, went to work for Raycorp, designing stuff, and my ship's license, by the way, was obtained in 1970. And 20 years later, I got my amateur license, getting the CW first, of course. I think it was 20 years anyway, thereabouts. Okay, by the way, you can do CW half asleep. Just ask anybody who's been on the expedition. Okay, that's me.
I can vouch for that. We've got some great photos of you, Tony. Thank you. Andy, PIQ.
Hello, and this has turned up just how I like a sideband radio. So, hi, I'm Andy, G4 PIQ. Any sort of contesting is good for me. I don't care whether it's 10 gigs and a few QSOs an hour or 20 meters and 500 an hour. Anything is good fun. I'm here promoting SSB contesting because it's clearly the best. I mean, anyone can do it, and it gives you the ability to go hola, hola every time you tune the amplifier.
Hola. Thank you, Andy. Rich.
Oh yeah, I'm Rich.
M5RSC.
Hello, I'm Rich, M5RSC. I've been licensed since I was about 12. Started, I would say, very young. Got the bite or the bitten with the contesting bug very early. Absolutely loved it. One thing, this is hard for me to do RTTY, given that my love is also sideband, as lots of people know. But I think anyone who's done 40-meter phone in CQ Worldwide will just know how much of a headache it is. So doing RTTY, you don't have any of that at all. You can completely turn the sound down or turn it off completely. So you don't come away with a raging headache at the end.
Are you already having withdrawal symptoms because you wish you were the sideband representative?
I could do either.
Okay, great. And what sort of rate would you do an hour in CQ Worldwide phone, typical?
For
top speed?
For RTTY? For two bands, 180.
Wow. Very good. Excellent. Okay. So a quick poll to see what experience of these contesting modes we have in our audience. You should get another slide on your phone here and around the world. There you go. Please indicate which modes you have previously used in contests. let's just give a warm round of applause for the 5 people who've never done a contest. There you go. 70, what, 70 joining now? That's great. Top right, you can see the numbers there. So thanks for that. 70 people. Phone way ahead, look. Shouty mode, fantastic. Now, how easy was it to learn your particular mode and your skill? We're going to ask the panellists now. So, Nick, how easy was it?
Okay. Can I ask the audience to please raise your hand if you've ever had an FT8 QSO? Look at them all. Now, keep your hands up if you've had an FT4 QSO. And keep your hands up if you've done it by and disabled the first message at the same time. Not very many of you have done that. Okay. Well, all of you who put your hands up are absolutely ready for FT4 contesting. And those of you who kept your hands up are even more ready. And that was how easy it was to learn the mode. How many QSOs, how many DXCCs can you work in FT4 in 90 minutes on 5 bands? That is a fantastic challenge, and it's very easy to get cracking at it.
Sounds like easy to me. Okay. Tony.
How easy is it to learn your mode? Well, if you do 2 hours a day, every day, not long. It might take a bit longer to get to 25 words a minute. But in contesting, like most things in life, what you put in, you get out. And the beauty about CW is you get it out forever.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, Andrew? Andy?
Only my mother called me Andrew. I'm in trouble already. So I'm talking to my mother. I mean, I've been learning my mode since I was 1. I have to say, it became a little more difficult when I tried the Français and the Deutsch and the Italiano and the Espanol, and particularly because I was completely rubbish at languages at school. But nevertheless, that's good. The other skill you have to have is the ability to talk very fast. 5 number 4. Thank you. Basic tango. And as long as you can do that, that's fine. But you do need to warm up the muscles in the there. That's it. Warm up.
And how's your Japanese pilot operating?
Japan 1 Lima radio. Yeah?
No, Rima radio.
Rima radio. Yeah.
It's very good. Great, Rich.
Very easy. If you can do FT8 or FT4, then your radio is ready. If you can press F1, 2, and 3, you're there, and use the mouse.
Fantastic. Anybody here just got any comments about learning your particular mode or skill? Do you want to? A question? Oh, right. I'll look after you and Graham, don't worry. I'm going to hold it. Because I might ridicule you see. Right, go on then. Quick question.
I think for some of the data modes, I think the question is how do you automate the logging and the production of things like serials and other parts of the exchange? So
I'm nearly asleep already.
I think some information about that might encourage more people to have a go.
Okay, so there you go. There's a question for you there, Rich.
So do you use N1MM or DXlog as a contest logger?
Variety of programs.
Okay, then it's already built in. So you set up macros, which basically will send whatever the message is. So you call hit F1, call CQ, someone calls back G1 AAA, you click on G1 AAA, that puts it in.
There you go. Anyway, we don't want to get into that's why I don't do FT8. No, sorry. Right, okay. Oh, one more question. Okay, let me go over here. One more question, then we press on. Hello, sir. What's your name?
I'm Marek MM0WIC, and I am going to say something that's probably going to be very controversial. So, how can you live with the WSG lot of letters user interface? Because I literally bounced off that multiple times. It's horrible. The only digimodes I end up doing, I use either FLDG4 or actually go to JS8 cold, because this is supposed to be the standard tool for FT modes. And I work in programming for a living.
Any comment on that, Rhys, before we move on?
That's an FT one, isn't it?
FT, also. Well, you got a microphone.
Yes. Well, it's just coloured squares on a screen and you click on them. It's very straightforward.
If you don't click
That's vodka for you. Okay, look, we're going to press on. So what hardware and software do you normally use for your mode? Nick?
Okay, I'll go first again. Well, I started with a very simple setup, just a radio and an interface thing connected to a computer. And that was it, running WSJTX. And that's all you need to get started. I don't use, well, I use a lot more than that now, and I don't use WSJTX anymore. I use things that are more automated. But certainly, you're all, I would say, at the point where you could start, and then later, you could have fun experimenting with new configurations and progressing.
You like experimenting with new things?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm not going to go there. Tony?
Morse
key. Yeah, you got your Morse key. That's good.
Yeah,
hardware.
I've got my Morse key, but it has to be an iambic one, of course. Nobody enters a contest with using a pump key nowadays. So, and you need to program your F1 key, etc., and use some software. So it helps if you've got a laptop or a computer of some sort. But most importantly, you want a comfortable chair. Secondly, you want station ergonomics. And thirdly, you want a decent pair of glasses. If you're like me, the screen gets old, but when you get older, your eyes don't work quite so well. So make sure you've got some good glasses. And
Tony said...
One, two, okay, right.
Not a sideband operator.
So
skimmer is also useful.
So keeping fit is also important.
Sorry?
Keeping fit is also important before contests.
Weightlifting. Oh.
Tony tells me that in the morning he wakes up stiff in all the wrong places these days. Is that... Okay. Right. Over to you, Andy.
Hello. Right. So for sideband, I use a standard radio, as bigger amplifier as I'm allowed, as much antenna hardware as I can muster, because life's too short for QRP, especially in sideband. And then you need a headset and a microphone, but you don't need to spend money on that. 50p Electret headset, 50p Electret insert on the end of a bit of wire that's attached to your headphones. That's all you need with a bit of tape around it. And you think I'm joking. Yeah, absolutely. And then, for software, DXlog or WinTest.
Cool. Rich?
So I use a Flex radio. Anyone who's used one for Digimodes will know how easy it is to integrate. Single Cat5 cable between the radio and the PC, nothing else. Free software, we've got David to thank for that. Two-tone that's available to use with M1MM and DXlog also. DXlog being my favourite. The great thing, it's all free. Don't have to pay for any of it. Thank you to developers that make it available to us.
The best price. Fantastic. Let's just celebrate that. Fantastic. Right. So our audience, are you equipped to operate in the modes we are discussing? So on your keypads, fastest finger first. Wow. I've got to be. I'm just loving the none of them. the 6 people, wherever they are just going, well, I don't know any modes. 3 of them do, even though they're not contesting. Yeah. There you go. 75 now. We've got a few more people logged on. So. Looks like a large majority have got a good cross-section of all of them, apart from none of them. Yeah. Very good, well done. Okay, for our panel, do you have an operating strategy that is a recipe for success? Look at the link as well with the pictures. It's just great, isn't it? So, Nick, I'll start with you again.
Okay, we'll get to go first. Well, I would say the answer is absolutely not. I don't have a recipe for success. I just do a very simple thing. We have 90 minutes, and because I'm using 2 radios, I start on 10 and 15, and then I work my way down. At the end of the 90 minutes, I'm on 40 and 80. I try looking to Japan, to North America and South America, and I'm working a lot of stuff that you just wouldn't work in an 80-meter club championship contest. My rate is getting worse. That's because I get seduced by seeing juicy multipliers come up on the screen, and I try to work them, and it sometimes takes a little while.
You need to get out more.
That's me.
Great. Tony?
Firstly, don't be shy on sending. You know, make sure the F keys are doing the work for you. Try QRP for a change. You might surprise yourself. It teaches you to listen. I mean, really listen. When a guy says up 5 or whatever it is, then you make sure you don't miss that. Okay, set yourself targets for each hour or so. Short events, go as fast as you can whilst retaining low error rates. If you go slow, ops won't hang around for the extra QSO, but we'll move elsewhere.
Thank you. Andy?
Okay, so firstly, you need to sound enthusiastic. There's nothing worse than someone going, CQ contest. And you need to keep the frequency active lots of the time as well. Don't leave a long gap between CQs, otherwise people will just tune past you. Make sure your audio's good. You need to sound punchy and well processed. And not too bassy, not too toppy, just right. Be efficient, no more words than you need to put up there. If you end up in a frequency fight, be realistic about whether you're going to fight for your frequency or move somewhere else. Don't let any of the jammers and the QRMOs wind you up. Some of them can be quite funny. There was a GR2HQ thing about 3 in the morning on 80 metres. Some very drunk Glaswegian came on and just said, "Oh, you're doing my head in, you're doing my head in." And so, you know, they're all right.
That was Tony.
That's why he was so loud. Luckily, I could just turn the 4 square and put him in a null and carry on working South American. So anyway. Right.
Rich, what's your strategy?
So I'd always have a plan. I think any contest to go in with a rough idea of what you want to do. Typically, I would always run on the radio probably as much as I can, and then maybe at the top of the hour, you start at the bottom of the band, work all the way up, work all your multipliers, sorted by the points. So work what's got the most points first. I'd always look at records, so see what you can beat. Then that gives you something to push for. Also, it gives you a nice a target to aim. And public logs, I don't know if people were aware, but for certainly all the big contests, public logs are available. So go and look and see what people did the previous year. Look to see when they took off times. You know, certainly the people who are experienced and are winning, go and see what they're doing, make the most of them.
Cool. And I'll just talk about one area that I'm always interested in. For the big contests, we've got 4 great contesters here. Let's just show our appreciation. Sleep deprivation. And the big contest, can you all hack 48? Anybody here, are the 4 panelists, have you done 48 straight?
Never. I've done 46, 47 a number of times, but not in the last... Yeah, not in the last 10 years. 42,
me. It's just a killer. Just the sleep, the fight against...
The hallucinations, though, it's great when when your table starts squirming and you start having megalomania thoughts. I remember thinking, all these people I'm working on the radio, they work for me, they're part of my team. Positively weird.
Great. Amazing. And have we all fell asleep with the F1 key being pushed?
Mid-QSO.
Excellent. It looks like we're all in the same company here. Fantastic. Okay, well, that's great. So... how might contesting with your mode attract newcomers to amateur radio? That's a great picture, Nick. Is that the QSL policy?
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Nick. No, yes, bribery is very important. Well, FT4 contesting is very easy to understand because it's all about colours and words, and while you're doing it, because the computer's doing all the work, you can easily explain it to someone who's not seen it before, because the computer's doing it. And basically, FT4 is a computer game, but it's linked to the real world, and computer games are immensely popular. So how can it not be attractive?
Very good. Tony?
It's a challenge to learn a new skill, isn't it? I agree with you. But you're all done. Who's done a contest before? Hands up. Okay, you learnt a new skill, didn't you? Excellent. Do you try CW? You might even surprise yourself. But remember, this skill is a lifetime of benefit.
Fantastic. Andy?
The money's an interesting thing. It reminded me that I once did the Bermuda contest, which was basically a sideband contest, and I won a holiday to Bermuda out of that. So that was
nice.
That was awesome. Sadly long gone, but that's tough. So basically, I think sideband is perfect for newcomers because everyone can understand it. And that big booming signal that comes across from the other side of the world still has a certain magic about it, even in the days of the internet. So, yeah, I think that's why that wins.
And do we all enjoy that that KL7 coming in over the pole?
Absolutely.
We've all been there. Rich?
So a couple of things. Someone for RTTY, you might not necessarily have the skills to CW. Personally, that's one of the reasons why I do it. Everyone probably, well, most people know I don't do CW, so sideband and RTTY are my two loves. Also, nothing against you, Andy, but if you've heard the chaos on sideband and some of the pile-ups and the behaviour, you just want to turn off. Certainly I've wanted to do that a few of the times. And also, if we're looking to aim at a younger generation, then something using a computer might also be more attractive.
Cool. Excellent. Okay, question for the audience now to indicate which modes they think are most appropriate to attract newcomers to amateur radio through contesting. So just check your screen, and you should have another one there. This is newcomers coming into radio. What do you think would be the best mode?
Quite right, I was worried there. You're right, it's obvious, you see.
Yeah, there you go. SSB, fantastic. Well, thanks for that. Okay, question for the panel. Where is the fun with your mode, and what do contesters need to do to get the most enjoyment from using it? Nick?
Okay, briefly, the fun in FT4 contests is all about the bright colours. So, shiny new multipliers in green, we want them to be bright red. And a screen full of red is fantastic. I don't think the other modes are anything like as colourful. And of course, there's always the sexy DX. So the rule is follow the colours and work the DX.
Fantastic. Tony?
Okay, the first thing is to be at one with your radio and the software and all the other bits in between, the antenna, and you have a symbiotic relationship with the guy at the other end. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway,
I think
just
you
love the
you
challenge
swallowed a
each time.
dictionary or something. Yeah. You swallowed a dictionary. Okay, Andy.
Well, interestingly, you mentioned earlier on about 40-metre sideband, and I'm the 40-metre. Well, I've been the 40-metre sideband operator in CQ Worldwide at M6T for a number of years, perhaps not this year. A fight with the pig farmers on 7199.9 is always good entertainment for anyone who's listened there. But in all seriousness, actually, the best bit is for the mode is going for rate on sideband. So, can you get the last 10 metre up over 500? Can you keep the last 100 metre up over 300? That sort of thing. Be clear, be quick, be efficient. No unnecessary words, do your fills just as partials. But one thing, when you call CQ, call CQ. Don't take the advice that just says go Mike 6 Tango, Mike 6 Tango. You need to go CQ, Mike 6 Tango, so people know what you're doing. Just getting rid of my one big bugbear with advice that's floating about.
Rich?
Okay, so instead of hearing that KL7, seeing it on the screen, so seeing it decode, and that needed multiplier, coming through. A busy contest calendar, so there's lots of contests each month. It's surprising, actually. I did have a look, and there's at least a couple of RTTY contests that you can do every month. Bigger contests, they're very competitive, so the Worldwide, WPX, and then the Roundup. Also good for group events, so if you want to get a load of mates together in a room, the great thing is you can all talk and have a laugh at the same time. You don't have to sit there with headphones on all weekend and have no interaction at all.
That's great. Okay. Right. Question panel. Do you have any encouraging poetry, a limerick, for example, to share with our audience? So, Nick, off you go.
Okay, you can all join in with this. There was a young man from Darjeeling who boarded a bus bound for Ealing. A sign by the door said, "Don't spit on the floor." So he stretched up and spat on the...
Hang on. Well, let's just give him one of these first. What has that got to do with amateur radio?
But the question didn't ask for a poem to do with amateur radio. Okay, I've got a poem to do with amateur radio.
Go on then.
A contesting ham from Lahore can see where this is going.
Right, thank you, Tony.
Was finding his hobby a bore. The return of his zeal, he was keen to reveal, was when he started to use
CW. Oh.
Very good.
Very good. Tony.
Okay. In Morse, the signals take flight. Two friends share a chat in the night. With dots and dashes, like music it flashes. A symphony full of delight.
Oh. Nice one. Andy.
And with thanks to ChatGPT, in the contest, I'm ready to shout. CQ on the air, there's no doubt. With my amp set to 11, I'm booming like heaven, hoping stations from far lands call out.
Whoa, we like that one. Rich.
If your contest is getting quite gritty and your contest and modes really aren't pretty, then escape from the groan of CW and phone to the sonorous ditty of Ritty.
Very good. Let's give them all a big... Great. Okay, and question for the audience. Which modes for you are the most entertaining? There's a purple mango Indian last night on the left, look. But yeah, so look on your keypads. Please rank the 4 modes for contesting entertainment value on your keypads now.
Ooh. Go on.
Come on.
Wow.
Come on, vote for CW. I'll pay you.
They were the Euro notes before. So there you go. Phone is most entertaining, followed by CW Ritty, and then FT4. Good fun. Thanks a lot. Right. Question for the panel. Is your mode family... We've only got 5-6 minutes. Is your mode family partner-friendly? Nick?
Okay, we'll move it on. It's easy to talk to others while you're operating FT4. At a push, you could attend a dinner party and leave it running. But what you would find is that you wouldn't score very highly because you wouldn't be able to be strategic if you weren't actually watching the screen.
Tony?
It's very quiet. It's almost relaxing. Also, you're very less likely to cause TVI compared to some other modes.
Okay, Andy?
Well, it's certainly not family friendly if you're dealing with the pig farmers on 7200. But no, especially at night, you need a shack as far from the bedroom as possible. Some folks use N1MM in automated mode to sound like a robot, but it is pretty robotic. But I should tell you the story. At M6T, we used to have everyone in a long container and operated all the 6 bands from there. We had to relegate Fred, G4BWP, to a separate shed because he was so loud and you could still hear him.
It's like that when you share a room with him. Rich?
So very similar to FT4 as well. So you can take part and not cause any noise. Personally, I don't operate with headphones or anything. Everything's visual, just looking at the decode. Some of the contests you can do are very short, so 6, 12, 24, 48 hours. So you can pick, to be more sociable, or if you have family gatherings that you want to go to, then you can do those and then come back. And then the other good thing, you can still be competitive in that category as well.
Fantastic. Okay, and question for the panel, if you need to take a call of nature, is Imodium your friend? Nick?
Okay. Arguably, FT4 QSOs are long enough to nip out and to nip back again. However, with a small degree of automation, a slightly more prolonged disappearance from the shack would be quite possible. And, of course, you haven't got a precious run frequency to sacrifice.
Oh, run frequency. And Tony has the prostate. Off you go.
My prostate? I'll have to speak to the GP.
Call for nature.
Okay. Avoid tea and coffee for about 4 or 6 hours beforehand. Anything with caffeine in it, make sure you leave it out. Water is best, but not too much. Otherwise, you'll find yourself going for a short break, in which case you have to stop, and that's it. Unless any of the panel have got a better idea, I'd love to know about it.
Well, Andy, have you got shares in Red Bull? Off you go.
No, I have a better idea. So, in the past, it would have, for a sideband, it would have been a brick on the F1 key and just wander away. But now, surely the answer is a wireless headset Vox and remote desktop onto your phone so you can just behave like a teenager.
Brilliant. Rich?
One up, just hit auto CQ, go for a pee and come back.
Brilliant. We won't go into any more detail. I do know some stories about some very big contests who've got things attached to them to stop them, but we all know about that. Okay, quick question for the panel. Would you recommend it to a friend? Now, I don't know if that's going to the toilet or contesting. Nick?
Okay, well, I think the answer is definitely not. Because I don't want any good contesters coming on and beating me. But perhaps I would recommend it, well, I would recommend it to anyone else. And it's a challenge for our audience to come on and see what you can achieve in an FT4 contest.
Okay, Tony?
I'd be happy to help if they were keen, and with some code and practice and pointers along the way, but just learn the numbers and the letters to start with. It's quite easy.
Cool. Andy?
I'd recommend it to all my friends, every single one of them. Just get the number of people up on sideband.
Cool. Rich?
Yeah, definitely. Get a friend to do it, and then you can do team contests both in the same room.
Brilliant. Quick question for the audience. Would you recommend these modes to a friend for contesting? Off you go. Oh, we're great. We've got the none of one on this one. This is good. There you go. Looks like phone's got it, I think. Recommend a friend. Okay, we'll leave it at that. None of them are still on 5. Brilliant. Quick one. What add-ons tools make your mode great, Nick?
Okay. If your station is equipped for SO2R, or if you've got 2 radios and some filters, I recommend trying to use FT4 on 2 bands at once, and avoid having to click on the blessed log and enable buttons by using something like WSJT-Z or other clones of WSJT-X. With 2 radios and a bit of automation, you can really concentrate on the strategy of chasing your multipliers.
There we go. Tony? Thank you.
Keyboard.
Andy?
A keyboard. A keyboard would help. You can be a wireless keyboard. That was much better. It stops the RFI getting into the F1 key and it going all over the screen. And, oh yes, if you've got a dual receiver, make sure you use them. Okay, so try SO2V. You might surprise yourself.
Good tip.
Good tip. Use extra foot switches for all sorts of things. You can buy these little things, that USB things you plug in, and you can program up the switch to do anything you like.
We should all go on one of Tony's courses after this, I think.
2 feet and hands.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Andy?
Voice keyer, foot switch, headset, big amplifier. Don't fall asleep with the voice keyer running, though. That's a common, common thing to irritate people. And, yeah, crack on.
Cool. Rich?
If you're assisted, make the most of the RBN. It gives you a great visual to see where you're hitting, so you know if there's areas that you want to focus on, then you can see that straight away. Also, there's some new software, SDC by Yuri, and he's actually written it so that it pre-fills call signs in the exchange without actually having to use your mouse, so you don't have to click at all.
Okay, and do you all use your mental SCP when you need a contest? Okay, cool. Okay, any final words on the panel to encourage our audience to accept your mode, Nick?
It's like being in court. Okay, first of all, FT4 is the only one of our modes that is specifically designed for contesting. It could be a passing craze. If it is a passing craze, then using it will be great preparation for FT9 or 10 or whatever comes along next. If it isn't a passing craze, then the sooner you get on and use it, the more success you will have.
Very good. Tony?
Okay, give it a go, that's all I would say. You may even like it. But the number 1 rule is don't try and send, if you're learning the code that is, until you can receive at 5 or 10 words a minute. Then pick up a key so you know what the CW should sound like. Otherwise, you run the characters together without actually realizing it. Remember, you only get out what you put in. So the more you put in, the more you get out. Thank you.
Brilliant. Andy?
So just get on and give it a go. It's most fun when you've got a big pile up. So my recommendation, come on Sunday evening in the ARRL contest. If you need to pick a new call sign, pick a new call sign, and you'll have an enormous pile up, which is great fun.
Excellent. And Rich, finally.
Okay, so it's very easy to learn. I said before, if you're already set up to do any digital mode, then you can do RTTY. It's a lot less straining than phone and CW. It's easy on the ears, great for team or club events. Loads of UK records up for grabs.
Cool.
And it's better than CW.
Okay, let's do a quick question, final question, I think, for our audience. Please rank your likelihood to try each of the new modes that we've listened to this evening. None of them. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, if you want to do AM contesting or something like that, just add that to the SSB pile.
Yeah. That's interesting. So everybody's looking like they want to have a go at all of them. Even, pretty even. Okay, we're very short of time now. So, okay, I'm going to first of all, let's give a big applause this time for our panelists. Let's give them a special de-expedition symbol. And finally, Nick, over to you to say a few words about this next slide.
Okay, well, I've got you here, captive audience, so to speak. Just to remind you that this coming weekend is the centenary of the QSO made between Goida and New Zealand, 2SZ and 4AA. And what we're hoping is that a lot of people will be on the bands on Friday, Saturday and Sunday next weekend to celebrate. Now, Don has done a lot of work and has special call signs and is working at the school where the first QSO was made from.
G3BJ, everybody.
So, well done, Don. Thank you very much for that. But also, could you, if you're at home or available, then try and get on and try and make QSOs with the other side of the planet. Let's give them some people to talk to. And if you'd like to activate one of the RSGB call signs on Friday, Saturday or Sunday, then there are details on the RSGB website how you might do that.
Thank you.
Just before we finish, can I just say thank you very much to Bob for being our compere and for looking after us so well this afternoon.
Hola.
Thanks, everybody. Fantastic. And Graham, I don't know if you want to say a couple of words, but thanks, everybody. Been a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob and the team. I'm going to go Rich, Andy, Tony, Nick. That's the order that you should have been working in. Thank you very much for coming in. And don't forget the dinner tonight. If you want continued entertainment, William Eustace is the after-dinner speaker. Those who've heard William before, always very entertaining. So see you, I think it's 7:30 for 8, if I'm right.
Well, there we are. Thanks very much to Bob, Andy, Tony, Rich and Nick for a very entertaining final session of the day. If you missed anything from the live stream today, you'll be able to catch up anytime on the RSGB YouTube channel. Now, other presentations which took place here today but were not live streamed will be released in the future, some to RSGB members and some to our YouTube channel. We'll be back again tomorrow from 9 o'clock. The link will be at rsgb.org/convention. And let's have a quick look at tomorrow's programme. So you can see we start there. We're online streaming from 9 o'clock. At 9:15, QRP Fun or Folly. 10:30, Radio Astronomy, mapping the Milky Way's arms and demonstrating dark matter from your garden. At 11:30, receiving live TV from the ISS. At 1:30, beginners 3D printing for amateur radio. At 2:30, Solar Cycle 25, prediction versus reality, and the closing statement at 3:15. We do thank you for joining us today, and from all of us here on the live stream team, good night. We just went to that camera.